Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are we, people? Hope you're doing well out there. Today, Monday, blue day. We don't like Mondays. I don't like Mondays anyway. I started another stream. I'm trying to get used to this Streamlab stuff, if I'm being honest with you. For some reason, I just started a new stream. I don't even know if I'm in the right stream anymore. I think I... Oh, fuck, I don't even know. Yeah, I think I am. Thank you to Lindsay Amos for subscribing as well. Thank you, my darling. Good morning, Bradazza. Good afternoon, Bradazza, sorry. Andriel, good morning. Marilyn, Jugs, how are you? Sarah P, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. I like to lie to Sarah P and say it's nice to see her. Let me just pin this up here. Sarah P says, welcome, everyone. If you'd like to support the channel, obviously best way is coffee or PayPal, but coffee especially. What else we got here? Katie, good morning to you. Patricia, hello, my darling. Nice to see you. Seahawks, I know. Rhonda. How are you, my darling? See from Lady Di. Be the bitch as always. How are you, Lady Di? Rehab, hello, Patty. How are you, my darling? Carol, hello, my lovely. How are you, Carol? Carol Upson. You all know Carol Upson. Her sister's got the best chocolate in the whole world. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well, Carol. Nice to see you. And Carol goes and watch the Pats all the time. And sad day, Carol, sad day. But I will be honest, I think the Seahawks deserve to win. They were the better team. So I'm not going to... the better team won. So, but still sad. Still proud of the Patriots, the players and everything. I think they built a great foundation, and in some ways I think they overachieved this year. So look out next year and the next few years. I'm very confident in the team and with Vrabel's leadership and everything. So I'm looking forward to following the Patriots in the future. So yes. Anyway, with all that, I hope everyone else had a great weekend. I got to bed about 4:30 in the morning. I didn't get up to about 11:30 my time today. Tired. And it's now 2:30 odd. So, yeah, a little bit of Monday blues, do you know what I mean? Just like a bit sad, but also proud. So there you go. We are back on with this trial this morning, this weird ass trial. So we'll get on with that in a second. They have gone to court, but there was some stuff they were sorting out this morning, which we'll watch. They are live now, so they have started. So the witness is on the stand. But yeah, I'd like to zoom through through some of the testimony when it goes to breaks and stuff, because it can be quite boring otherwise. So we will press play on it and have it in the background, because they do go to sidebar, so which you'll see now. So let me play it, and you'll see what happens.
Or to resume it, State versus Edrick Faust, SU 24-00547. Mr. Yellowman-Chili, Mr. Bolden, are you ready for the jury to come in? They're all here.
Your Honor, if we could approach the bench with Mr. Cruz and discuss.
Sure.
It's not.
All right.
So, first of all, they go to the bench. There he is, Edrick. It's quite interesting. I think the majority of people online believe he's been railroaded. I think most people do not believe that he should be taken to trial, and stuff like that. So there's a lot of issues here. I mean, there's a few people obviously that will be like, I think some people come around going, what? I made a comment about lost evidence, and somebody said, oh, what lost evidence? I'm like, well, the window. There's so much that has been lost, and so many fabricated stuff, and also the witnesses, in my opinion, were bad last week, because whenever Cruz, the defense attorney, would ask a question, they could never answer yes or no. They would always try and avoid it and go around in circles. And I hate witnesses like that, where you just like, no, just answer the question. Did you test it? Yes. Where's the report? Didn't do one. Okay, well, that's a problem. Do you know what I mean? So, hello, Dave. How are you, Hamburger? Hope you're doing well, my friend. I know you're happy today with the Seahawks. Bex, how are you? Hope you're doing well, my bitch. Good morning, everyone. Judge being reasonable to say, I don't know yet. We are behind. We're playing from behind. Bex, you like it from behind, so we're playing it from behind. Just so then we can skip some of the breaks and stuff like that. So you'll see in a second a couple come up here, and I don't really know what's going on, but they're coming on. I saw that he died, but I watched it with Cat, not Williams. Cartney Williams covered it last week. Kat's done a lot more deep diving into stuff on this trial, so shout out to her.
Conversation. Thank you. We have some slight adjustments we're going to ask you all to consider.
Not really in charge, you know.
Okay. No, you're good. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, is this the? I think this might be. They said we're not in charge, but so it might be the pool camera. This seems to be about the pool camera because she said something about trying to make some adjustments. So I presume the state aren't happy with some of the coverage that's happened. But we'll see. I don't actually know. I've not watched this bit. I just knew this was happening. So, how was everyone else's weekend? I might lose my voice, maybe. I'm not sure. I miss Josie. Hello, Josie, as well. Me, Josie. I think I skipped your name for some reason. Right. What else have we got here? Oh, jeepers. I'm tired, people. Come on, Judge. Well, I mean, I could skip this, but I don't want to. I want to see what's been said and if they go on record or not. I don't know. Where's my good morning, Bex? I did not hear you say good morning to me. Dave handing out roses already this morning. Dave is in a good mood this morning. Lady Di giving out a bunch as well. Hello, James. How are you, sir? Nice to see you, buddy. Streamlabs is handing roses out. I mean, I don't really know. I still don't really know why this trial's ongoing. Oh, Bex and Dave. No, don't give me a limp one. Don't give me a limp flower. So yeah, I think they are probably with the media. Let's see what happens here. Andrell did not go to watch the Super Bowl. It wasn't the best Super Bowl. It wasn't the best. Not because the Patriots lost. If you're into the defense play on both sides was excellent, especially the Seahawks. The Seahawks defense dominated. But in terms of football, it wasn't the best. What did she say? Mine was busy seminar at my church, poll worker training, and my son getting inducted into National Honor Society. Oh, congratulations to him. Andrell, happy days for you. Roses surely should be daffodils for the lad. I know. A limp daffodil from Dave. I don't think Dave knows what a daffodil is, to be fair. He's a bit too old. So we're off the record. I still don't know what's going on. I don't know. There's no jury in there though, so I don't know. I honestly don't know what's going on. I think she spoke to the media. They come back to speak to other media. It might be something from Friday. It was boring, Bex. It was boring. It wasn't the most entertaining game. Um, the Seahawks just was ticking over. They just got it done. They were just kicking the ball like they got a great punter, and yeah, they kick points, and the Patriots got on behind it, and then I think they were probably nervous, and then just got behind the 8 ball, which meant that they had to push it then, and then when you got 2 turnovers and um, you know a fumble, it's very hard to win the Super Bowl and make it entertaining. Because he zoomed in on his phone, joke. No, I don't think it's. I think it's something to do with the pool camera more than there is about anything else. I mean, it can't be about her, the woman who tweeted, because she's allowed to tweet. Do you know what I mean? They might not like it, but she's allowed to. So there must be something else on top of that, because she has her opinion and being caught. I mean, I wonder if these prosecutors know that they're being like scrutinized as much as they are. I don't know. Oh, I'm not going to say that, Katie, because I've not heard that, so I'm not going to speculate just in case. Also, yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. Hello, Sue. How are you, Sue? Hope you're doing well. It sort of has simmered down a little bit, James, I think. I watched a little bit of coverage. I know I watched a little bit of Runkle. Runkle didn't like the state very much. They didn't like the openings for the state and stuff like that. But I didn't really watch too much more than that then. I know you are tired, but we all are. So have a sense of what have I missed? Why have I not got a sense of humour? I don't know what I missed. I don't know what I missed, Lady Di. I wonder what is going on. I I mean, I hate sidebars that we can't. We're all nosy bitches, yeah. So, and I want to hear what's been said, because I don't know. I don't know. No, it's true. They argued back and forth in the Instagram comments last night, laughing my ass off. She said you're a disgrace to the game, and he said you're a disgrace to music. They said, okay, I'm not messing with you. I genuinely don't know what you're on about. I honestly, I don't. I'm not even joking. I don't know what I've missed. I know I'm on top chat, so unless I've missed something on live, I don't know what you're saying. Honestly, I thought you were taking the piss. I don't know what I've missed. I genuinely don't know what I missed. Is Ruby mandatory in Wales though? What do you mean Ruby? Ruby, na 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 na. Next year, New England will get a tougher schedule. Then we'll see. I'm picking the Packers. Dave, you pick the Packers every fucking year. Look what happens. They crumble every single year. Look, I think the paths have got to improve by next year. They do, 100%. Lions are talking it for 2027. Sorry, all. Lions had their chance back. Do you know what? Lions did have their chance. They blew it against San Francisco. They blew it. I said that to my teammate at the time. I was like, this is your chance. Rugby. You are grouchy. You are I am not. I'm tired. I'm not. I don't think I'm grouchy though. I just think I feel like your husband right now, and I can't win. So I will just shut my mouth. I cannot win, Mr. Lady Di. I know how you feel, sir. Hopefully you see this. I know how you feel. Rugby. I do not watch it. I don't watch rugby. I watch American sports now, James. I watched a great game of basketball. Duke versus North Carolina. That was a great game. I enjoyed that thoroughly. So no, I've lost interest in rugby. I lost interest in rugby ages ago, though. Do you know what I mean? Ages ago. So I'm same with football, to be quite honest with you. Soccer, as you call say it. Tie is no excuse. I don't think I'm grumpy, but I'm not going to argue with you because I know that I can't win when I argue with Lady Di. So yeah, I will do as your husband does and just be like, okay, dear, you're correct. When did you start watching American, not football? I started watching. I would say I got into it about 10 years ago or so, but I really got into it about 4 or 5 years ago, where I wouldn't miss a game. Here she is. She's back again. Guess who's back? Back again. Lady's back. Tell a friend. I don't know what she is, but American football used to be on Channel 4 in the 80s. I remember Chicago Bears winning.
Sure, Mr. Bolden, anything else we can take up before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, Mr. Hill. All right. Very good. You can bring the jury in. Thank you.
Hello, lovely. I'm seriously depressed and unhappy today. Do not be depressed and unhappy, because otherwise Lady Di will have a pop at you. So, best team won, lovely, so don't worry about it. It is what it is. It's disappointing, but it is. I watched some curling, Dave. I haven't watched any. My husband told me to stop picking on you. I thank you, hubby, because I don't know why she's picking on me. I don't know why. Beck says, don't listen to Lady Di, live your life. Thank you, Bex. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Bex. For fuck's sake, picking on him. I don't even know why you're picking on me. I genuinely don't know. I feel like your second husband, for fuck's sakes. I've learned never argue with a woman. So.
All right, please be seated, everyone. Thank you.
Because you can never win.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Thank you very much for being on time. We are ready to resume the trial. State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24CR0547. Is the state ready?
State's ready, Judge.
Is the defense ready? You may call your next witness, Mr. Yellowman-Chili.
State calls Mr. Chris Melton.
Could you get Chris Melton? Thank you.
Okay, here is people. Strap it in, strap it on, ladies. We are getting it. It is. Wow. Here we go. No, everyone chill out. Everyone chill out. No need to go over the top. Is this alright for you, Lady Di? Fuck, Chris Melton, the one that we wanted. Right, here he is. Please make sure you like and subscribe. Thank you very much, everybody.
Sir, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, if you would, please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record, and just speak towards the microphone both now and when you're giving your answers, please.
Chris Melton, CHRISMELTON.
And Mr. Melton, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Loganville.
All right.
South Walton County and Covington address, but I went to Loganville High School and School District.
Okay. And did you graduate from Loganville High School?
Yes, sir.
What year was it that you graduated from Loganville High School?
1996.
After you graduated from Loganville High School, did you go to college anywhere?
Yes, sir. Georgia College in Milledgeville.
Okay. Back when you were in high school, did you play any sports?
Yes, sir. Football, track, a year of golf. I was pretty busy with sports and involved with the school.
Once you got to Georgia College, where is Georgia College?
It's in Milledgeville, Georgia.
All right. When you got there, did you try to get connected with anything that was sports related?
Yes, sir. Once I was there, I wasn't on any type of sporting team, and I kind of missed the interaction. I missed being involved with the school, and I actually had a friend that I had made along the way that had come and introduced me to the cheerleading squad, and I thought that was interesting, so that's where it started there. Yes, sir.
Had you done any cheerleading before that or anything?
No, sir.
All right. Did you take to it pretty well?
I did.
Okay.
I was pretty athletic, and with the coaching and so forth and the support, it came pretty easy. Yes, sir.
Did you end up finishing your degree at Georgia College or leaving before you finished?
I left before I finished.
Okay. And so I want to go to your time while you were actually there at Georgia College. Did you ever meet a young lady by the name of Tara Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How'd you meet Tara?
I met Tara through actually one of the cheerleaders I have become friends with, Phil Peavy, and his sister was Ashley Peavy, and that was one of Tara's closest friend, if not best friend, and that was how we had the introduction.
And Ashley Peavy, does she have a different name now? Is she married?
Yes, I believe it's Ashley Hall.
Okay. And if you pardon me for just a minute, I'm going to pour myself a glass of water. Would you like a glass of water?
Yes, sir, please.
So Ashley Peavy, who is Ashley Hall, now introduced the two of y'all. When you left Georgia College, where did you go?
Once I left Georgia College, I moved back home with my parents.
So when you and Tara met at Georgia College, did y'all ever go on any dates or anything?
Yes, actually the first date we had was her sorority, 80 Pi sorority, formal. And she did not have a date, and I was approached, would I be interested in being her companion for the evening, and I was all for it. Yes, sir. And
Okay.
that was our first date.
At the time, was Tara someone you were interested in romantically?
Before that, I would say no, sir.
Okay.
We had introductions, and I thought she was gorgeous, but I wasn't pursuing. No, sir.
Okay. And so did your relationship become more serious after you left Georgia College?
Yes, sir. We the night of the formal, we kind of had a spark, and while I was at the school, we kind of we crossed paths and so forth, but in social events and so forth, but our relationship took off after I had left, and she had moved back to her parents, and we got reconnected, and that's when it really became an exclusive relationship.
And you said when she went back to her parents, do you know where her parents were living?
Her parents lived in Lovejoy.
Okay. And do you know what she was doing when she went back home?
She went back home. She started working at a law firm, a real estate law firm.
In Lovejoy?
I believe it was.
Okay.
They're in the vicinity.
While she was at Georgia College, do you know what kind of student Tara was?
She was an incredible student.
Okay.
Sir.
How long, if you know, did it take her to graduate from Georgia College?
I believe it was early. I believe she was a year early on her graduation.
Okay. And do you know how many degrees she graduated with?
I believe 2.
All right. How did that compare to you as a student?
She outperformed me, by all means, in most, I would say.
And I'm sorry, I cut you off. You said "and most." Is
I
that
would say
right?
in most, yes, sir.
Okay. When you got home, and college didn't work out for you or wasn't for you, what were you trying to do with your life, or what did you decide to get into?
Well, I was introduced to a plumbing ad in a newspaper by my mother the first day that I made it home. I came down the stairs, and as I turned the corner, she's sitting at the dining room table with the newspaper open and had already highlighted a plumbing job that was advertised, and she said, you're getting to work.
Yeah. So you weren't just going to get to hang out and watch TV, I guess. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that something you began to pursue kind of more seriously than just passing the time and making a little bit of money?
Yes, once I got involved, it actually became interesting. It seemed like a different side of my brain was activated. It was actually fairly easy to me. I'm not downplaying what the tasks are, but it's something I connected with very quickly. My father's side, he was a very good engineer, fabricator, pipe fitter. He wasn't necessarily a plumber, but he could build and take down and reconstruct about anything you could think of.
Okay. And were you and your dad pretty close?
Oh, very tight.
Okay. Is he still with us?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And when did he pass away?
May 26 of 2024.
And so I want to get back to you and Tara's relationship as you're living with your parents and she is back home with her folks in Lovejoy. Around what year is this?
98.
Okay. Did you text a lot of people back in 1998?
I don't think I could text in 1998.
All right. So how is it that you and Tara were able to reconnect after she gets home and you're home?
While I was still at Georgia College, we had started having affections for each other. We weren't in a relationship, but each time that we crossed paths, our eyes would lock and we'd smile and spend some extended period of time together. And during that time, before she left, before I had left, she had found me on campus and made sure that I had her information back to Lovejoy where her parents were, her phone number, her address, and she had written it on an index card. And once she handed that to me, I folded it up, put it in my wallet, and made sure I never lost it.
Okay. And so how far away from each other were y'all living during that time period?
Quite a distance.
Okay.
I would say.
As best you can recall, do you remember how long it took to drive from your parents' house to her parents' house, roughly?
Hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. How did the relationship progress? Was it something that started quickly or slowly, or how did that happen?
Well, it progressed with the first phone call. I reached out, and our first conversation, it was like we had been talking the whole time. And I recall spending 2+ hours with her on the phone, and it just came naturally. And I recall her just being, so funny, so smart. She was intriguing. She just bragged about her family, her siblings, her parents, what they did, and the conversation would just naturally roll out, and that made me want to continue to speaking with her and further on. And then we spoke day after day after day, and then I was invited out to her home for our first visit and pretty much our first date.
Okay. After your first visit and first date, how often would y'all get to see each other in person?
On the weekends, mostly. She was working, I was working, and we would see each other like Friday night or like a Saturday night, what was available, working with our schedules. Never spent the night. It was just always a day visit, a night to the evening, and then either, I would have to leave, and then we would find things to do, locally or at her parents' house. We'd watch movies or spend some time with the family or whatnot. But that's how it slowly progressed there. So.
As you continued that relationship, did you learn anything about Tara's plans for the future?
Yes, she had admirations to go to law school, and at first I remember she wanted to be a Supreme Court justice at one point, if I'm not mistaken. And then she got into, when she was working at the real estate law firm, that sparked her interest. She started getting more involved in that, and I think she liked the, as she would say, happy law. And that kind of fit her and suited her personality better.
Okay. And so did she have plans to go to law school?
Yes, sir.
Is there anywhere in particular that she wanted to go to law school?
UGA.
All right. And is that something she was able to accomplish as far as being able to attend UGA Law School?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recall when it is that she, or, well, let me ask it this way. Did Tara end up moving out of her parents' house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did she move to?
Her first apartment was Timothy Woods.
Okay. Timothy Woods, where is that? What city?
That is in Athens.
All right. And when, if you recall, did she move to Timothy Woods?
'99, I would say, around that time. 99,
Okay.
somewhere in that area.
So when she first moved to Athens, did she move here to start law school or to start something else?
When she moved to Athens, she had a job at another law firm. Excuse me.
Was that law firm in Athens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember how long roughly she worked there until she started law school?
Yes, sir. I would close to a year,
Okay.
I believe.
And so when is it that Tara started law school?
2000.
All right. And I want to back up and talk about what you were doing in this time frame. We talked about you had kind of found a home in plumbing. It was something that suited you and that you learned pretty quickly. Is that something that you were continuing to pursue?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so were you working for a company or how were you working as a plumber during that time period?
Okay. When I began, I worked for a company named Car Plumbing, and they had great ownership, great superintendents, great instruction, and that made things easier. And once I was there and I was exposed to the environment and blueprints and the procedures, it sparked me. I was a hands-on person. I liked putting things together. And so that helped me in actually pursuing plumbing in itself. I could see the potential. The owners of the business were very well off. They were very successful. So I saw a future in that, and that was a goal at that point. I could see that maybe this is something I need to stick with.
Did you ever move out of your parents' home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you did, where did you move to?
I moved to Jamestown North in Athens.
Okay. Do you recall where in Athens those apartments are, or what type of residence was it?
They're more or less like townhomes, 2 stories that are close proximity attached, and South Millage Avenue is where they're located.
Okay. And when is it that you moved to Athens?
I moved to Athens in 2000.
All right. So at this point, how long had you and Tara been dating as a couple?
I would say over 2.5 years.
Okay.
At that point, around 2 years.
And so you moved to Athens when in 2000? I'm sorry.
I believe it was in April of 2000.
Okay. And so you're in Athens also. This is the first time that y'all are living back in the same town since y'all were in Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's the first time you're living in the same town since your relationship has been serious over the last 2 years or so. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But y'all are living in two separate places, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How often would you get to see Tara once you moved to Athens?
Definitely, I was happy because we did get to see each other more often. I could see her pretty frequently on a daily, if not a daily basis, multiple times a week, upwards of 5 days a week.
Okay. And so we talked about the Timothy Woods address that Tara lived in from 99 to 2000. Did she move somewhere else in Athens around the time she was starting in law school?
Yes, sir. I believe it was Deer Park.
Okay.
Referred to.
Who did she live at Deer Park with?
She lived with, at the time, Ashley Peavy and Valerie Lang. I believe was Valerie's last name.
All right. And Ashley Peavy, you mentioned her before from Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How is it that Tara knew Valerie?
I believe she met her through Ashley. I think it was Ashley's old roommate, but previous roommate before.
All right. And so were Ashley and Valerie seeing anyone romantically?
Yes. Ashley was in a relationship with Chris Hall, to whom I believe who she's married to now, and they met in Milledgeville also, from my understanding. Valerie, I wasn't as familiar with their relationship, and I'm sorry, but I can't quite remember his name.
Well, that's okay. So, would you ever go over to Tara's residence once you moved to Deer Park?
Yes.
Okay. And would Tara come over to your residence at Jamestown?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Did y'all ever spend the night with each other?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so would she spend the night more often at your residence than you would at hers?
The majority of the time would be my place.
Okay. Were there times, though, when you would stay over at her place sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were there times when you would go and hang out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a key to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
All right. Are you aware of any of the boyfriends having keys to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what that law school experience was like for Tara. Once she started in law school, would that have been, August of 2000? Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
Okay. What was that experience like for her as far as academically and time constraints and things like that?
It was a new challenge. Her academics previously, I would say, came pretty easily to her. And then when she started law school, it was more consuming and definitely much more of a challenge.
Okay. Is that something that kind of compressed y'all's free time?
Yes.
I can rephrase
All right,
the
I'll
question.
sustain it, allow you to rephrase if you choose to.
How did law school affect Tara's free time?
It definitely consumed more of her free time.
Okay.
She had to spend more time there.
And so at this point, you're in Athens. Where are most of your plumbing jobs happening, though?
Walton County, Gwinnett County, some in Rockdale County, and the northern side of Forsyth, and sometimes even in Hall.
Okay. So all west of Athens.
Correct.
Okay. Who were you working for back then?
Well, I started with McCarr Plumbing, and I worked for them for 2.5 years, I would say. And there was a point that after I really had the hang of it, and I really knew I had a grasp. And I had been a crew leader at this point for multiple years. I decided that I think I was going to pursue a stepping stone, which at that point would be referred to as subcontracting. And so at that point, you would purchase your own vehicle, your tools, your equipment, you would have your own insurance, and you would have your own employment as far as employees that would work for you.
Okay. And so you're getting ready to try to take this next step that you just described. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, I want to back up a little bit and talk about that and kind of the broader context of you and Tara's relationship. You know, obviously, Tara's a very high-achieving person. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. She is a large motivation for me to so early want to pursue the next step.
And you mentioned it right there. You called it a motivation. Were you ever intimidated or discouraged or upset by Tara's achievements?
Never.
Okay. How did you take it?
I took it as a good thing. I was supportive. I knew from the beginning her ambitions, and I always try to be supportive in any way I could. And she did the same for me.
And so, we talked about when you were at McCart, you mentioned going out on your own subcontract and you got to get all this stuff for yourself. At McCart, were you using your own money to buy gas to go to jobs and fuel, or gas to go to jobs or other supplies or anything like that? Or was that part of what was given to you?
No, sir. Once you are a crew leader, you're issued a vehicle, gas card, all your equipment, tools, fittings, and so forth. Whatever's needed to complete the job, they supply.
Okay. So who was paying for gas when you were working for McCart and living in Athens and having to travel for jobs?
When I was working for McCart, they paid for everything.
Was that the case for you as a subcontractor trying to go out on your own, or was it different?
It was different, yes, sir. And I was responsible fully for everything.
All right. And so at this time, where were your folks living?
They were living, it's a Covington address, but it's in Walton County.
Okay. And so that address, was that closer or further from most of your jobs than where you were living in Athens?
Much closer.
Okay. Based on that, did you make any decisions about how you were going to spend your time between Athens and other places?
Yes, sir. I had just started working for myself maybe a week prior, okay? And
Now, I'm going to stop you just a week prior to what?
to Tara's death.
Okay.
Okay. I was within within a week I had started. What I had to make a decision was to stay at my parents' due to the cost and the additional expense of the travel. I still wanted to keep my place in Athens. I had no intentions of moving from there, but I did like having my place something close to Tara, so when we did have free time, we did have a place to meet, go. I could have my own space. But during the work days, I would stay at my parents'. That way I had a truck, a trailer for hauling equipment. They had the space, and they were roughly in one direction 50 plus miles closer to most of my jobs.
Okay. And so at this point, we're talking about January, within a couple weeks of Tara's murder, do you still have your apartment at Jamestown?
That's correct.
Okay. How was the state of you and Tara's relationship, in those months leading up to her murder?
Everything was wonderful. It was difficult for us not to see each other as much as we would have liked, but we were both in the understanding that we were pursuing future paths for us to have a better future together. And so she was supportive of my pursuits, and I would be supportive of her pursuits. But our relationship was strong.
And you mentioned in order for us to have a future together, is that something that y'all talked about, a future together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk with you about some difficult things, obviously. I want to talk with you in particular about the morning of, well, let's start with Thursday, January 18th, going into Friday, January 19th, okay? Did you talk, and I don't want you to tell me what people said to you, okay, but did you talk to Tara on Thursday, January 18th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, if anything, was significant about that weekend that was coming up in a couple of days, sir?
It was her birthday.
Okay. And what was Tara's birthday?
It was the 20th.
All right.
And that would have been the Saturday coming up.
Did y'all have any plans for the weekend based on the fact that it was her birthday?
Yes, sir. She had, there was, I believe, law school students and even co-workers from the law firm, if I'm not mistaken, and we were going to go out and have a kind of a mixed, mingled drink kind of social event in celebration of her birthday.
All right. Is that something you were excited about?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know how Tara felt about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did she feel about it?
She was excited.
All right. And then, I want to talk about January 19th of 2001. When you woke up that morning, about what time did you get up, and what was your plan for the day?
Okay. I would have woken up somewhere between 6:30 to get ready. Josh McCurdy, who worked for me at the time, he would arrive at my house around 7:15, and then we would go from my house to Nash Plumbing. Nash Plumbing offered the ability to use my subcontracting abilities. Some companies would only work in-house employees, but Nash Plumbing would allow us to work there. So around 7:15, we went to Nash Plumbing to load up for a task. They would issue me that task that morning. We had just previously completed one within just a few days. Prior to that, we had started and finished it the day before. So at 7:30 to 7:45-ish, we arrived at Nash Plumbing to load up the materials for the next task. And then
I want to stop you for just a second there. You're saying you get assigned a task at Nash Plumbing. What do you mean by a task?
Okay. Well, Nash Plumbing has the licensing, the contract agreements with developers and contractors. They work the figure sides of things, the overall cost.
The bidding?
The bidding.
Okay.
Yes, sir. As a subcontractor, you are paid per fixture. And so there's a per fixture cost being such as something like and I did rough ends before the sheetrock went in the houses and so forth. The houses are studded when the roofing's put on. And so I would get the assignment from them. They would give me the address, the person, the superintendent to whom I would meet, and then I would go to the job sites and I would lay out with them the blueprinting and so forth and what is intended to be installed. And they would supply me in return. Nash would give me the fittings, the pipes, the glue, the adhesives, the fasteners, whatever's needed to be installed. But I've supplied the trucks, the vehicles, the fuel, and the help and insurance. That's the agreement at that point.
Okay. And so I just want to back up. You mentioned an individual by the name of Josh McCurdy. Is that right?
Correct.
And you testified that that's someone who is working for you, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How did you know Josh?
I met Josh when he came on to work for McCart Plumbing, and he actually ended up on my crew that I was in charge of. And when I decided to leave, he and I had a good relationship. We got along very well. I saw potential in him that he could gain in his abilities, and he was always reliable and so forth. I asked him, would you be interested to come work for me as I step out into this next leg? And he agreed, and that's where that started.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you your full date of birth, but can you tell me what year you were born in?
78.
Okay. Sorry, I meant to do that at the front end there. And so at this point, let's go back to January 19th of 2001, now that we have a little explanation of how the business model worked between you and Nash Plumbing. So on January 19th of 2001, you said you went to Nash Plumbing to get your task. After you get your task, when you're working for Nash Plumbing, is there anything else you have to do while you're there?
Once they tell me the amount of fixtures, the size of the house, I have to load up the appropriate fittings, pipe, the linear footage that's needed to be installed. And then we load that onto my vehicle, and then we take it to the job site, and we do the installation.
Typically, on average, how long does that process of determining what you need and then loading it all up, how long does that take?
Take anywhere from 45 minutes to even sometimes upwards of an hour and 15 minutes to an hour and a half.
Is that dependent on the size of the assignment that you've received or the task that you've received?
That's correct. Along with, there's other contractors there that hold, we'll say, the same subcontracting title, and they're also loading up. So sometimes you have to kind of move around and wait your turn to speak with the owner and so forth. But we're all kind of, if I'm there without other people, it can go much faster. But if it's a busy time like the subway or whatnot, so to speak, in the office, it can take you a little bit longer. And depending on the size of the house, yes, a small house takes less time than a large house to pull your materials.
After you did finish getting loaded up, where did you go next? And I know it's been 25 years, but as best you recall, where did you go next?
I went to Wachovia in Loganville.
Okay. Is the Wachovia in Loganville, approximately how far away that is from Athens?
From Athens, 50 to 60 miles.
Okay. And about what time were you at Wachovia?
Right after I believe at the time opened, it was around 9 o'clock, 9 to 9:10, somewhere in that area when I arrived.
And so when you got to Wachovia, did you go inside the bank?
I did.
All right. And what were you doing inside the bank that day?
At that point, I believe I was depositing a check and I was withdrawing money.
Okay. After you got done at the bank, did y'all leave?
That's correct.
All right. And where did you go?
From Wachovia, I believe it went to Truck Customs in Loganville, just to talk to Bill, the owner. I had planned to have a ladder rack. We had talked about this and had something ordered in that was a ladder rack that was going to be installed onto my work truck to help out, and that would be the next place, to my recollection.
And Truck Customs, feel a little silly asking this question, seems like it's right in the name, but what type of business was Truck Customs?
Okay. They would do modifications, all types of modifications, from tires to lift kits to toolboxes to ladder racks, anything that would help with, work or appearance on vehicles.
So the first time you got to Truck Customs, you made reference to a pipe rack a few minutes, or probably not even a minute ago in your testimony. Was that ready to be installed when you got there the first time?
No, sir, it wasn't ready.
Okay. And so what did you do at that point?
Josh and I went to a house in Grayson. We had previously completed that. the installation. So with that being said, we had to fill the piping with water, pressurized on the water piping side, and then you fill the drain piping with water to have it ready for inspection for the county to come in. And it was my duty to go back and do an inspection to make sure that we didn't have any leaks or any corrections that had to be made.
All right. Were y'all able to complete that task?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there anything else that y'all were supposed to be doing that day?
Yes, sir. We had to go to Forsyth, to the house I had loaded up the materials for previously that morning, earlier that morning.
From your task or assignment from that morning from Nash?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And where was that house?
That would have been, I believe, in the northern part of Forsyth County.
Okay.
In Forsyth County.
Did y'all go to that residence?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what phase of construction was this home in?
It was in the new development phase, so the foundation has been installed, the framing has been completed, excluding the roof. They had not put the decking on the roof, and they were in the middle of trying to get the decking put on. And it was, at that point, it was literally like raining that day, and rain was coming down inside of the house. And so I had the opportunity to meet with Mike, who was the superintendent. I'm not really sure who the contracted company was it was doing, but I met with Mike, who was in charge of doing the layouts. And we got the blueprints, and we completed the layout for the house, and I unloaded the plastic fittings and piping because it wasn't really at risk of being stolen, not like copper piping. So I held on to that where I didn't have to haul that back and forth. And so we left that on the site.
Well, and you mentioned risk of being stolen and copper piping. The stuff that you left at the site, is that stuff you can turn in for money at a salvage yard?
Not really, no, sir.
Okay. And so given the rain that was coming down, were you able to complete what your task was supposed to be that day?
No, sir.
All right. And why is that?
With the water coming into the house, my next step would have been pulling electrical cords and electrical equipment to drill the appropriate holes in their locations. So once that happens, it's too high of a risk of electric shock. So we just didn't go any further with that.
Okay. Where did y'all go from Forsyth County as best you can recall?
I believe we went back to Truck Customs. I just swung back in just to talk to Bill to get some measurements to make sure he could construct the pipe rack at that point, to the right lengths and distances and pinpoints, and it still wasn't ready at that point.
All right. And so where did y'all go next?
I recall going from there back to Nash Plumbing and speaking with Jody Nash, who is the owner's wife. This would have been a husband-wife operation, but they were successful, and they had lots of work that was coming through. But Jody is the one that was in charge of getting us to our appropriate assignments and paperwork. And I went back there just to swing in to let her know, this is where we're at with the Forsyth house, and I will be coming back Monday, to get that house started.
And where'd y'all go after that?
We went back to my house. Went back to my parents' house. Josh's vehicle was there. At this point, he could go back home. He lived in close proximity. Go back home. We're on some downtime for the moment, because at that point, when I went to Truck Customs, we had established a time that I could return, and it would be ready for the installation. I could leave the truck with him for an hour or so, and he would complete the installation, and that's why we went back to my house for a short period of time.
Okay. And about what time of day would this have been at this point?
Okay, arriving back at my house, that would have been maybe around 2 o'clock or so, 2 to 2:30ish. I know that we had agreed to meet back up at my house around 3:30 to 3:45 to make the trip back to Truck Customs in Loganville. to drop off the vehicle. He followed me in his personal vehicle where we could leave the vehicle and then just kind of run around and do some personal things and errands and so forth while that installation was being completed.
And what time, if you recall, were you supposed to be back at Truck Customs or could be back at Truck Customs to pick up your truck?
That once it would take about an hour or so. Once I would drop it off at 4, it was going to take an hour and 15 minutes, he said, to have the installation complete.
Okay. Did y'all ever go back to Truck Customs to get that installation done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about what time was that?
We arrived approximately around 4 p.m.
All right. While you were at Truck Customs, well, let me go back and ask this question. At that time period, what types of communication devices or ways that people could contact you did you have?
I had a pager, a cell phone / Nextel, if anybody recalls what Nextels were. So that's the Nextel aspect of it was mainly used like through the contractors and glorified walkie-talkie. But I had a cell phone and a pager.
Yeah. Well, and it just for folks that might not remember, and I think I remember, but can you explain, what was it about those Nextel phones you said was a glorified walkie-talkie? What do you mean by that?
All right, Nextels could only communicate with another Nextel. And so you didn't have a phone number, so to speak, but you had a pre-issued number that you could type in, and then basically you would push the button and speak, and then that would directly alert the other person on the other line, and they could hear you, and then you would let off the button, and then the communication could continue back and forth.
So it wasn't necessarily like a ring and answer. It was almost like a system where you come on like a public address system.
More or less.
Okay. And so did you receive any kind of alert from anyone while you were at Truck Customs?
Yes, I received a page.
And that page, do you know who that came from?
It came from Miss Baker.
Okay. And when you say Miss Baker, are you talking about Tara or somebody else in her family?
Tara's mother, Virginia Baker.
All right. And if you recall, what was the initial page that you received?
If I can recall, I believe it was her home phone number.
Okay.
That came through.
And did you reach out to Miss Baker?
Yes, sir. I reached out. I asked if I could use Bill's phone number, Bill's phone at Truck Customs, and he allowed me to use his phone for a moment to return the call.
Okay. And I don't want you to get into the specifics of words that someone said to you, but what did you learn when you called Miss Virginia Baker?
She had told me that there was a fire at Tara's residence. Her car is the only one in the driveway, and there was a body discovered in the fire.
Okay. In that moment, what was your reaction to hearing that information?
Devastated.
What, if anything, did you do right after that as far as where you were going to go or what your plan was or what you were trying to do?
I recall once I got off the phone with Miss Baker, I kind of just was in shock, and I had to take a moment, and I recall, I believe, somehow either I ended up taking a knee or two knees or sat down on the floor to have a moment to recover in the showroom. And then once I came around, the attention was on me, and I remember Bill, I believe, reaching out and asking if I was okay, and Josh was like, "Are you okay?" And I looked at Josh, and I said, "You need to get me to Athens right now." and he agreed.
Okay. So what did y'all do from there?
Josh took me in his vehicle. They had already taken my vehicle back for the installation, so we jumped in his vehicle, and he drove. And as we're en route to Athens, I'm trying to reach out to, I'm calling 411, trying to find Ashley and Valerie's parents from their last name. And kind of at that time, I believe I knew Ashley was from Milledgeville area, and I can't recall now at the moment where Valerie was from, but I did at the time. And I had also, when I was on the phone with Miss Baker, she had stated there was a body in the fire, and they did not know where Valerie or Ashley were at that moment. They had not made contact.
Was that part of the reason that you were trying to get a hold of them or their families?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to sustain that, ask you not to lead the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Why were you trying to get a hold of Ashley and Valerie?
I was trying to figure out where everybody was. I had, with the information given to me, I already felt at heart that I knew who this was just based on whose car was in the driveway, but I was uncertain, and I wanted to reach out to her parents and anybody I could get a hold of to see if they had been in communication, and also to inform them of what had happened.
Did y'all eventually arrive in Athens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived in Athens, where did you go?
What I can recall is when I was on the phone with Ms. Baker, I think Athens Clark County had reached out to her, and she informed me of that. So I reached out to Athens Clark County and called, and I went straight to the police department, is where I was told to go from the police department. They said, come straight here. And so that's where we were.
And I think that it's kind of indicated in your answer, but let me just ask it to clarify. When you say that you reached out to Athens Clark County, is there a particular department or agency or part of Athens Clark County that you reached out to?
Not that I recall. I think it may have just been like the main number at that time.
The main number for what?
For the police department.
Okay. All right. And so you went to the police department. At any point, did you leave the police department to go somewhere else?
Yes. Once I was there, they had asked me a few questions in a room, and then they asked me if I would identify her body.
What went through your mind when they asked you that?
I really did not want to agree at first because I was aware that there was a fire, and I didn't want to see any of them. You know, no matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation I may have caused, and it was difficult just to comprehend. And then the detective, he asked if I would identify the body because he did not want the parents to have to identify the body, and I could save them some grief, so I agreed.
Where did you go at that point?
They took me to Deer Park, and they took me to the scene.
When you got to the scene, what did you do next?
Once we got out of the car, the detectives wanted to walk me into the house to identify her, and we were stopped at the door, I believe by a fireman, if I can recollect, and he said he cannot come in here. And at that point, they came up with a different plan. They walked me back to the curb and said, we're going to do this a different way. And they took a picture, and I got to identify her through a digital camera image from the camera itself.
I want to take you back to July of 2000. Were y'all, when I say y'all, I mean you and Tara, were y'all celebrating anything special as far as a milestone or anything in that time period?
Yes, sir. Along the way of starting to date back when she was at her parents', when we kind of considered us exclusive, we both would agree upon that first date, that when I came to visit would be our first, date line, timeline. And so it was July 4th weekend, and so July 4th we considered that our anniversary. Yes, sir.
So July 4th of 2000, based on what you were saying, 1998, is that what you just said?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so what anniversary would that have been for y'all?
We're looking at, what's that, 99, 2000, close to, I would say 3 years.
Well, so from July of 1998 to July of 2000.
To 2000, okay.
Yeah.
99, 2000, 2 years. I apologize.
Did you get Tara anything special for that anniversary?
Yes, sir. I got her diamond-studded earrings.
How did she feel about that gift that you had gotten her?
Oh, she adored them. She realized, and we had discussions that, this is representation of where we've been and where we're headed. And once she put them in, to my knowledge, unless she was to clean them or whatnot, she always wore them. Every time I saw her, she always had these diamond earrings in.
On January 19th of 2001, did you talk with police about those diamond earrings at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When I was shown the pictures of Tara, I was in utter shock, just in the moment. But as I got to gaze upon these pictures, it did not look like Tara. And I couldn't, for certain, even identify her. And it just came to mind, if this is Tara, she's wearing the diamond earrings. And so they returned into the house. And then he returned back to me. And when he opened his hand, he had one of the diamond-studded earrings. And that's when I knew for certain it was Tara.
So you see the diamond earrings, and do you communicate your certainty to them that that is Tara?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, about how many police officers are out there at the scene, as best you can recall?
I know just regular uniformed police officers, I would guesstimate maybe 3 or 4. But surrounding me at that very moment, if you include the person that's holding the camera, I'm not sure if these are detectives, there's approximately 4.
I'm sorry. I thought something was trying to get communicated to the bailiffs, Judge, so I just...
Does anybody in the jury need something? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, you may continue, Mr. Yellman-Chili.
Thank you, Your Honor. So about 4 uniformed, patrol 3 or 4, and then you're surrounded by some detectives. Is that what you just said?
That's correct.
Okay. What type of feeling were you getting in your perception of the way that those detectives were interacting with you and talking to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Mr. Yelman-Chile, any response?
Yes, Judge. I don't think that it's speculation to ask Mr. Melton what his perception of certain people's actions towards him were.
Overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Melton, I'll ask you the question again, sir. What was your perception of the way that those detectives surrounding you were treating you and speaking with you? And I'm not asking you to say what people said, but what was your perception of the situation?
I felt as if they were gazing upon me, and I could feel the intensity from them staring at me as they were angry. And I would say,
Did you?
felt anger.
That's all right. And if you could, I know it's difficult, all witnesses do it, make sure that you speak clearly and loudly towards the microphone so that our court reporter is able to make a record, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever leave the scene that evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We went, yes, I was taken back to the police department at that point. Yes, sir.
Okay. That night when you were at the police department, did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you do so voluntarily?
Yes, sir. As there was a point in time that I was taken back to the police department, my parents, I had called to inform them what had happened. They were going to they had difficulty of finding the location. They knew where I had an apartment at Jamestown North, so the police gave me, they took me in an unmarked vehicle back to my place where I could meet with my parents, and then my parents, we went back to the police station.
Okay. And is that the point at which you talked with police after your parents took you back to the police station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a lawyer with you?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a lawyer?
No, sir.
Okay. When you spoke with the police that evening, did you tell them, or did you answer all their questions truthfully?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After that interview concluded, where did you go?
We were put up in a hotel, Holiday Inn, near the downtown area, and that was provided by the police department. They said you could, it was, when it was all concluded, it was late, and it had been an emotional day, and we were all exhausted, and we were put up in a hotel room, my parents, my mother, my father, myself.
Well, and let me ask you this and back up a little bit. When you interviewed with the police on January 19th, did you have any kind of things on your hands from working?
Yes, sir, which I usually did, like primer, if you're and glue, solvents. You know, they can stain your hands. You know, primer is purple in color. Some may even say kind of purplish blue, and whatever it touches, it stains. Piping cement, it kind of adheres to you pretty well, and I had things such as, I believe, that on my hands. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to go forward now to January 20th of 2001. This is the day after. At that point, did you ever return to those Jamestown apartments that you had an apartment at?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My parents had taken me back to the apartment to grab a few things.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. How do you typically deal with very stressful situations with difficult emotions involved?
Traditionally, I bottle it up inside, and I bottle it up inside and try to hold a secure presence for myself and the people around me. And yes, sir.
What happened on that day, on January 20th, the day after Tara's murder, once you got inside of your apartment, townhome, however you want to describe it?
Once we entered my apartment, my parents were with me, and I started having an extreme emotional moment. And they recognized that it was hard for me to hold it in any longer. And I do recall my parents coming to me and wrapping their arms around me and trying to get me to calm down. And in that moment, I actually felt claustrophobic. I felt restraint. And I remember pulling away from my father to get away from him. And then I spun around, and there was a wall in front of me at the bottom of the stairwell, and it was the sheetrock wall. And I just remembered unleashing my emotions on the sheetrock wall. And I punched it, I don't know, maybe 30 times, maybe more.
Did that do any damage to that wall?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did it do any damage to your hands?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of damage did it do to your hands?
It scratched my hands up. It swole my hands up. Fortunately, I didn't break anything, and I guess fortunately I didn't find a stud in the wall. It was mainly sheetrock, and as I went through the sheetrock, I was finding, I believe it was the concrete siding on the outside. It was an exterior wall, so I was punching through the sheetrock and hitting the concrete siding to the outside, and I was knocking, to my knowledge, I was knocking the siding loose also.
Okay. The next day, that's January 20th of 2001, after you stopped at your townhouse, apartment, whatever you want to call it, at Jamestown, where did you and your parents go after that?
We went back to my parents' house.
Okay. So on the 21st, did you speak with law enforcement again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is it that you were going back to speak with them about and do?
I believe to answer further questions. At that point, they were asking for further information, to my knowledge.
Okay.
And once I got there, we had discussed blood work and other things that may be needed, like hair samples and such.
Okay. Was this something that you were having to do because of a court order or search warrant or something?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it something that you did voluntarily?
Absolutely.
Okay. At this point, we're 2 days away from January 19th. You've already testified about how you felt the police were looking at you. Did you take a lawyer with you to that meeting on the 21st?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you honest with police about the questions they were asking you to the best of your recollection?
Absolutely.
Stand, I'll ask you to rephrase if you choose to rephrase.
Okay. Did the police ask you questions?
Yes, sir.
Did you answer them honestly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On that day, January 21st, were there any photographs taken?
They had taken pictures of my hands. I had to remove my shirt. They had taken pictures of my body, I believe, which included from my head to my waist, and I can't remember if I had to remove my pants, but I do remember from my waist up having to strip down to have photos taken also.
Okay. After you finished having photographs taken, did you end up having blood drawn?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, and if you don't, that's fine also, but was it the same or a different detective who talked to you on the 19th and the 21st?
I believe it was the same.
Okay. And so after you finished that interaction with police officers, what did you do?
As far as, can you rephrase, can you ask me once again?
Yeah. So we've talked about you go and talk to the police, then you go and do a blood draw. What did you do after you got done with the blood draw?
We went back to my parents' house.
Okay. Obviously, there's an investigation going on during this time period. Did that investigation continue to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How, during this time period, how are people who were in your life reacting to the investigation and to you?
I noticed distance.
Overruled. You may continue.
I'll ask the question again, Mr. Melton. How were people in your life or around your life reacting to the investigation being ongoing and reacting to you?
I could see that there was distance occurring. Like people would just it started fading away. Friends, and even, I hate to say, even family members that would just stop communication, and if it was discussed or brought up, or if I was in an area or a room that people knew of what had happened to Tara, I felt that I was being looked at as the person that would have caused this. And that's the perception I was feeling. That's feelings that I was getting.
You testified earlier about having a tendency to bottle up your emotions. How were you doing emotionally during that time period?
I'm struggling. I am struggling. Daily, I have to put on the best way I could describe as a facade to make it through the day. I understand that I have to make it through daily, but at night or whenever things stop, such as work or things that can keep me sidetracked, especially the nights were horrible. I would find myself on my knees, pounding the ground, the sand, whatever, just finding myself so mad at God that I couldn't understand. And I would wake up so many times for the longest time in fetal position where I just cried myself to exhaustion. But every day, each time I would be so angry and find myself in this position. As mad as I was and not understanding how God could allow the devil and his angels' house, I would feel warmth and thoughts in my head that weren't my own, telling me not to give up, not to give in. And it gave me the strength to get up each time and strap on my boots and carry on through the day. And this cycle continued for a long time until I just couldn't recall certain things and it would fade. But through the days, I would just find a way to make it through and keep my mind occupied and just dread of the next night to come. And it was so difficult. But I found a way. Jesus helped me get through this and carry forward. If that,
Mr. Melton.
yes, sir.
Overruled.
Mr. Melton, I'm going to ask you, sir, did law enforcement continue to reach out to you at certain times during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When they reached out to you, would they ask you for things or ask you questions, or what would they talk to you about?
Just different things. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to get my thoughts together at the moment.
Well, that's okay. Let me ask you this. At any point, did you refuse to speak with law enforcement or retain an attorney to speak with law enforcement?
No, sir.
Okay. What was your mindset as far as, why you were continuing to be cooperative with the investigation?
I always believed that the truth would set me free. I had nothing to hide.
Mr. Melton, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions for you right now.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
That was hard. Anyway, everyone strap her in because we're about to go on a ride. Hopefully.
Good morning, Mr. Melton. My name is Attorney Amai Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. And under the authority of this court, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. Why didn't you cry?
When?
Just now. Why didn't any tears fall out of your eyes?
They are falling now.
Well, let's talk about January 19th. Would you agree that today you were much more emotional than you were on the day that you learned of Ms. Baker's death?
I was holding it together best I could.
So your borderline fiance is murdered and you were holding it together on the 19th, but 25 years later, You have a motion about it?
In that moment, when I'm finding this out,
Mr. Melton, that's a yes or no question.
Judge, the witness is allowed to answer Mr. Cruz's questions.
That's correct.
when this tragedy occurred, and I'm taking this information in, I am telling myself inside, do not collapse in this moment. Hold it together. There are other people that are also relying on you. And I had to get through this. And that's where I'm at.
Who was relying on you during your initial interview with police?
The police, her family, her friends, anyone who loved her.
So the police were relying on you to hold it together during the interview.
If I'm not holding it together, I can't think things through.
Sure. Did you know that your DNA was found in Ms. Baker's anus?
I was informed.
Who told you that?
Liz and Jeremy from the GBI.
When did they tell you that? Because in the recorded interview that we have, they didn't mention that to you.
That's my recollection.
My question is when? When did they tell you?
If that's not the correct recollection, I'm not sure at this moment.
Let me ask you this. When was the last time you met with the state?
This morning,
Okay. And they talked to you about your testimony?
we went over what the courtroom would be like.
Okay. So this is rehearsed. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say rehearsed.
But you went over it not just this morning. You went over it a couple of times last week. Is that right?
We have established a process in which would occur in this courtroom as far as steps that are taken once I get here or whatnot.
Okay. So the questions that you were asked today, you already knew you were going to be asked those questions, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Melton, I am going to...
Can I say something to this? Thank you, ma'am.
What did you just ask? Hang on, I have to go back for a second. What did he...
Can I say something to this? Thank you, ma'am.
He said, can I ask something about this? And she said, no, not this moment.
Mark or a big mark? Mr. Melton, would you like a slim mark or a big marker?
Slim.
All right. Let the record reflect that I am going to give you a black Sharpie, okay? I'd like you to write the very first time that you mentioned during your direct examination in regards to your actions or where you went on January 19, 2001. Do you understand that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May?
Can you please write the first place you went on January 19th on that board there?
And, Your Honor, I would ask that if Mr. Cruz is going to ask the witness to engage in whatever this is, that be repositioned to a place where the jury can actually see it.
I can do that. We'll start on page 2.
We'd like to also be able to see it. I guess, Judge, do you want us to move, or do you
No, I
want
think-
him to move it over there?
Mr. Cruz, I think perhaps moving that back would be best for everyone to take a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Sure.
All right, sir. You may proceed.
Sure. Can you write the first place you went and the time that you went to that location? Okay, so I want to make sure I'm correct. You wrote Nash Plumbing 7:30 to 7:45. Okay, so you remember from January 19, 2001, you went to Nash Plumbing between those times. Is that fair to say? Okay, but you could not remember when law enforcement asked you if you knew Ms. Baker was going to be alone in 2006? You can take a seat, Mr. Miller.
Along the way, I'm questioned about certain things, and I pull up my best recollection. Post this, I've been traumatized. I'm grieving. My mind is certain things and certain times. It's hard to pull from. And in those moments, stress also, in times, it's more difficult than others in certain moments to recollect certain things. And, sir.
Let me cut you off. So it's easier to recollect an alibi than it is to recollect whether or not the girl that you love told you that she was going to be home alone.
Remember, this question is argumentative and improper.
Sustained.
Sure. So it's easy to remember where you went on the 19th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Melton, so after you left Nash Plumbing, where did you go?
After I left Nash Plumbing, I went to the bank.
Okay. Can you write the time that you arrived at the bank on the board? You can just put bank and then you can put the time. Okay. Sure. So just to ask you, so you can remember that you went to Nash Plumbing, and then after that, you can remember that you went to the bank from January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Okay. But you cannot remember from January 18th whether or not Ms. Baker told you she was going to be alone?
At that time, it could depend on when the question's asked. It's not, if it's in a stressful moment, I'm going through things and trying to pull from times prior to this, when I'm not trying to, how should I say, lock in on certain things previous to this, it is difficult.
Okay. Would you agree?
Previous to to her death. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. Say that one more time.
I should say, it's like certain days, if somebody asks you what you have for breakfast, I couldn't tell you. But if I'm concentrating on after certain times, yes, I can, on certain things. But it's hard to describe.
So I'll switch gears because I do want to talk about a difficult subject with you. You mentioned that you were told that your DNA was in Ms. Baker's anus. Is that right?
Yes, there was a point in time I found out.
And we've agreed that that time didn't occur during your recorded interview. Is that right?
I can't recall.
That is fair. So let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. You would agree that Ms. Baker did not engage in anal sex with you, is that correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally, is that correct?
I wouldn't really know if she was sexually assaulted anally. Like, I don't
Well, we can't have it both ways, Mr. Melton.
understand the...
You previously stated that Ms. Baker, not Ms. Baker, I'm sorry, Ms. Bigham
I see.
and Jeremy Howell told you that your DNA was in her anus. Can we agree on that? Is that fair to say?
Maybe I'm mistaken on how I found that information out. Maybe...
I'm going to object to lack of personal knowledge. Mr. Cruz is asking this witness about information that was relayed to him as hearsay by other witnesses who had the actual information. So I think that's both lack of personal knowledge as well as calling for hearsay.
All right. Any response to the objection, Mr. Cruz?
Sure. Mr. Melton stated that he was aware that his DNA was found in Ms. Baker's anus. He stated that Ms. Bigham and Jeremy Howell were the individuals that told him, and we're fleshing out his knowledge in regards to what he's aware of, Your Honor.
I think as to the form of the question, I'm going to sustain the objection. You may rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. But there should be no reason that your DNA should be in Ms. Baker's anus. Would you agree?
I mean, other than if we have had sex and it has transferred from there and, say, drained down to that area. But
That is interesting that you say drain, because did you know that's the exact same thing the state is arguing in this case?
well, I mean, it makes sense, though.
So your DNA is in her anus because it drained down in her anus. Is that your position?
I would say that would...
Again, Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge, lack of foundation. There's been no foundation laid that Mr. Melton's aware of these things. That would all be through GBI crime lab witnesses who do have personal knowledge and scientific information. And so there's no foundation for these questions, and he's asking for things that are outside of Mr. Melton's personal knowledge. He's asking about things...
I would object to a speaking objection, Your Honor, and just ask the state to state the ground.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection. He was just explaining his objection. I'm going to respond in the same way as the last objection. I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question, allow you to rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Would you agree that in order for your DNA to drain into Ms. Baker's anus, you would have to have sex with her? Can we agree on that point?
Agree.
Okay. Did you have sex with Ms. Baker the day of her death?
No, sir.
The last time you saw Ms. Baker, was it 6 days before or 10 days before?
From the beginning, I've said I saw her the weekend prior.
From the beginning, you've said that?
Yes, sir.
That you've seen her the weekend, and that has always been what you said?
There was a time that I was confused, and it was 20-plus years later. And then I made a statement that I felt like maybe it was 10 days prior, and I was confused at that point because I have always said, from even meeting with the detectives from the beginning, that we were together that weekend. And then time had gone by, and I had even spoke out publicly for the first time.
Mr. Melton, to my question, is that a yes or a no?
He's in the middle of providing his answer. Again, the witness has a right to answer Mr. Cruz's questions in the manner that he believes the answer should be given.
It's non-responsive, Your Honor, and I would ask the state to stop the speaking objections because they are coaching the witness in the middle of his testimony.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection, and I'm going to sustain the state's objection. This witness is allowed to respond to your question, and if he's in the middle of responding, no one can interrupt. You may continue if you choose to do so.
Well, time had gone by, And then I had spoken publicly at this point. I have stated over and over again that we were together the weekend before. And then there was a point in time that Tara's mother had stated that she was at her house.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
I am going to sustain that objection.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't want to send the jury out, but I would like to approach to understand the parameters of which I could.
Hang on a minute. They're objecting. They want to finish the answer, and then when he's finishing the answer, they object. Say, no, we don't like his answer. So can you stop him, Your Honor? It's like this is as a juror, this would infuriate me. As a defense, this is infuriating. They're objecting to literally every question. And now they're objecting to him explaining. I'm mind blown. I'm mind blown by this. And the cruiser's right. They are objecting and coaching him. There can't be any of this stuff. This is diabolical. There needs to be, there's something that needs to stop. Like, okay, we're here, we're lay witnesses, we're watching this secondhand. I hope the jury are just as pissed off, like, and see this for us. We obviously know and understand trials a lot more. We know that this is not right, what's happening right now. But I do hope that jurors are seeing the same thing. Because this guy right here that they're zooming into is 100% not getting a fair trial right now. Like, if I was Edrick right now, I'd be shitting a brick thinking, like, they are trying everything to get me convicted. I am mad. I had to stand up. I'm fucking tamping right now. Right, what are we doing now? I don't know what we're doing. The jury's still there? What's happening? Have the jury been sent out? I don't know. The state just don't want any evidence to be put in. I don't even know if I can watch this because I'm getting, my blood pressure is going through the roof right now. Watching how bad this is.
Your current residence, I won't say your address, but your current residence is the same residence that your parents stayed in 2001. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that correct?
At that time, I would have been on the second story.
Forgive me.
Bedroom.
I asked that question wrong. The week before Tara's death, you went to your parents' home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
During that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that right?
No, sir. I think it was in my old bedroom in the second story.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
The witness has to remember all his lies and how he's been coached. He's trying to stay calm and remember the key points the state have told him to put in. And the state to try and protect him as much as possible. And the state that probably told him just stick to these things, don't worry about anything else. We will object when we need to. While you're struggling, we'll just make some bullshit objection up and we'll save you. This is how it works. This is why you need a strong judge, which is why I worry about this judge. She's not very strong. She sides with the state too much. And the state know that. Oh, fucking hate all this. Objection. He's allowed to finish his question. Objection. We don't like the way he's going with his question. Can we stop it?
So, Mr. Melton, this isn't the first time you've been asked that question, is it?
I can't quite remember.
Okay. Do you recall on May 5th, 2024, being asked where you resided when you went to your parents' home the week before Ms. Baker's death?
I don't recall the question.
Say that one more time. You don't recall what now?
I don't recall.
Being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall making the statement, so I was working there and driving back and forth? Well, my parents, we had a furnished basement. So then that's where I was. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't recall making the statement, but it seems okay.
Judge, I move to introduce as defense exhibit number 32, Mr. Melton's May 5th, 2024 interview with Miss Elizabeth Bigham. Minute mark is 1442 through 1448. And before I introduce this, you do recall speaking with Miss Bigham, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask to play minute mark 1442 through 1448 into the record.
All right. Any objection from the state?
I don't think any of the foundation for proper admission has been laid. However, if this is that interview, the state would stipulate to the foundation for the admissibility.
Can you all confer about whether that's accurate since you're offering to stipulate?
Yeah, this is correct. Okay, yeah, I don't have a problem.
All right. You may proceed. And it is, are you asking to admit it, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That portion.
Just that portion. Mr. Yalamanchili, are you objecting to what Mr. Cruz has just offered into evidence? That particular disc?
I don't have a transcript pulled up, Judge, but accepting Mr. Cruz's representation that what he's going to play is the answer that he just asked Mr. Melton about that he didn't recall, I don't have any objection
All
to
right.
that.
And it is that minute mark that the defense has just articulated is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you said that was what, Mr. Cruz? I'm sorry, 14?
1442
Thank you. Go ahead.
through 1448.
Okay.
Hello, Spacey Stacey, and it's not the same attorney. For some reason, they mix it back and forward. Some courts do allow that, so. But I don't think it was him doing the direct.
Got it?
Working there and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, we had a finished basement, So then that's where I was keeping, well, pretty much Jersey.
Cheating Stacy in the house.
There and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, we had a finished basement. So then that's where I was keeping, well, pretty much Jersey.
Okay, did you hear that? I was driving back and forth. We pretty much had a huge basement. That's where I was keeping, and then I cut the audio off.
I hear that.
So you were staying in the basement, is that correct?
I would stay in, there's times I stay in both. We had finished basement and had the bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
And the furnished basement was set up as a place to stay, a place to hang out for whoever, and then also had my...
Non-responsive.
Overruled.
So,
You may continue with your...
The finished basement would have like a couch, sofa, TV, things, and my old bedroom upstairs also had a bed and so forth, and I would stay and, hang out in one, stay in the other, depending on who was there at the time, if we had visitors or whatnot. So I would stay in the basement if nobody else is using it.
you're under narrative.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yes, ma'am.
You may continue.
So with that being said, I feel like kind of both are true. I had my old bedroom and they had a furnished basement.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34. Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34. And Mr. Melton, you recognize Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 as photographs of your house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I believe Defense Exhibit 33 is the side of your house, and Defense Exhibit 34 is the back side of your house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to, have those photographs been altered in any way?
No.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 into evidence.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Now, Mr. Melton, you would agree there's a reason why you would say that you were staying in the second story of the house, correct?
As far as
There's a back door exit on the basement. I believe that's Defense Exhibit 34, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
there's a basement exit, yes, sir.
And there's also a side exit from the basement, which was Defense Exhibit 33. Is that correct?
There's one exit. There's a door on the backside that goes into like a dead space that's more for access.
So Defense Exhibit 34, the backside is a door to enter and exit the basement where you don't have to go in the house. Is that right?
The side door would be. The back door is not.
But either way, there's an exit there's an exit from the basement and an entrance into the basement. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you recall your parents talking to law enforcement?
They did.
And they were one of your alibi witnesses. Is that right? Were you aware of that?
I would say yes. They knew I was there.
And you're their only child?
I am.
And by the time law enforcement spoke with them, you had been staying with them for 4 months. Is that correct?
I had started staying with them after this incident. Yes. So, yes,
After Tara's passing?
that's correct.
So if any other witness said you moved home months before, that would be untrue.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about Miss Baker a little bit, okay? We'll switch gears and come back to some of this stuff. Would it be fair to describe Miss Baker as super friendly?
That'd be a fair statement.
You would also describe her as down to earth.
Correct.
She did not have any racial biases.
No, sir.
And although she was a law student, you would agree that she was not pretentious.
I mean, no, sir. Not unless it's for little specialty things like her collections of things, you know, but no.
Now, is it fair to describe Miss Baker as a casual dresser, shorts, hiking boots, sweat top type of girl?
Yes, sir.
She was more of a flats over heels kind of girl. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. And she had more of a, on her day-to-day appearance, she had more of a casual appearance that did not include daily makeup. Is that right?
I would say, I mean, light makeup, if any.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 35. Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness to show him Defense Exhibit 35. Do you recognize the photo of Miss Baker?
It's Miss Baker. Miss Tara.
And is that how Miss Baker, makeup-wise, hair-wise, is that how she carried herself mostly on a daily basis?
I'll say yes.
And that's the fair, accurate depiction of Miss Baker as you would remember her.
I'll say yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
It is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'd like to ask you about the times that you visited Miss Baker's home in Deer Park. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Is it fair to say that you've probably visited Deer Park more times than you could count?
I mean, she wasn't there a terribly long time, but I would say, yeah. I mean, we've been there many times.
Okay. And during the times that you'd visit Miss Baker's apartment, you'd see normal foot traffic. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And that foot traffic was due to a Walmart being on the opposite side of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I'd say there's a Walmart. Yes, sir. And
Now, the majority of that foot traffic, it was African Americans walking. Is that fair to say?
it's fair to say.
And those African Americans were typically in the late teenage, young adult range. Is that correct?
I would say it would vary, but I would say young teenagers, I would say.
Now, in regards to Ms. Baker's passing, on January 19th, you testified that you went to the scene of Ms. Baker's death.
That's correct.
And while at the crime scene, you were asked to identify Ms. Baker.
That's correct.
Okay, and you were shown a single photo of Ms. Baker. Is that right?
That's correct.
Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 36. Let the record reflect that I am showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 36. You recognize that photo?
I don't believe it's the photo I saw.
This was the photo that you were shown to ask to identify Ms. Baker?
No,
This was not the
I
photo.
don't believe that was the photo.
Can you describe the photo that you were shown to identify Ms. Baker?
I believe that her head was turned slightly. And there was coverage that
Mr. Melton, you're just shown a photograph of Ms. Baker deceased, and you have not shed a tear.
Come on now.
He's trying. He's trying.
I think I need a moment, like,
Sure.
Oh my fucking god. This is the worst. I hate saying it, but I do not believe this guy. I believe he's acting. I just think this is so fake.
okay.
So let's switch gears while we're here. You testified on direct examination that you became so upset that you punched the wall in your apartment. Is that correct?
When I unleashed the emotions, yes.
Okay. And when you unleashed the emotions, you became extremely angry. Is that correct?
I was upset. Yes, I was upset at the situation.
And the way you chose to release your emotions was through violence. Would you agree?
Towards that wall.
But you told the jury that the injuries to your hands came from punching the wall. Is that right?
My injuries came from punching the wall.
Okay. And we've already agreed. Well, you've testified that the wall was sheetrock. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 37. Defense Exhibit 38. Defense Exhibit 39. And Defense Exhibit 40. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40. Your Honor, let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 38 through Defense Exhibit 40.
I have 37 also.
I'm sorry, 37 through
Go ahead.
through 40. Please forgive me. Is it okay if I approach you, Mr. Melton?
Yes, yes, sir.
Please take a moment and take a look at Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40. You recognize Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40 as the wall that you punched. Is that correct?
I would say yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how that wall looked after you punched it?
I'd Say, from what I could recollect,
Sure. Has that photograph been altered in any way?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't.
But you have no reason to believe that photograph has been altered in any way. Is that correct?
I have no reason to believe.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask to publish to the jury.
Granted.
Now let's talk about the injuries to your hands, Mr. Melton.
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence. And the photographs of your hands have already been admitted through, as Defense Exhibit 29, elected. And Your Honor, I just asked you to republish the photographs of the hands to the jury.
Granted.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. I need one of these photographs. Mr. Milton, I am going to show you one of the photos from Defense Exhibit 29, and we're going to talk about some of these injuries. All right, can you see your hands on the screen, Mr. Milton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you would agree, for the purposes of the record, I am making a fist. Mr. Melton, you would agree that a fist looks like this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you make a fist and show the jury what your fist looks like? Okay, excellent. I want to talk about this injury here on the side of your thumb. Can you explain how you got that injury from punching drywall?
My hands are from work.
Are they?
I mean, no, I'm just saying my hands from work are naturally have nicks and such on them, but that very well could have occurred. I mean, from punching through a wall, there's also things inside the wall. There's siding on the wall that has, once you go through, there's nails that may have been there, but at that point, I mean, I have little nicks and cuts just from my profession.
But Mr. Milton, isn't it fair to say as a plumber you wear gloves?
No, sir.
You never wear gloves?
I wear gloves, but not 100% of the time. No, sir.
Well, I showed you Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40. There's a pair of gloves hanging on your wall, Mr. Milton.
Hanging on my wall.
But you don't use them.
When you're working with your hands, you work quickly also, and you don't have time to always have gloves on. And at that point in time, I'm not working with raw sewage or anything. This is new materials. So with that being said, you not worried about bacteria or anything infecting your hands. You just work through it.
So today, on February 9th, 2026, you remember exactly how you were working on January 19, 2001.
It's easily to assess because I worked it for so long.
Sure. But you don't remember whether or not Ms. Baker told you she was going to be home alone the day before her death.
You know, in moments under stress, I can't recall everything.
So let me ask you about this injury here. So did this come from the wall or did that come from work?
Is that an injury?
Right here.
I don't know if I...
Or how about this injury here, Mr. Melton? How would you get this injury on the top of your hand going in this direction from punching sheetrock?
That even appears... Oh, yes. Even when you punch through walls, you got to pull your hand back. I'm punching into a wall, pulling my hand back, punching through a wall. And even at work, I have nicks, cuts, and even burns from soldering pipes and hot materials. I can't tell if that's an injury from hitting something or an injury from work, and it may look like that even looks like it could be even a slight solder. It's hard to say. I mean, it's hard for me to assess that.
But this is the first time in 25 years that you've ever made the statement that these injuries were from work. Would you agree?
I've never been asked the question as far as if they're from.
And just to make sure we're on
That I can recall.
just to make sure we're on the same page, your exact statement was to law enforcement is the injuries. Matter of fact, we don't even have to go to law enforcement. Your exact statement in the court before these jurors was that these injuries came from punching the wall in your apartment. Do you recall making that statement?
Was this prior to being shown pictures?
Mr. Melton, do you recall making that statement?
Yes, I had injuries from my hands from hitting the wall. That's what I recall.
But when I asked you about the injuries, you are now saying that they are from plumbing and hitting the wall. Is that right?
Well, I have, when you're pointing out specific things, like I do have from plumbing, you're going to have nicks and cuts or whatnot from that. Just
My question is, during my examination of you, this is your first time saying that these injuries are from plumbing. That's a yes or no question, if you can.
since you just asked that question, I guess I would have to say yes.
And once the jurors finish looking at the photos, we'll go over some other photos as well. Now, on the day of Tyra's death, you voluntarily went to the Athens Clarke County Police Department.
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe the state asked you a couple of times, did you hire a lawyer or did you refuse to speak to him? When you agree as the boyfriend, if you refuse to speak to him, you would look even more guilty?
Restate the question.
Sure. The state asked you on direct examination multiple times about whether or not you got a lawyer or whether or not you refused to talk to him. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. When you agree as Ms. Baker's boyfriend, you would look more suspicious if you refused to talk to law enforcement.
If I refused.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So we agree on that. Is that right?
Of course. I mean, you want to be, I'm always wanting to be cooperative.
Sure. But that was a yes to my question, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree you would look more suspicious if you refused to give blood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would look more suspicious if you refused to give hair. Is that right?
Correct.
You would look suspicious if you refused to talk to him. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you conducted an interview with Officer Bill Ricketts on the 19th. Do you recall that interview?
I believe so.
And you state you believe so. Are you certain that you remember conducting
Yes,
an
I
interview?
remember an interview on the 19th.
And your father was present with you during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he sat with you for the entire interview?
Yes.
Okay. And during that interview is when you told law enforcement that you were at your parents' home at 7:15 on January 19th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall during that interview being
Good questions, because that's how the father knew what to say in his alibi for him, because he'd already said the alibi. Oh, clever questions. Clever questions, attorney.
asked how would you describe you and Ms. Baker's relationship?
Yes.
And your response was that she was your borderline fiance.
I recollect.
Okay. And you advised him that you and Ms. Baker were very serious at the time of her death.
Yes.
I believe you established with the state that the truck you used for work at the time of Ms. Baker's death was your own work truck, the truck you purchased. Is that right?
Correct.
Now let's talk about Josh McCourty. The state asked you about your relationship with Josh, and you stated that he was just a coworker that you met at McCart Plumbing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Josh stays less than a mile away from your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Josh knew where you lived. Is that right?
Yes, he worked for me.
Okay. You knew where he lived.
Once we became co-workers.
And you two attended the same high school.
That I'm unsure of.
You're unsure if you attended the same high school with someone you stated was your employee, Mr. Melton?
That's correct.
But to law enforcement, you only identified Josh McCourty as somebody that you work with. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you stated on direct examination that while at Nash Plumbing, you loaded up supplies. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. But at no time did you provide law enforcement with any documents related to your employment at Nash Plumbing. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in regards to your alibi that you were at Nash Plumbing at 7:30 through 7:45, we just have to take your word for it. Is that correct?
I would say so at that point.
And law enforcement did, in fact, just take your word for it. Is that right?
I'm not sure. I would say to my knowledge.
Sure. Now, you stated after leaving, today you stated after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to the bank.
Correct.
And did you go over that with the state when you all met?
I knew when I had gone to the bank, but yes.
Okay. And you all discussed your timeline before you came to testify here today?
I had gone over it, a refresher.
However, on January 19th, 2001, you told law enforcement after leaving Nash Plumbing you went to Truck Customs. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I may have not heard you all the way. Say it again.
Sure. On January 19th, 2001, when law enforcement asked you what were you doing that day, you told law enforcement that after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to Truck Customs.
On the 19th, yes, I did say that.
And you advised law enforcement that you arrived at Truck Customs around 9:30 or maybe earlier. Is that right?
Not earlier, probably 9:30ish, 10.
Mr. Melton, this isn't the first time that you've had the opportunity to discuss your whereabouts on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
I have been questioned in the past.
Okay. And
several times.
And you told do you recall making the statement, Truck Customs spelled with the K, T-R-U-K, K-U-S-T-O-M, and you were asked, okay, and do you know about what time it was? You made the statement, first time was about early 9:30, maybe earlier. Do you recall making that statement?
That seems fair.
So at some point you leave Truck Customs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Melton, do you still have that marker I gave you? All right, perfect. Can you write Truck Customs on that, under the bank? And the time that you were at Truck Customs? All right, and you can say right there, Mr. Melton, if you're comfortable. You can write the time next to Truck Customs. Okay, so now it's not 9:30, it is 10 o'clock? Okay, let's do 9:30 through 10, just to make sure that's accurate for the jury.
And Judge, I would ask that if there were to be questions asked, that the witness be allowed to return to the witness stand so he can speak into the microphone.
I think that makes sense, so everyone can hear, including Ms. Satterfield. So you may have a seat and answer any questions in front of the microphone. Go ahead.
So at some point you would agree that you leave Truck Customs, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you leave Truck Customs, you go to Grayson, Georgia, correct?
Correct. I go to Grayson.
Now, and you can write Grayson on the board for us, please. All right, so do you recall speaking with Detective Ricketts 2 days later on January 21st, 2001?
Yes.
And would you have any reason to disagree that January 21st, 2001 was a Sunday?
No.
During your second interview, you advised Detective Ricketts that you stopped by the bank. Is that correct?
Yes, then I had failed to mention that I went by the bank that morning. Yes.
And you stated that you were in the bank for a total of 35 minutes. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Next to bank, can you put 35 MIN and circle it? Just, yeah, you put it there, that's fine. Now, during your second interview, do you recall Detective Ricketts coming to you and telling you that he went to speak with someone at Truck Customs?
Yes.
Okay. And in response, before he could tell you what he learned, you would agree that you changed your answer about the time that you went to Truck Customs. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. Not.
Do you recall making the statement, it's like before 12? I mean, it was probably 10:30, 11:30. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't recall the statements, but yeah, I would say, I mean, I would say okay. Yes.
Yes or no, Mr. Melton? Do you recall making that statement?
I'll say yes. Yeah. Yes.
So is it fair to say that the actual time is between 10 a.m. and 11:30 on the 19th? Based on your statement?
As far as being at Truck Customs,
Yes, sir.
and you stated what you did say. What did you just say? I'm sorry.
Would it be fair to say that the actual time of being at Truck Customs is sometime between 10 a.m. and 11:30 a.m.?
That's pretty broad, but yeah, I would say, okay, it would fit in there.
Now, during the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told for the first time that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. Is that fair?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. During the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted.
I don't recall being told at that point. I had been told Adam, Tara's brother, had called me that morning and had kind of informed me that this is what we're looking at, that they had been informed.
So let me ask the question again. On January 21st, 2001, you knew that Tara had been sexually assaulted. Is that right?
At that day, yes, I had been informed that day.
Now, law enforcement also informed you of that. Do you recall?
I don't. I don't recall.
Would hearing the recording refresh your recollection?
I would say if I heard it, it would help reflect, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to refresh this witness's recollection outside the presence of the jury.
Right, and this is a good time for a restroom break, so I'm going to send you all into the jury room. This will be a good restroom break, so we'll take a little bit of time. Please don't discuss the case. And we're going to take a break as well.
Yes, ma'am. Do you want me to wait before I plead after the break?
Yes, sir. I think that would be best.
So we're now live. So that's why I started later, so we just skipped like 20 minutes there now. Look, everyone reacts differently on with emotions and how they testify. But this guy I think he over tries to force it. I personally don't think he's believable. I genuinely don't think he's believable. I think he's trying to force emotion where, it's okay not to cry. It's fine. Just don't. I just think he's trying to force it. But I don't think it's credible. I think that the attorney's doing well to bring up a lot of issues at the minute. You can't tell me all of a sudden this hand now, he pointed it to this bit. He's like, oh, it's work-based. No one's ever asked me anything about this. And it's all work-based stuff. It's like, dude, you've had 25 years to clarify what this is. Or where the pen's pointing towards. And you've decided not to until today. So, yeah, I just don't think he... Look, I am not sitting here saying that he's guilty of killing Tara, because I don't know, in the same way that if he was standing trial, you'd expect him to have a fair trial. But I do wholeheartedly believe there's more evidence against him than there is against the defendant currently. I think it would be more logical for him to be stood here than the defendant. That's where I stand with it. And I refuse to say, yes, he is 100% guilty. I don't think I could do that because, he has an entitlement of a fair trial himself. But I don't think he's credible. And I do believe there is more evidence against him. When they started off by saying about the whole drainage stuff, that has only come out via the state. So they must have spoken to him about that. He says he didn't have sex with her for a week. Well, how the fuck is your, sperm, whatever, inside your anus? Drainage from over a week ago makes no sense, dude. No, I'm not even going to go down that road. He closes his eyes a lot because he's trying to remember what he has said. He doesn't want to be caught down. I don't think he's credible at all. Especially cheating Stacey's in the house, he isn't coming across very authentic. I don't think he is either. I do also realise that every witness testifies different, but I also realise that this guy's been coached a lot by the state as well. He's going to be very well protected by the state. Andriel, for those of us who are old enough, how many of us remember what we were doing on 911? I could walk you through my entire morning even now. I don't 100% remember personally all the way here. I do remember it happening, but I don't 100% remember it, but because I wasn't obviously in America. I remember it because a friend of mine, his brother, who's also technically a friend of mine, was there in New York at the time. So I remember that bit of it. I do remember seeing the reports come through and stuff. But obviously in the UK, initially didn't have the same kind of impact as it would for all of you guys. But I do remember the finer details for sure. Beck says, am I a bitch? Yes, you are. Bex also says, if he would have said it's been 25 years, already cried a lot, it would have been more believable than him up here huffing and puffing. Yes, you can show emotion. You don't have to cry. He doesn't have to cry. It's just the fact that I just feel he's trying to force himself to cry. Wait, dude, you don't have to. Just answer it. You don't have to show emotion on there. You don't. But when you're like, I don't know, it just, again, everyone's different. So I try not to judge him, but it's infuriating. I was in first grade, Angel. Bex is a little pup. He is a backshot bandit. Badazza. Badazza, have you met Jonathan? Jonathan's in chat. Jonathan is known as Digital Nuisances. Jonathan is the old OG. Jonathan is a very much a weirdo like you, Badazza. You probably will get on. Jonathan's from now Kentucky, I believe. He was somewhere else, but who knows where he is now. Badazza is from the UK. So yeah, you both like Mexi, which says a lot. Mexi Texi engages a lot with both of you, so that says a lot that you both are complete and utter weirdos. I was in kindergarten. They took us home early, and I got stuck outside of my mum's apartment for hours because she wasn't home. Yes, Jonathan's actually younger, I believe, than Bex, which you wouldn't realise because Bex is so immature. But Jonathan is, you know, younger than her, so he for some reason acts like he's not guilty. Yeah. Nice to meet you, sir. Yeah, so Jonathan's an OG. He's been here for years. He's been a mod for a few years, but he went missing for a while. I believe he's now been divorced, and he's building a house and all sorts. But yeah, yeah, I don't even know if you're still into. I think Jonathan's like 28, 29, and he's into the old. Well, he used to be into the older women. If you're in your 60s, then watch out. Jonathan's about. But I'm not sure if that's still your cup of tea, Jonathan. And wise. Never met Jonathan today. Okay, Jonathan's way before most people in here. He's back in the day of, yeah, he was one of the, I'm not going to say OG mods. Most of the OG mods disappeared. We got rid of them all except for Josie and Sarah P. They held me at gunfire and said, "You will not unmod us. If you unmod us, we will shoot." So they kept their jobs, obviously. But yeah, Josie and Sarah P, the only two OGs, I would say, mods are there, and we added a few more, and Jonathan was one of them. So yeah. Digital uses is the shit. We love him around here and have Mr. We have. So when Jonathan first came on the scene, I remember that idiot, where I don't remember his name now, Jonathan, but he said, "Oh, be weary of Jonathan. He's a troll." Turns out he's a dickhead, and you a sounds a pound. So, sadly, lol, I'm old now. Do not be shy, KD. He, as I say, Jonathan, when he's going through a divorce, so he's been away. I'm a pit bull if you have any toddler offerings. I never met Jonathan, yes. What month was Jonathan born? I don't remember. June, July, was it? I don't remember. October. Shit, I was way off. Bex is before then, I believe. So Jonathan is the pup here. If it's either way as to who did this to Tara, I'm not sure. I could vote to convict Edrick. Okay. Well, we don't have to think. This is what I mean, though, Angel. It could well be Chris. It could not well be. We're not here to judge Chris. To be fair, we could never find Chris guilty because it's only Edrick that is on trial. What my opinion is that whether whoever did it, I just think there's more against this guy than there is Edrick. Now, unfortunately, obviously, there would have to be a new trial for that, and the state are never going to do a new trial. Dave, who's your daddy OG? Yes, Dave is the daddy OG. Jonathan's older than me. Oh, so you're still the pup. You're November. Okay, so Bex is still the young pup. Yeah, that's fine. I can't remember the name of the judge, but the trial with the revolver muffler, the guy who's no evidence goated forever, that trial went crazy as fuck. I don't remember that. More like granddaddy. So yeah, as I say, back to the trial. I do not believe that this guy is credible, and I could not convict based on everything we're hearing right now. So, and I do believe if he was found not guilty, that the state would never try Chris. So I think that there would be no justice for Tara. So, which is very unfortunate. Now, again, I'm not saying that Chris did it, and he's not on trial. So he's not on trial, so I'm not going to judge him for it because, you know, he will have his own defense if he ever went to trial, which he won't. So, yeah. Dave has a tendency of blocking people accidentally, KD. My native ass was born on Thanksgiving. How ironic. How, yeah, because you're an ass girl. You've always said you got an ass on you. Or have you just said you are an ass? You're both, anyway. You are an ass. So, great granddaddy. Halloween is better than Thanksgiving. I'm not a big Thanksgiving, Halloween guy. I do like Thanksgiving though. Dave was on top, KD. So, no. So we went through a phase where people used to say, why am I being timed out in chat? Why am I being blocked in chat? It was Sarah P. She left her phone in her pocket and was blocking everyone in chat as she was walking about. Bad Daz, I hope I'm in the win before I become a granddad. Oh, no, Bad Daz. So all the, you know, Aries, Taurus, all that, they've all changed all the dates now. Unbelievable. Ugh. I've always been an Aries, but apparently now I'm a Taurus, apparently. I'm the same as Lady Di. Oh, no. I became a granddad before I became a dad. Lol, I'm backtracking to do the dad thing now. Yeah, so are you still into older women, Jonathan? Is the minimum lady 50 years old plus? Because that used to be your thing, but is it still the thing or is it not? I don't know. I've not spoken to you about it. And I forget. Is it Sherry? Her name was Sherry, Shelley, Sherry. So KD, Jonathan married a lady. I believe her name was Sherry. She was in her 50s, I believe, mid-50s. He was like 24 or something. And she obviously had grandchildren. So he was obviously step-grandfather to all the children. So that's where that came from. Bex says, I'm a Sagittarius. Bex, you're also a lot of things. You're also see you next Tuesday. See you next Thursday. You're also a BITCH. And also Lady Di as well. Oh man, I feel like a woman. Right, why is the court taking forever? They've taken a... Oh my days. They've taken a 35-minute break so far. 35-minute break so far. That is unbelievable. Bex is a see you next Thursday. I did Thursday instead of Tuesday because everyone says Tuesday. So I thought we'll be unique and say Thursday. Enjoying the stream, hit that subscribe button and turn on your notifications. Or please make sure you press the like button as well to help the stream. Thank you, 27 people who have done it. 19 people here, 27 likes. Thank you, everybody. Oh, there you go. It comes up. Please make sure you like the stream to help out the channel. And Kubiak has confirmed that he's going to Raiders and Dave. So that will. I wonder who the CEOs are going to put in as offensive coordinator next year. Anyway, we'll discuss that another time. Right. Come on, court. Why are we waiting for the court? I have so for dinner tonight I have pasta bake. So I made it. I made a batch of like, you know, 4 or 5 trays. I think it's 4 trays. Armies. What's armies? I say I conquered armies. What's armies? Amish people. They, but they're younger though, Jonathan. So you prefer younger women now. What was I saying? Oh, I made it past a bit. So I made about 4 trays worth. So I got a little bit of that tonight. That is chicken, diced chicken with pasta, with broccoli, with Brussels sprouts, with pineapples, peas, corn, tomatoes, that like plum tomatoes, but already, you know, chopped up. Put them in. Some white cream, not that type, just normal creamy cheese, and a little bit of cheese in the middle and cheese on top, like lasagna on top. Then that's what I made, and it's delicious. It's all pre-prepped, it's all done, it's all cooked. I just got to heat it up, and I'm looking forward to it. That's my one meal of the day, and I might have a kiwi fruit for dessert as well, because I've got loads of kiwi fruits to eat. And they say everyone should eat 2 kiwi fruits.
All right, we're running a little bit behind. I had to take an emergency phone call related to Chief Judge duties, so I apologize for the delay, but we'll go back on the record. Mr. Cruz, are you ready for the jury to come in? Okay. Oh, that's right. Of course. All right. Are you ready to begin that? All right. Very good, sir. Go ahead.
All right, just for purposes of the record, let the record reflect that the last question asked to Mr. Melton was during the January 21, 2001 interview. I'm going to state it as said it. You were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. At this time, we're refreshing his recollection. We were playing Chris Melton's January 21st, 2001 recorded interview. Minute mark 11:51 to 12:02 for purposes of refreshing Mr. Melton's recollection.
Oh, it reverted. Well, it's on lawyer right. Oh, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Melton, I'd like you to listen to this and let me know if your memory is refreshed. If you need to hear any other portions of it, I don't mind playing, okay?
Phlebotomists and that kind of blood people there, they take it, store it, put in evidence, and then on Monday morning, we've got a good working relationship. They'll start right away for us and tell us exactly what we've got. did their thing Saturday, and of course on the weekend there's none of the lobotomists and that kind of blood people there. They take it, store it, put in evidence, and then on Monday morning we've got a good working relationship. They'll start right away for us and tell us exactly what we've got. Tara was probably sexually assaulted.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, the witness's recollection has been refreshed.
All right.
I am ready for the jury to come.
All right, could you bring the jury in, please, sir? Thank you. You all may be seated. Mr. Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Melton, during the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You would agree that you didn't start crying. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't become upset. Is that correct?
I would say not correct.
You said that's incorrect.
Incorrect.
Did you make outward expressions of anger?
No.
You didn't say you needed a moment to yourself, right?
Correct.
You didn't even say, I hope you find who did this before I do, did you?
Correct.
Instead, you asked calmly, did you find some stuff on her like semen? Is that right?
Correct.
Now, at the conclusion of the January 21st, 2001 interview, and I believe you've seen the photographs of your hands, pictures were taken of your hands. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think I have a better version of those hand photos I would like to show you. This is going to be marked as Defense Exhibit 41. There are 13 photos in Defense Exhibit 31. It will be a omnibus exhibit, photos of, or better quality photos of Mr. Melton's hands. And while the state is reviewing the same, Your Honor, I'd just like to clarify the record. With Defense Exhibit 29, there are There are 9 photos in Defense Exhibit 29.
Sorry, say that again?
Just for purposes of clarifying the record, for Defense Exhibit 29, there are 9 photos collected in Defense Exhibit 29. Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton the 13 photos of his hands marked as Defense Exhibit 41. You would agree that Defense Exhibit 41 is. You would agree that Defense Exhibit 41 is the same thing you saw in Defense Exhibit 29. Let me change that. Please forgive me. You'd agree that Defense Exhibit 41 are photographs of your hands. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and a little bit better quality than Defense Exhibit 29. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. And those photos are a fair and accurate depiction of your hands as they were on January 21st, 2001. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 41 and the 13 photos included in same into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They are admitted.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Now, after the photographs were taken of your hands, while at the hospital, you did a blood draw as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you remember giving that blood draw. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's January 21st, 2001.
Correct.
Okay. After you were asked for hair and blood in January, your parents told you they're going after you, Chris. Do you recall them making that statement to you?
Yes.
Now, you discussed with the state the photograph you were shown of Miss Baker to identify her body. Do you recall us talking about that?
Earlier? When you showed me?
Correct.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. And you stated that that was not the photo that was shown to you to identify her body. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Melton.
I was looking through a digital camera with a small frame, and it was fuzzy, and it's hard to... Anyway, it's not as high quality as what you're showing here, but no.
But we could agree she had a sheet over her body. Is that right?
I believe she had something draped across her. It was at the bottom frame of the digital image.
All right, so I asked you this question. Do you remember telling law enforcement that the photo shown of you, of Ms. Baker, had a blanket covering her from the neck down? So I saw her face and her hair.
Correct.
And the photo I showed you was a photo of Miss Baker with a sheet covering her from the face down, the neck down, and you saw her face and her hair. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
But we can agree you did not see a black cord wrapped around Miss Baker's neck. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Do you recall a police officer interviewing you about you telling Mrs. Virginia Baker that you saw a black cord wrapped around Miss Baker's neck?
Not a black cord wrapped around her neck, no. I don't recall that.
You don't recall?
I do recall in the original photo that I saw there was something draped over her, and I could recall seeing something black. I didn't know what it was.
Yes, sir.
But like I say, I don't think that's even the image I saw.
So, Mr. Melton, we're speaking, the specific question I'm asking you, and you might have answered, I just want to make sure I'm clear. In the photograph you saw of Miss Baker, it was her with the sheet from the neck down. Do we agree on that?
The one you showed me, yes.
Okay, not the one I showed you, the one you described to law enforcement.
I believe I stated there was something from, I don't know if I said sheet, but in the digital camera at the bottom section of the frame, it kind of stopped. You could kind of see something laying there.
Sure, Your Honor. Mark, I moved to Mark. Move to Mark the audio recording of Chris Melton with Detective Newton as Defense Exhibit 42. Mr. Cruz. Yes, sir. And just to make sure we're on the same page before I play this, law enforcement asked you, do you remember how much of her was exposed during that, in that picture that you saw? And your response was, they had a blanket covering from the neck down, so I saw her face and her hair, you know. You were asked, okay, you couldn't see any of her body or body parts. Your response was, no, I did not see any of her body. You don't recall making that statement?
I recall.
Now, you testified on direct that this was just a terrible experience for you. It destroyed you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you and I both could agree Ms. Baker's death is a true tragedy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On Thursday, January 25th, 2001, you went to Miss Ashley Peavy's house. Is that correct?
What's the dates?
January 25th, 2001.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is 6 days after Ms. Baker's death.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. And while at Ms. Peavy's home on the 25th, which we've agreed is 6 days after Ms. Baker's death, you called Miss Leah Tucker. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was after 8:15 p.m. It was nighttime. Is that fair to say?
I can recall the time.
That's fair. But you set up a dinner with Miss Tucker at 5:30 p.m. the next day. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it sounds, she was a close past friend. Yes.
All right. And then on January 26th, despite your future fiance being brutally murdered, you called Holly Hufford. Would you agree with that?
I don't remember a Holly Hufford, but I do recall someone that was hurting, like as in anguish, but I don't recall who Holly Hufford is.
You remember somebody else hurting and being in anguish?
Everybody around us.
But you set up a lunch with Holly Hufford for Friday the 26th.
I don't recall.
Okay. But we can agree it wasn't Miss Holly Hufford's fiance that died. It was your fiance, right?
That's correct.
Do you recall Miss Ashley Peavy Hall joining you and Miss Hufford for lunch?
I remember us joining for lunch with someone. If this is Holly, okay, yes.
Okay. And during that lunch, you were flirting with Miss Hufford 7 days after your fiance had been brutally murdered.
Reflected? You say, is that what you asked?
Flirted.
No.
You did not?
No.
During that lunch, you were gently rubbing Miss Hufford's lower back.
No. I recall this individual having an emotional moment describing what she was going through. And I realized this person was in pain.
Absolutely.
And I reached over and I believe I did like a comforting touch to just acknowledge that it's okay. They're not okay, but to have her understand that we're all going through this and it's going to be okay.
Would you be surprised if Ms. Hufford said that she was shocked by your actions during the lunch?
I would be surprised.
After lunch, Ms. Ashley P.B. Hall and Chris Hall, they left. Do you recall that?
I say vaguely, okay.
And do you recall telling them that you were going to continue hanging out with Holly?
This is a long time ago. I don't really recall this, but it would sound like someone who is, yes, that I would try to comfort, not flirt with or try to set up a date or anything, no.
Well, let me ask you this. On January 27, 2001, isn't it true you tried to comfort Ms. Hufford at 10 p.m. At 10 p.m.?
How so?
Did you contact Ms. Hufford after 10 p.m. on January 27, 2001?
I could believe I could have made a phone call.
Do you think it's appropriate to call women at past 10 p.m. at night after you just lost your fiancé?
I'm going to object to the form of the question argumentative.
Sustained.
Yes, ma'am. Didn't you invite Ms. Holly Hufford out on the town when you called her past 10 p.m. that night?
Honestly, I don't recall the conversation.
Now, again, we discussed how much, or you told this jury how much Ms. Baker meant to you.
He wants to expand on every single question, saying how he comforts people and stuff. Now, does not want to expand anything.
Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall discussing with law enforcement Ms. Baker's law school memorial service that was held shortly after her death?
Yes.
And that discussion occurred on June 20th, 2001.
Okay. I'm not sure at the time.
Do you
the
have any
dates.
reason to disagree that it occurred on June 20th?
No.
Instead of attending Ms. Baker's law school memorial service, you went to a country concert, correct?
Correct.
And you knew about the memorial service 4 days before the concert, is that correct?
Correct.
And your stated reason for not going to your fiance's candlelight vigil was because another woman talked you into going into a concert with her. Is that correct?
Correct. Can I give further explanation?
Well, I have a question for you. That woman was Lauren Sherling.
I think the witness is asking for some direction.
Right. Well, and I think the record needs to reflect the witness was asking the court a question which is not necessarily appropriate, but based on the state's interjection, I will say this with regard to all witnesses. All witnesses must answer the question if they can, yes or no, and they are entitled to explain. And so I'll let you ask the question again, and if this witness has the opportunity to explain, feels he needs to, he is allowed to by law. But you may ask the question again, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. He answered my question, Your Honor. So the question I do have for you is that woman was Lauren
Object, Your Honor. I think that the witness is allowed to explain his answer.
And I would ask you to go back to the former question, Mr. Cruz, and we'll go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, sir.
The question that I asked you, Mr. Melton, your reason for not going to the candlelight visual was because another woman talked you into going to the concert.
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. That woman was Lauren Sherling.
That is accurate.
Okay.
Can I explain? Do I have the opportunity? Do I?
All witnesses are allowed to answer yes or no and explain their answer if they choose to do so.
Okay. Well, I'd choose to explain. Lauren was one of Tara's closest friends that loved Tara. She worked with her at the law firm in Athens. That's how they met. They became very close. Along the way, we all became close. We were all extremely grieving. There wasn't time that we did not see each other as far as physically in proximity, but she would reach out periodically and check in to see how I was doing. She was a very dear friend. She is one of the only few that actually would reach out to see how I was feeling, and then we would converse and we would talk about our feelings of the situation. At the time of this vigil, I did not know anybody at the law firm. I was grieving. I also was feeling extraordinarily uncomfortable with any presence I was of anybody that knew the situation. I would walk in to any room or any environment, and then people would separate, create distance, look at me with angry eyes. So I did not feel comfortable being there. As much as I wanted to show respect, as much as respect as I had.
Overruled.
So with that being said, Lauren had an opportunity, when she called me up, she had an opportunity to create in a different environment for myself. She said, maybe you need a different headspace, come out and try to enjoy something. And so she invited me along with her group of friends, and she had had these tickets for an extended period of time. And she had one, and she says, if you want to join us and try to get a different headspace, maybe this environment will make you feel better. And so I accepted, and genuinely, it did make me feel better.
Okay. So to my question in regards to, and your reason for not going to the candlelight visual was because another woman talked you into going into a concert with her. Your answer was no. Is that right?
You stated that she talked me into going. She didn't. She heard me through, and I believe that it's more of she gave me permission to accept that it's okay, Chris, it's okay that you can try to do something to feel better about your situation.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. I think you and I could agree you're a very charismatic person. Have you heard that before?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the way you were talking with law enforcement when they were interviewing you?
I wasn't aware if I was. I mean, this is my demeanor.
Sure. When the state and yourself was going over your testimony, is this how you were talking with the state as well?
I'm unaware. I mean, this is who I am.
But I would like you to answer my question with a yes or a no, okay?
Okay, I'll try my best.
The reason you didn't go to the candlelight visual is because Ms. Sherling told you you shouldn't go. Is that a better way to put it?
No.
Mr. Melton, this isn't your first time discussing the candlelight visual, is it?
It's been discussed with a detective.
Okay. And your statement was, or do you recall making the statement, in which even Lauren didn't go to that when she was part of that. Even the people she worked with were going to be speaking there at the memorial service. And they suggested to her that she shouldn't come, and I talked to her about it, and she's like, it's not something you want to be at, Chris. It's just gonna, not trying to talk me out of it, just trying to tell me how the situation is going to be. But I didn't go to that. Is that accurate?
If that's on a recording and you have it verbatim, but I don't.
My question is that accurate? Yes or no?
I don't think it's completely accurate.
I move to introduce Defense Exhibit 43, which is the June 20th, 2001 audio recording between Mr. Melton and law enforcement. Now I ask the Honorable Court to introduce time stamp. 425 to 455, Your Honor.
Did you have a number of that exhibit?
Defense Exhibit 43.
43. And I'm sorry, say it one more time, the time stamp.
4 minutes and 25 seconds to 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
All right, thank you. And you're asking to introduce that?
Just that portion, correct.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Yellow-Chili?
There's been no foundation laid for the recording, Judge. So that is our objection based on foundation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection. Allow you to lay a foundation, Mr.
Sure. Excuse me. You recall talking to law enforcement in regards to going to a country concert with Lauren Sherling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you hadn't heard this audio recording. Would you like to hear this audio recording?
In the section that you're referring to, I would say yes.
Okay, perfect. So, Your Honor, this is what I would ask. I would ask if I could allow the witness outside the presence of the jury to listen to that portion of the recording to determine if he recognizes that recording, Your Honor.
All right, any objection, Mr. Yellow-Chili?
No, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you leave for a moment. Don't discuss the case. This is another break, and we will take a lunch break. Don't worry. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Okay.
I agree with you all. She's just sort of released them. It's like 1 o'clock there now. So just, I believe it's 1 o'clock. Bex can confirm it. But I'm pretty sure we're on 1 o'clock right now. So why would you call them? Yeah, that makes no sense. Just go to lunch for an hour, come back at 2 o'clock. and I hate the voices of the state attorneys as well. So they did mention there's going to be other experts in, I believe, coming in after Chris Melton. I believe they don't want to finish with his testimony. They probably want to bring him in, and if he does do badly, they can bring in experts then to just amend everything. But I still get annoyed when I hear the prosecutors.
Put it on a flash drive that this is playing for me.
All right.
Okay.
Are you able to do that? I mean,
Prosecutors
Alright.
coaching.
how long does that take?
45 seconds.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I don't like speaking objections about. Say what's by law, what's wrong. Don't coach him by trying to give a long-winded answer. That's really bad form on behalf of the state attorneys. That's when you know they haven't got a case or much of a case. Dave, you're always behind, Dave. Always behind. No, Dave, you're 8 hours behind us. It should be 10 o'clock in the morning with you, Dave.
All right, Mr. Melton, let the record reflect that I am playing minute mark 425 through 455.
Days probably before the concert, in which even Lauren didn't go to that when she was part of that. Even the people she worked with were going to be speaking there at the memorial service, and they suggested to her that she shouldn't come. And I talked to her about it, and she's like, "It's not something that you want to be at, Chris. It's just going to not trying to talk me out of it, just trying to tell me how the situation's going to be." But I didn't go to that, and we discussed. I even talked to Lauren about it the night before, just discussing if I should go to that instead of the concert. And saying, hey, you know, I feel I should be there too. She's like, well, she told me what the people at the law firm told her what it was going to be.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ready for the jury? All right. Could you bring the jury in, please?
Like, the jury are probably hungry, Judge. Just let them go for lunch, for frig's sake. She can bring them in, and what she's going to do is make them wait there for an hour. Jonathan, all Dave does all day long is just sit there, smoke weed, and watch trials. And comment on Dateline and stuff.
You all may be seated. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You would agree that you and Ms. Sherling agreed to go to the country concert over going to Ms. Baker's candlelight visual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at this concert that you went with Ms. Sherling, that you went with Ms. Sherling to, there was a total of 6 people. Is that correct?
Sounds accurate.
Okay. It was Ms. Sherling's mother and father. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was her neighbors, which was a guy and a girl couple.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was a country concert at Turner Field.
Correct.
Okay. So you and Ms. Sherling left Athens when Ms. Baker is having a candlelight visual to travel to Atlanta to go to a country concert.
I don't remember where we left from. I don't recall that. But I do recall going to a concert and it was in an open stadium, and you got to walk around and listen to country music.
You remember that, but you don't remember whether Miss Baker told you she was going to be alone the day before she died.
I'm going to object to ask and answer.
Sustained.
Chris, the week before Tara died, there was an incident between you and her that jeopardized your relationship with her. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked about the question.
Do you remember the incident?
I remember nothing happening the week before, but I had answered a question to a detective, and I remember telling there was an incident that always stayed in the forefront of my mind that I realized that had hurt her feelings, but I didn't realize at that time the question was the week before, because the incident that I explained happened months before.
All right, so your testimony today, Mr. Mellon, is the incident that occurred before Miss Baker died was actually an incident that occurred months before Miss Baker died.
Where that, yes, where he had asked, he goes, has there ever been a time that you felt that something you had done jeopardized your relationship? I think that's close to accurate, but my answer that I gave was off the forefront of my mind that it had always stayed there, but it did not happen the week before. I stated that in questioning, but it was not the week before.
Give you the time sentence. I just want to make sure we're clear on the question that I asked, okay? The week before Miss Baker's death, there was an incident between you and her that jeopardized you two's relationship.
No, sir.
This isn't the first time you've been asked that question, is it?
No, sir.
On June 20th, 2001, law enforcement asked you that question. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your statement to law enforcement was, yes, I remember that incident. Is that correct?
No, I remember I started telling about an incident.
Your Honor, I would ask to play minute mark 1 through 650 of Defense Exhibit 43.
Any objection, Mr. Yelvin?
43 in evidence?
So is there an objection to, and we can talk about that later. Let's talk about the request that Mr. Cruz has just made. Do you have an objection to what he has just requested?
Just a foundation, Your Honor.
I will sustain that objection and allow you to lay a foundation.
Okay. And you've already stated that you remember talking to law enforcement about that. Is that right?
I do.
Okay. And you two specifically discussed the incident between you and Tara the week before she died. Is that right?
He asked the question, but I'm not hearing it correctly at the time. It was an incident that had happened in the past, but not the week before. But he does ask that question.
So let me do it this way. Did you admit to law enforcement that an incident occurred with you and Miss Baker the week before her death?
I would have to say yes, but it wasn't accurate.
Okay. Well, we can't have it both ways. First, you said it was months ago.
I'm going to object about editorializing about the witness's answers.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Sure.
Mr. Cruz, just stick to your question.
Yes, ma'am. Your original answer was that this incident was months ago. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But your answer now is you do remember the incident the week before she passed away.
I remember the question he asked, and and what I had described did not happen the week before.
But you told law enforcement it happened the week before.
He asked the question, and I gave an answer, but it was not the week before.
My specific... Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. My specific question is, did you tell law enforcement that the incident happened the week before her death?
He asked that question, and I did not say that it happened the week before. I went into an explanation of what, in my forefront of my mind, had at some point jeopardized our relationship.
Your Honor, I would renew my request to introduce minute marks 621 through 650 into evidence as a prior inconsistent statement.
Mr. Yelvin.
Well, there were a lot of questions. None of them had to do with the foundation for the exhibit, however, which was my objection.
I think that's correct. So I'll sustain the objection, allow you to lay a foundation, Mr. Cruz.
You haven't heard what's on this flash drive, have you?
On the flash drive?
Right. You haven't heard what's on this flash drive, correct?
I don't know what's on your flash drive.
Let me ask you this. Did the state play your interviews for you?
I have heard the interviews.
They've played them for you?
I have heard the interviews.
Okay. So you're familiar with your interviews with law enforcement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you are familiar with the interview that took place where you discussed with law enforcement the incident that took place the week before her death, is that right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that question.
Okay. And the reason you're familiar with it is because you've heard the interview, correct?
Well, I'm familiar with the question from originally, plus after 25 years, I think it's fair to say that I need to hear what I said on recording.
So you would like to hear it to determine if it's a fair and accurate rendition of your statements to law enforcement on June 20th, 2001?
I would like to hear to see if it's accurately depicting your question, because you say, did I state in my explanation that it actually happened the week before? The question he asked was, did it happen? He goes, what happened? Or is there anything the week before that could have jeopardized your relationship? And then I go into an explanation of something that was always on the forefront of my mind because I hurt her feelings, and it did not happen the week before. But I did not explain to them it did not happen the week before. I just went into an explanation of something that I was recollecting.
Okay. I'm going to allow you to hear what's on this flash drive, Defense Exhibit 43. Do we have headphones? Do we have headphones? We don't. No headphones. Your Honor, I would ask, and I apologize to everybody, I would ask that I have the opportunity to lay the proper foundation for this flash drive with Mr. Melton outside the presence of the jury.
All right, we will do that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll go into the jury room, don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly.
Judge, don't be a bitch, Judge. Just fucking send them to lunch. Just send them to lunch. It's like 1:15. It's as if she's doing this on purpose. If I'm the defense, I'll just spend forever just...
You all may be seated. Thank you.
Take your time, Cruz. Fuck it, because
So,
fuck
Mr.
the
Cruz,
judge.
let me just make sure for the record, you are you trying to refresh this witness's record?
No, I am not. I am laying the foundation for impeachment. I just want to lay the foundation that he recognizes this this exhibit. I think that's the only piece that's missing.
So are you trying to lay the foundation for a prior inconsistent statement?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, thank you. Let the record reflect that I'm playing for Mr. Melton. Minute mark 6:13 through minute mark 6:49 for the purpose of laying the foundation for this audio recording.
Anybody now? No, even if
another thing was issue, kind of, we'll call it an issue until we hear from you, was brought up to us. Something to the effect that like a week prior to Tara's death, Tara had found out some information and could have maybe jeopardized y'all's relationship. Do you remember remember having a discussion? I think
Something that she might have found at your apartment in Athens.
I think she went there to leave you a note or something. And,
Yeah, I know it was.
okay. How about
Did you have opportunity to hear that, Mr. Melton?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Is that you on the audio recording?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is the minute 6 minutes and 13 seconds to 6 minutes and 49 seconds? Is that an accurate? Is that an accurate portion of your conversation with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize this audio recording as the conversation you had with law enforcement on June 20th, 2001. Is that fair?
Yes.
Does it sound like it's been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I believe the proper foundation has been laid for the audio recording. I'd ask that the jury be allowed to come back in.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Yelmichili, do you have an objection?
I think at this point, the foundation has been laid. However, I did not hear a prior inconsistent statement. It's exactly what Mr. Melton said, which is that he got asked the question, and then he launched into an explanation of what happened without correcting the date. So there may be something beyond this that Mr. Cruz wants to play that shows the inconsistency, but I believe, as far as what I heard, Judge, it was exactly what Mr. Melton testified to, which is that, yes, in response to that question about a date certain, I started to launch into an explanation about the only incident that I could think of, but it is not actually from that date, and I didn't clarify that for law enforcement, which seems to be what happens on the recording, but obviously the court heard the recording as well and can draw its own conclusions.
Mr. Cruz, any response
That's-
to Yelmichili's comments?
Absolutely. That's a misrepresentation. Law enforcement clearly asked him if he was aware of an incident that occurred the week before Tara's death, and Mr. Melton, before I cut the recording off, said, yes, I'm aware of that incident. My specific question to him was, Mr. Melton, was there an incident? Well, my specific question to Mr. Melton was, Chris, the week before Tara died, there was an incident that upset her and jeopardized your relationship with her. Do you remember that? His first answer was no. It was months ago that it happened. And eventually we got to him saying, well, I just told law enforcement that it was. I confronted him with the statement, Your Honor, I would ask that I'm allowed to impeach Mr. Melton with a prior inconsistent statement, because Mr. Melton danced around the answer. He wouldn't give me a clean yes or no.
I'm going to ask you to play it again because I did not hear what you're articulating.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I'd like to hear it again, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Of course he didn't hear, and he heard what the state is saying.
another thing was issue, we'll call it an issue until we hear from you, was brought up to us. Something to the effect that like a week prior to Tara's death, Tara had found out some information that upset her and could have maybe jeopardized y'all's relationship. Do you remember having a discussion?
All right, thank you. That's what I thought I heard. So I think that we are at a moment of the interpretation of semantics.
Sure.
But I do think semantics matter
Yes,
in
ma'am.
this moment. And what the officer just said, which is why I needed you to repeat it, was that something happened the week before where Ms. Baker had learned of something. And that is a different set of words and a different phrase than what you're asking Mr. Melton. And so based on that recording and based on the questions that you are asking Mr. Melton, that's not a prior inconsistent statement. You certainly may continue questioning him, but that does not qualify as a prior inconsistent statement. If there's more context, for example, in that recording
Sure.
that supports the way that you have asked the question, we certainly can get into that. But this particular thread that you have played very specifically says when she learned of something, and that is different than what you've asked.
Yes, ma'am. That's fair. We could bring the jury out. I've played it. He's laid the foundation for the recording. I'll ask the appropriate question, and depending on his response, we'll take the next steps.
All right. You may bring the jury out. Thank you.
It's so frustrating, semantics. Yeah. Oh, I just can't. I just can't with this. I honestly get frustrated. I don't think I can stay on much longer watching this. Well, I'll keep the stream going, but this is pissing me off. My blood pressure's through the roof with watching this. We're watching. Oh. I don't know what's wrong with the volume, Mark. I don't know. It's fine on my end, so I really don't know, but I don't know what to say.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Melton, do you recall law enforcement asking you that like a week prior to Tara's death, Tara had found out some information that upset her and could have maybe jeopardized your relationship? Do you remember having that discussion? Is that
Yes,
accurate?
they asked that question.
Sir?
Yes.
And you were told, I think she went there to leave you a note or something. Do you recall that?
I recall them saying yes.
Okay. And your response was, yeah, I know what it was.
Yes.
You'd agree that you never disclosed that information to law enforcement until you were asked about it 5 months after her death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You never shared with law enforcement the issue that led to Miss Baker not spending Christmas of 2000 with you, did you? Or Christmas Eve. Let me use the right date. Christmas Eve of 2000 with you. Is that correct?
I believe we were together Christmas Eve.
Your testimony here today is that you and Miss Baker were together on Christmas Eve?
Portion of the day, I believe so.
You never shared with law enforcement the reason why Miss Baker did not spend New Year's with you, did you?
Tara did spend New Year's. She spent New Year's Eve with me into New Year's Day. Yes.
You never shared with law enforcement the reason Miss Baker stopped calling you the week of December 27th to January 3rd, despite being home. Is that correct?
What were the dates you just said?
December 27th to January 3rd, 2001.
I don't recall.
You never shared with law enforcement that Miss Baker told you that she needed space to focus on her studies 2 weeks before she died, did you?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Sure.
There's a lot of questions.
You would agree that you never shared with law enforcement that Miss Baker told you that she needed space to focus on her studies 2 weeks before her death.
I'd agree.
And you also never shared with law enforcement that the day before Tara was murdered, that was the most that you two had spoken in the previous 2 months.
I don't know about that now. No, as far as did I say, I'm sorry, repeat your question. I'll make sure I understand you correctly.
You would agree that you never shared with law enforcement that the day before Miss Baker was murdered, that was the most that you two had spoken in the previous 2 months over the phone. I left that portion out, so please forgive me. Over the phone.
Okay. No, I don't believe I discussed that with the police. I wasn't really aware.
Would you have any reason to disagree that before Miss Baker died, others believed that it was clear that your relationship with Miss Baker was over?
It wouldn't be apparent or aware to me, no.
Let's discuss your dating history with Miss Baker. Is that fair?
Fair?
Okay. When you met Miss Baker, you two were in Milledgeville. Is that right?
Correct?
You two were in college.
Correct?
Okay. And you were a pre-med major. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And pre-med majors are typically aiming for medical school.
Correct.
Okay? And Miss Baker wanted to become a lawyer.
That's correct.
Eventually, Miss Baker graduated from college. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she moved to Athens. Is that correct?
When she graduated, at some point, when she graduated, she moved home.
Yes, sir. But eventually she moved to Athens. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree after Miss Baker moved to Athens, you followed her to Athens.
Correct.
This was, let me frame it this way. You didn't graduate from college. Is that correct? You didn't get your pre-med degree. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, for your living arrangements in Athens, you rented a empty bedroom in Chase Guerin's apartment. Is that right?
Correct.
And Chase is someone you actually met through Tara.
Correct.
And for work, while you were staying in Athens, you were driving back and forth daily to Loganville from Athens, Georgia. From Athens, Georgia to Loganville and back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you moved to Athens specifically to be close to Miss Baker. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you first moved to Athens, is it fair to say that you and Miss Baker would spend in a 7-day week, you guys would be together about 4 or 5 days?
That's correct. That's pre-law school.
That's pre-law school?
That's before we spent that much time before she started getting in law school and getting more busy. Yeah.
So first semester of law school, you weren't spending 4 to 5 days with Miss Baker?
Well, yes, she would come by. Yes.
And you would go to her house too, isn't that right?
Yes. Yes.
However, towards the end of December 2000 and January 2001, Miss Baker stopped visiting your home that often. Is that correct?
So we had less time together. Yes.
Okay. And we've already discussed law enforcement talking to you about the incident that happened the week before her death. Would you agree with that?
Asking the question, yes.
Okay. And you would also agree that the week before her death is when you decided to go back to your parents' home for work. Is that fair?
Just for work, not to move.
Okay.
But yes.
So I just want to make sure we're clear. So you didn't move away from Athens before Miss Baker's death?
Correct.
Okay. So if anybody said otherwise, that information is inaccurate.
Correct. I have not moved.
And due to Miss Baker's studying and your work, the last time you saw Miss Baker was 10 days before she died?
Say it again.
It was 10 days before she died?
What was your full question?
Sure, I apologize. Due to Miss Baker's studying, as well as your work, the last time you saw Miss Baker was 10 days before she died.
Incorrect. The last time that I had stayed in Athens prior to her death would have been the Wednesday prior, but I saw her the weekend prior to her death.
And you saw her at your apartment?
No, she was at my parents'. She came by my parents' house.
And I noticed before you ask questions, you look over here. Is anybody communicating anything to you while you're on the stand?
No, sir.
Now, let me ask you about the question in regards to the 10-day window. You would agree that when law enforcement met with you, you told law enforcement in 2024 that you were certain it had been 10 days since you last saw Miss Baker. Would you agree with that?
I stated that in confusion, yes, sir.
Okay. But you stated it. It was in confusion, but you stated it.
I stated it.
Okay. And Miss Elizabeth Bigham told you that she had your DNA. Is that right?
At some point, yes.
And she told you that because of the DNA that she had of yours, it could not have been 10 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Bigham also told you that they need to be able to explain away your DNA. Is that right?
Correct.
And in response to let me ask this question the right way. In response to Ms. Bigham telling you that she needed to explain away your DNA, you continued to tell her that, no, I'm certain it's 10 days since I last saw Ms. Baker. Is that right?
I started reflecting, and I do recall being with Tara the weekend before. I have always stated from prior to that I was with her the weekend before. Time had gone by, and confusion had started setting in, and I was reflecting on the last time I had stayed in Athens. But indeed, Tara had come to my house that weekend.
But you didn't say that you had seen her that weekend until Ms. Bigham told you that you said that you saw her that weekend back in 2001. Is that right?
That's correct. And other times beyond. Yes, sir.
And Ms. Bigham told you that your DNA was found in Ms. Baker's mouth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she told you the DNA doesn't last that long in her mouth. Is that right?
Correct.
She told you all of this information before you said that, hey, I remember now, I saw Ms. Baker the weekend before she passed away. Would you agree with that?
correct, I would say.
But one thing that you were adamant about with Ms. Bigham that she couldn't get you to change, you said, I did not see Tara Baker the week of her death. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear for the record. You didn't see Ms. Baker on Monday. Is that right?
Correct.
It's undisputed that you didn't see Ms. Baker on Tuesday. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's undisputed that you didn't see Ms. Baker on Wednesday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's undisputed that you didn't see Ms. Baker on Thursday.
Correct.
Okay, and it's undisputed that you didn't see Ms. Baker, you would say you didn't see Ms. Baker on Friday.
I think it's undisputed.
So we have Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So we'll say at least 5 days, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you told Ms. Bigham that the closest time, for the first time, that you believe you saw Ms. Baker last or had sexual intercourse with Ms. Baker last was the Sunday before she left. Is that right?
Sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. And that was the first time in 24 years that you ever told law enforcement that you had sexual relations with Ms. Baker on Sunday.
I think in the past I'd said it in the weekend, and we had sex on Saturday, and then I'm sure that I believe that we had sex on Sunday. It's just, yes.
That's a yes to my question?
I would say yes.
So if you're, I won't ask that question. So at the time of Ms. Baker's death, you stated today, I believe, that you and Tara, well, I'll ask you, how long had you and Tara been dating at the time of her death?
Again, that would be 2.5 years.
Not 3.5 years?
2.5 years.
Not 3.5 years?
From 2.5 to, I think our 2-year anniversary was the July 4th prior. I believe that we considered us actually a couple.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll say 2.5 years. So in 2.5 years, within that 2-year window, you moved to Athens to be near her. We've agreed on that. Is that right?
Correct.
You helped her move into her Deer Park apartment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time she moved into her Deer Park apartment, is it fair to say that you two were in a serious relationship?
Correct.
But Ms. Baker didn't choose to move in an apartment with you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The day before Ms. Baker died, you would agree that you two spoke 5 times.
Sounds right.
And we've agreed for the past 20 years, you've stated court's indulgence. Now, Mr. Melton, we've already agreed that in 2001, you were advised that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you heard it, you testified to it. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now you do recall also meeting with GBI again on May 5th, 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And during the May 5th, 2024 interview, you were told that someone else's DNA was found in Ms. Baker's mouth. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Okay, and is it, you were told that it was the bad guy's DNA. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were also told by law enforcement that they did not intend to arrest you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they told you that they needed your help explaining away your DNA. Is that right?
They were trying to have an understanding of why the DNA was in their mouth, or was in Tara's mouth. So, ask your question again.
Sure. They told you they needed you to explain, they needed to be able to, let me rephrase it. They were asking you to help them explain away your DNA, or why your DNA would be present in her mouth.
Yes.
Now, when they told you that there was another DNA profile in Ms. Baker's mouth, your response is,
You may.
So they want to put everything on the record when it suits them, but then when it doesn't, they want to approach. That's funny how that works, isn't it? So when it's something that's to their advantage, they want to make sure it's on the record in front of the jury. And when it's something that could be detrimental to the case, oh, we may, can we approach, please, Your Honour? The defence has been handcuffed so much. He's been grilled now.
It's a little bit more to this.
Oh, okay.
I hope the jury asking, why do the state always object to everything? Why don't they want to show us all these things? I agree, Marilyn. And I try and be objective with it. I did think the judge made some rulings correctly against the defence. She has, but on other ones, no. Afternoon Just Jugs from Badaza. This is so rigged. I hate this so much. Yes, I agree, Bex, nearly as much as I hate you sometimes, you know. So, Jonathan, there was one pubic hair that belonged to the defendant on her butt. I don't remember where all the pubic hairs were now, to be quite honest with you, and whose they were. This was such another shoddy investigation. One might say he's got a pubic defender. No, that wasn't me saying anything to you, Just Jugs. What I'm saying is, no, it wasn't a dig in case you thought it was a dig at you. I wasn't having a dig about that at all. I'm just saying she has made some good rulings that I agree with, so it's not always her rulings. But I do think she leans very heavily to the prosecution. So yeah, definitely not having a go at you, Jugs, if that's what you thought. Found her on her ass. I remember that. Yes, there was one on her ass, one in her hand, and one on her body somewhere. Why are we not having lunch, Judge? There you go, Jugs. I just had to clarify in case you thought I was on a go. I was definitely not having a go at you whatsoever. I'm not sure.
Right, so we've agreed that you were aware that Miss Baker was sexually assaulted in 2001, right?
Correct.
Okay. And despite this knowledge of her being sexually assaulted at the time of her death, your response was, I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's two people, me and somebody else.
There's further description of that. I think they say in her mouth. Yes.
Okay. You make that statement.
And when they said in her mouth, yes.
Would it be shocking that if someone was sexually assaulted by someone else that they would likely have more than one DNA profile in them? Is that fair to say?
Judge, I'm going to object for calls for speculation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
In your personal knowledge, okay, if someone, whether by choice or not, is intimate with two people, you would expect that two people would be present. Is that fair?
If somebody was sexually assaulted, and I'm thinking that if it's in the vagina and around, yes.
No. If it's in the vagina and what? Please finish your statement.
Right. What question was asked? Well, actually, how can I have full explanation of the thoughts that are going through my head at that moment?
If I can ask you this, can you answer my question first, and you can explain anything you need to explain?
Fair enough.
Is that fair?
Just restate your question, please.
So I think we agreed on the point that you said you were kind of stunned. I'm hearing that it's two people, me and somebody else. We've agreed on that, right?
Yes.
And my follow-up question was, based on your personal knowledge, if someone is sexually assaulted by someone other than yourself, you would expect two people to be present. Is that right?
I would say yes, but I do have further explanation of my statement.
Sure. You were asked about your sexual history with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
When can I continue? When can I continue to?
So I can't answer questions. The Honorable Court has only given me
I'm sorry,
authority to ask questions.
Didn't mean to look that direction. I apologize.
But the question I have for you, you have previously described your sexual relationship with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that did not include anal intercourse.
that's correct.
And when investigators interviewed you on May 5th, you understood the importance of being truthful. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you understood, and you told them that you and Ms. Baker never, ever engaged in anal sex. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just a couple of more questions for you, Mr. Melton. I thank you so much for your patience. During direct examination, you talked about items on your hands. I believe you said it was plumber cement, it was solvent. What were the items that were on your hands when you met with police?
When do I get to go back and talk to about the other? Refer to the previous question that you had.
So the Honorable Court has only given me authority to ask questions. After this hearing, you and I can discuss it if you would like.
And I not have an explanation to an answer. If I'm not, do I have the opportunity to explain a statement? If I'm not, I'm assuming I'm granted that. I'm not sure about the order of the questions that he's stating that Liz and Jeremy had asked me, the order, okay?
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive to any question that I asked. No question involved the order of questioning
Okay.
by investigators.
Well, the reason,
Right, hang on just a second. What was your question again, Mr. Cruz?
I believe the question, and Mr. Melton can correct me if I'm wrong,
It's a
that
shit
he
show.
would like to follow up on was the question in regards to his statement, I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's two people, me and somebody else. And I believe he mentioned about it being in her mouth, and I think he wanted to follow up on that, Your Honor.
All right, well, witnesses are allowed to explain their answers if they answer yes or no. Did you, why don't you ask that question again and see if you get the yes or no question, and if this witness would like to explain his answer, he may do so.
Sure, absolutely. And despite knowing that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted for 23 years, when you were told that somebody else's DNA was found in her body, your response was, I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's two people, me and somebody else. Is that correct?
correct. Okay, with the explanation. When Liz, they tell me, not that it's in her body, they tell me specifically that it's in her mouth. Okay? In my mind at that point, I'm not accurate about DNA and so forth, timing and so forth, but there was just a short fraction moment of a time, and if I can request to even play that section of the audio, that for just a moment, I was taking consideration that was this voluntary? Because why in the world would she not bite his penis? If somebody's trying to do that, why would you not bite his penis? And that's what I was expressing. And I was in shock that it was in her mouth, because for just a fraction of a moment, it kind of went through my head. I was like, was something happening there that I was unaware of with Tara? And I'm ashamed to even think that for a second. And then Liz responds, don't let your head go there.
Objection, hearsay.
It's on the audio recording.
Rejection, that objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Melton, so you can't mention what anybody else said. I would like to follow up on this.
Okay. Yeah.
On the hearsay objection, Mr. Cruz in this line of questioning has specifically mentioned the words that the GBI agents are saying back and forth to Mr. Melton. So I think as it relates to the rule of completeness in this line of questioning, Mr. Melton is allowed to talk about that because of the fact that Mr. Cruz has opened the door to it in his line of questioning.
I'd like to respond to the objection about the rule of completeness.
I would. So the purpose of my questioning was the objective effect on the listener. So it wouldn't apply as hearsay because they give him information or they make a statement to him. The most important portion of it isn't what's said to him. We aren't offering that for the truth of the matter. We're offering it to the jury for his response. So anytime that I've mentioned something from GBI, it's either been a question that was asked, which is not hearsay because it's not a statement offered for the truth, it's a question, or two, the objective effect on Mr. Melton in regards to how did he respond to that information. The rule of completeness, from what I understand, applies to documents, videos, things that if you only play a portion of it or show a portion of it, it wouldn't put it into context. Now, if the state would like to, well, I won't get into that, but that's my understanding of the rule of completeness. Right now, we're just going through his testimony with non-hearsay statements from law enforcement.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my former comment that it is hearsay. Both parties have agreed that it is not hearsay. I'm going to allow you to complete your statement. Go ahead.
All right, back to what I was saying.
Your Honor, I didn't agree that his statement wasn't hearsay. His statement was hearsay as far as what Ms. Bigham said. I was explaining my statements.
Well, I'm going to allow him to say
Yes, ma'am.
however you characterize it. I'm going to make a finding that both parties have said it's not hearsay. I'm going to allow you to continue explaining if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am, I'd like to continue. There was a moment when, I'm going to have to back up just a touch.
This judge, I mean, I'm so sad right now. I'm not even like, I'm just sad that this defendant's not even getting a proper trial. This is worse than I could ever imagine. I am so sad for the defendant right now that this guy can put in anything he wants. He can say whatever he wants, and the state also knows that more than likely the defense can't play the tape due to her rulings. I mean, I just can't with this. I just can't. This is really pissing me off. It's just so sad.
Yes, but I hear that there's semen in her mouth. I'm expecting it in other places of her body, but in her mouth, I was like, how did she not bite this person? And for just a moment, I was like, was this voluntary? And then I was going the wrong thoughts in my head, and Liz picked up on that also, and she stated something that was beyond my realm of consideration, and she says, that's if Tara was still alive.
You were in her mouth too, is that correct?
It's the DNA, you're saying, yes, the DNA was located.
Okay.
That's what I've been told.
And I just want to make it very clear for the jury. When you met with law enforcement on May 5th, 2024, you understood that your DNA was in Ms. Baker's mouth.
That's what I was told.
Last question I have for you, I want to talk about your hands a little bit. Did you state you punched the wall 30 times?
I stated that I couldn't remember how many times I'd punched it, but I was just guesstimating.
Okay. But you stated that you punched it so hard that shingles were falling off the house?
No, that I was hitting at some point when I came through, I know I hit the siding.
Okay. Did you mention that you were hitting concrete and things of that nature?
Sir?
Did you mention that you hit concrete? Did I hear
Well,
that?
that's what the siding was made of.
Okay, so you were punching through the wall and hitting concrete?
Yes. And I remember I remember punching through and feeling the other side. Yes.
Okay. You would agree that you never told law enforcement that you sought medical treatment for your hands. Is that correct?
That's correct. I never did.
Okay. And you would also agree that you didn't break any bones in your hands. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You also agree that the injuries to your hand were scratch-like injuries. Is that right?
There were scratch-like injuries on my hand, yes.
I think we established this. This is my last point. I believe we've already talked about this and we've agreed on it maybe multiple times. But your hands were covered in work supplies when you went to meet with law enforcement, right?
Yes, I believe there was primer and maybe some glue that was on my hands.
You also mentioned cement as well, plumber cement, I think you stated.
Plumbing cement, as a possibility. I wasn't completely accurate of all this, but it's primer I know that sticks to your hands, and then there's probably little pieces of adhesive.
Okay, and I want to ask you something that's very interesting to me, and this is my last question for real. Mm-hmm. You refer to the officers by their first names. How many times have you met with them before this trial took place?
That's how they always introduce themselves.
My question is, how many times did you meet with them before this trial?
Before this trial? Mm-hmm. When they interviewed me?
Okay. How many times?
I think I've had a total of 5, 6 interviews, I'd guess.
And that includes with the prosecutors as well?
As far as with the prosecutors, maybe 2.
Okay, so they've met with you a total of 7 times, but they told you that your DNA was present in Ms. Baker's dead body. Is that right?
You're talking about Liz and
Correct.
Jeremy?
Correct.
When they interviewed me?
Correct.
They said my DNA was also there, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Melton. I have no other questions for you.
Any redirect, Mr. Yeoman-Chile?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Mr. Melton, I've got just, one, well, I'm not going to call it one question. It might turn into a couple, but just one thing that I wanted to talk to you about, because there's been some testimony about this incident between you and Tara, but there hasn't been any testimony about what that incident was. Can you explain to us, what it is that happened and what this disagreement that y'all had? And I believe you testified it was the only disagreement that you could necessarily recall that was ever serious. What was it?
Just cut out the fucking dramatics and get on with it. Face the jury.
Just bear with me.
Oh, we'll bear with you. Fuck.
There was a time that Tara took care of me. I had gotten an infection. I had cellulitis that had entered my body through my thighs and through my buttocks on a job site late summer. Late summer, I remember it being hot. I had been shaved. I was on a new job site. I'm sitting on the soil installing plumbing. Well, during that time, evidently bacteria that had been in the soil entered through my clothes, entered my skin, and got me infected. That same day, later that evening, Tara was at my house, and she saw the effects it was having upon my body. And I'd swollen up in between my thighs and my legs, and my skin started turning black. She told me, you need to go to the emergency room. She took me to the emergency room. Once that was taken care of there, I had to come back to my place, and I could not walk or move around for a long period of time, possibly up to, if I can recall, 2 weeks. Okay? During that time, Tara was my caretaker. That's when she was given a key to get in and out because I could not go up and down the steps without having her come in to take care of me. Well, time goes by. Now I'm at the end of this, and I've healed up and I'm ready to go back to work. So she has stayed over. She stayed behind that morning to show herself out. Once I had gone to work, I had she had called me and said, we need to talk. And I was like, okay. Well, she said she would meet me back at the house, meet me back at my place. While I was gone, what she had found, I had a TV armoire with VHS tapes. And as embarrassing as it is, and this is something I had since I was 19 from back in college, she found an adult video. It wasn't anything crazy. It was just one video in bright orange, I might add, so it wasn't concealed. It was just there. That hurt her feelings. She felt so disrespected. I was ashamed. I was embarrassed. I can't even quite remember the last time I had even seen it, but I was still in possession of it. She sat down in that argument and she demanded, when did you come in possession of this? And then I further explained that when we were in college, back, I guess I'm 19 at this time, one of the cheerleaders was actually marrying another cheerleader. It was a man and a woman. They had been partners for a while, and they actually were getting married. Well, there was a bachelor party that didn't have anybody, no females show up or anything, but they had this adult video playing on the TV during that crazy little bachelor party guys kind of thing. Well, that's how I obtained it, because I asked the host, I was like, hey man, you mind if I have the tape? I was not in a relationship or anything at the time. I'm ashamed to say that, embarrassed. But when she found that, I felt like I broke her heart. That was not who she was, and I hope it's not a representation really of who I am. I was a young man. She found that tape, and that was the only time that I can ever recall that she raised her voice at me. And she demanded that I destroy the tape and throw it in the dumpster by my apartments with her hands on her hips watching me. And I did. And we agreed, and I talked it out, and I laid everything out for her as she asked, and I was laying all my cards on the table. I was honest with her. She chose to show me grace, and she was understanding, and we made up that same day and in that evening, okay? But that always stayed in the forefront of my mind as the time that I could have jeopardized our relationship. And I've always shown her respect, and I didn't realize I was showing her disrespect in that fashion at that time, but she made it clear that that was inappropriate and that I should never do that again, and I agreed. And that's the incident that I explained to law enforcement when they asked me, is there ever a time that's what I hear. Is there ever a time that you have jeopardized your relationship? And that's what I tell them. I tell them that story. And that's the context of where that answer came from.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Mr. Milton.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz? Go ahead.
Mr. Melton, you've gone to Ms. Baker's house with her before, right? We've agreed on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've seen, it's fair to say that you would see her take out her key and unlock the door. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you would know what her house key looks like. Is that correct?
I guess it looks like a house key. Yes, sir.
And you would agree if you showed up to Ms. Baker's house unannounced, she would probably let you in. Is that right?
If I showed up to her house unannounced and knocked on the door and she answered the door?
Correct.
Yes.
No other questions?
Any redirect, Mr. Yelmanchili?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
We'd ask that he is.
Any objection from the defense? You are free to go, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a lunch break. It is late. But we are going to take a lunch break. I'm going to ask that, of course, when you leave this building, you don't discuss the case, you don't do any research as we have discussed, you don't go to any of the locations you may have heard about. We're going to take a lunch break until 3:15, so it'll allow you some time to get to your cars and things of that nature. The deputies will escort you, of course, as a group to the elevator and will escort you to the beginning of the parking deck. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 3:15. Thank you for your patience. Everyone can remain seated until the jury has left. Thank you.
We'll see if she gets back on record. Is it not
That does not include you. Mr. Melton, you are free to go, sir.
is it not disheartening to watch this trial with all the speculation, all the lies, and all the bias towards the state? It's beyond maddening. It's frustrating. It's sad. And it's even more sad that this defendant could possibly end up in prison because of this. If the jury, and we know how fickle juries can be, look at this and go, well, if not him, then who? I'm hoping that they're able to look at Chris and go, well, there's enough doubt there. For me, there's enough doubt here no matter what. But we've seen it before. Many people in this, even in this charter, said the defence need to prove to me that he didn't do it. Just to clarify, the defence don't need to show anything. I think what we just listened to there, in my opinion.
All right, thank you. All right, be at ease. We will see everyone, counsel, at 3:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
So there's, what we're going to do is play the opening of the defence now. We've done the prosecution, we'll do the defence now. There is literally more evidence against Chris than there is against the defendant. There's so much confusion. Obviously, experts are going to come in and stuff. And the story changes that Chris has made. Look at that just now, the story time he had there, but he doesn't remember some of the key crucial facts. This is, I think, probably the most depressing trial I've covered, in the sense of the bias within the trial. I think it's by far more corrupt than anything I think we've ever watched. I mean, Zachary Anderson's up there, but I think this tops everything. I know we all blasted like Judge Bev and Schroeder and stuff, but this judge is by far worse than any of them. Like, you'd probably take Judge Bev in this trial. You'd probably take her. You'd be like, yeah, I'll take her. So I just worry that we're going to see an innocent man once again, go to prison. And it's not about being innocent. It's innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's so much doubt in this case. So much. So, I don't know. Right, let me play the opening statements from the defense again. I'll play it sped up a little bit. I'll play it 1.25 probably. So you can all, because we're going to be away for a while. Right. Boost it. Caress it. And here you go. Oh, fuck's sakes.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz.
His crossover, yeah, Chris is gone. We're not getting Chris back on, Katie. Chris is done. Direct and cross and redirect and recross has all been done. He's gone and we will not be seeing him ever again. So, yes, he is done, Katie.
Cruz, and I have the privilege and the honor of standing beside Mr. Edrick Faust during this case. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your sacrifice and taking time away from your families, your jobs, and your very important matters to sit and listen to the evidence the state presents in this case. We intend to get you all home as quickly as possible. Once you have all the evidence that you need to make a decision and not a moment before. First off, you can see on your screens, I'd like to tell you what happened. You all sat through 5 days of jury service and no one ever explained to you what happened. Then we're going to talk about how this is a crime of opportunity, the evidence that you were here supporting that this is not, let me put it this way, you'll hear evidence supporting that this is a crime of opportunity. Then we'll get into Chris Melton's and Tara Baker's relationship and what the evidence will show there. That is going to be very important in this case to understand what was going on with Miss Baker and Mr. Melton before she passed. Then we're going to talk about then I'd like to talk about with you the initial investigation in this case. This investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, that isn't the initial investigation, but this investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, you may decide that this is one of the most thorough investigations in Georgia history. In fact, you will learn that this investigation reached a level of desperation. And at the end of this trial, you are going to have questions that the state is not going to be able to answer. And I believe during the state's opening, they admitted one, which is they cannot present evidence here. They cannot answer the question of how Mr. Faust would have gotten into Miss Baker's home. They also can't answer the question of when did Mr. Faust's DNA get in Miss Baker's body. They don't know. They won't be able to answer the question, how would Mr. Faust get away from Miss Baker's home unseen at the time of the morning that they said he committed this crime? The evidence will show that in Deer Park, black people simply walking were reported. In fact, on January 19th, 2001, the day Miss Baker passed away, there were 3 individuals reported, two, but one person was reported twice. It was a black male, he had a afro, and he was wearing a bright orange shirt. And the witnesses say, hey, he's just walking normally through the neighborhood. Is he looking around suspicious? No. Is there anything unique about him? No. Actually, when I pulled out my car to get out the driveway, he stopped for me. So the state won't be able to answer if they're reporting individuals walking through the neighborhood, how did Mr. Faust get away unseen in the middle of the morning? And the last question that the state won't be able to answer for you. If Mr. Faust killed Miss Baker, why was the hair that was found on her body, around her body, in her hand, and on the murder weapon of Caucasian origin? You will hear evidence in this case that there is not a shred of evidence that puts Mr. Faust, let alone a black person, in Miss Baker's home. All of the evidence, including the gift Miss Baker left in her hand, for police, it's Caucasian hair. Now, the state, these questions have to be answered with evidence, not speculation, not with sensationalized media coverage, and not with unsupported conclusions. These are questions the state must answer for you with evidence and proof. The state may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA. That is not an issue in this case. DNA is not an issue in this case. But they may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA being present among, as they presented to you, the multiple DNA profiles that were found and identified. But you may find yourself asking this question at the end of the state's presentation of evidence. How does Mr. Faust's DNA simply being in Miss Baker's body, along with someone else's DNA profile, establish that he is the person that killed Miss Baker? And this is why you all are here today. This is why we are here today. We're not here to talk about, and the state is going to present this type of evidence. We are not here to talk about how bad of a person Mr. Faust may have been, how horrible of a boyfriend he may have been. That's not evidence in regards to what they must present to you to prove that Mr. Faust is the individual that committed these acts that they've chosen to charge him with in the indictment. We're here to talk about and find out whether the state's evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust committed the crimes that he is charged with. That's it. That is why we are here. And in this trial, the question is not who killed Ms. Baker. That is not the question that anyone is asking you to determine. But again, the question is simply, does the state's evidence that they present to you prove that Mr. Faust, proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person responsible for burglarizing Ms. Baker's home? He's charged with burglary in the indictment, sexually assaulting Ms. Baker, and killing Ms. Baker. That's the sole question you have to answer. Not who did it, just does the state's evidence support beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person that committed this crime? And that's the key issue in this entire case. And you may get distracted by emotion in this case. You may get distracted by your dislike of Mr. Faust's life choices. But you cannot lose focus, and you cannot forget why we are here today. You are here on a murder, a rape, an aggravated sodomy, and a burglary case. You're going to learn that this is not a case of stranger-on-stranger violence, but rather a case of interpersonal violence. Interpersonal relationship violence. But you cannot be distracted. You can't be distracted. The reason we all chose you is because we thought you were the best jurors to sit on this case. You would not be distracted by emotion, and you would let the law guide you and come to a just decision. The death of a person is a horrible, horrible tragedy, and no one in this courtroom would tell you otherwise. We are not the media. We don't have the opportunity to speculate and draw in viewers. We don't have the opportunity to sensationalize this case of Ms. Baker's life. And that's what we're going to talk about during this trial, is Ms. Baker's life. We're going to show you what Mr. Faust looked like in the year 2000. This is Mr. Faust in the year 2000. He looks completely different than he looks now. What we put an emphasis on, and what you'll hear in evidence, is this is how Mr. Faust carried himself. He was a very well-dressed, clean-cut individual. He wore jewelry. He drove nice cars. We expect the evidence to, we expect the evidence to show that. We're also going to show you a picture of Mr. Faust on February 8th, 2001, which is about 2 or 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. This is Mr. Faust about 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. Without a haircut, obviously, without his jewelry in, but this is a picture of Mr. Faust. And the evidence will show this is how Mr. Faust looked after Ms. Baker's death. In 2001, the evidence will show that Mr. Faust was a 25-year-old bar-hopping playboy. You will hear from some of Mr. Faust's ex-girlfriends, particularly the state will call Ms. Brenda Sweeney. And you will learn in this case that the state, Ms. Elizabeth Bigham, she will testify that she's reviewed every single document in this case file. And based on her review of that information, what you will learn is that Mr. Faust did not stay at 350 Cooper Road. Mr. Faust actually stayed in Knollwood Apartments with his girlfriend, Ms. Brenda Sweeney, at the time. And this is information that the state has had before today and during the entire pendency of this case. So what happened? That's the question that we're here to figure out. What happened with Ms. Baker? This is Ms. Baker shortly before she passed. This is her law school photo that she took while she was a student at the University of Georgia. And these are Chris Melton's hands after Ms. Baker's death. So Ms. Baker was killed on January 19th, 2001. These photos were taken on January 21st, 2001. This is Mr. Melton's left hand. These are Mr. Melton's right hand. During this trial, you will learn the nature of Ms. Baker's death. It was an overkill. And what we mean by that, it was terrible. That's the best word I could use. It was terrible. It was a horrible death. Miss Baker was not only unalived, but the person who did this to Miss Baker, they beat her, they punched her over and over and over again. And you will hear from the medical examiner the injury she had to her face. Her eyes were swollen and blackened. And then this individual, and we don't know the order, but this individual, this sick individual, then took Miss Baker's printer cord and wrapped it around Miss Baker's neck. And he laid on top of Miss Baker as he pulled the opposite ends of that printer cord, strangling her. That individual, at some point, again, we don't know the order that this took place, but these are the things that took place. This individual at some point walked to Miss Baker's kitchen, pulled out a knife out of her knife block, and then stabbed Miss Baker in her neck. And you'll hear that Miss Baker was stabbed on the right side of her neck. This wasn't enough for this individual. This individual then went into the living room of the home, took Miss Ashley Hall's chenille blanket off of the couch, went and turned on the eye of the stove. They put the blanket on the stove, and when this blanket caught ablaze, what occurred was this person walked back into Miss Baker's room while Miss Baker laid on the floor, still grasping for air, and you will hear that there was shooting in her lungs. He places this blanket on the bed, and then this person takes your laptop, and you will hear back in 2001, laptops, cell phones now are like laptops. Back in 2001, laptops were like cell phones. They would have all your personal information. But this person takes her laptop, he then closes her door, locks it, goes to her bathroom door, and you saw a picture of it in the States opening, closes the bathroom door, locks it, and takes his time to clean up Miss Baker's house. As the state mentioned in their opening, this person wiped down the door, this person wiped down the stove handles, this person wiped down the back door, this person wiped down the windowsill. And when firefighters obviously fired a couple of hours later, the fire burst through the roof, you will hear from firefighters that in order to get in this home, they had to kick in the door. And it was deadbolt locked. And the type of doors you will learn that Miss Baker had, the top lock has a key that you can put in. You have to unlock it to unlock the deadbolt. The bottom lock from the inside, you can just twist it. They have to kick in the front door. It is deadbolt locked. And the back door. There's so much smoke, and the state said this in their opening, there's so much smoke in the house, the firefighter goes to the back door to unlock the door, and the deadbolt is locked on the back door. But what you will hear is that when firefighters found Miss Baker, the individual that did this to her, this was somebody she was comfortable being naked around. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were ripped off of her. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were found near her. The state is not going to present any evidence that a towel was around her. She was completely nude, no clothing around her body at all. Now, while this individual was strangling Miss Baker, you don't leave the life sentence or bring your life sentence. The evidence we intend to present is that Miss Baker was scratching at this individual's hands while he was trying to strangle him. While he was choking him, Miss Baker was trying to get him off of her. While he was choking him, Miss Baker was grabbing his hair, trying to get him off of her. And the forensics evidence, and we'll get into forensics, I won't go there now, but the forensics evidence will support that Miss Baker was fighting for her life. Now, I mentioned the back door, that the back door was deadbolt locked. You will hear from a young lady by the name of Miss Kishana Armstrong. She's Miss Baker's neighbor. Okay? Miss Baker stayed at 160 Bond Drive. Miss Armstrong stayed at 140 Bond Drive. So if you're looking at this map, Miss Baker's home is here where the blue tarp is. Miss Armstrong's home is right there, 2 houses up. And what Miss Armstrong can tell you, and it's the same thing she told law enforcement 20 plus years ago that they ignored, was that, hey, it was 7:45 in the morning. I was going to my car because I had classes. I was getting ready to go to school. And to my surprise, I found it odd that a white guy was running through my backyard with a white T-shirt on and light blue jeans. And Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you You'll see a photo of it. But Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you, she's going to testify. And what she'll tell you is this person, they can't remember the face because it's been 24 years ago. And you'll learn police never followed up with it. They never showed her a photograph of Chris Melton. And as the state said, Chris Melton was the center of the investigation, right? But they never showed her a photograph of Chris Melton. They never gave her a photo lineup. They said, hey, do you recognize anybody in this photo lineup? So what she'll come in and testify to is, hey, I don't remember the person's face. I can't really remember the person's hair, but I do remember the person has the exact same color hair as Chris Melton. That's what Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you. This is Chris Melton, back in 2001. Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you that she can't remember the hairstyle. She's like, I can't really remember the hairstyle. But I do vividly remember this person's hair color. And what you'll learn is police never even asked her hair color. They don't even ask her. When they interviewed her 20 years ago, they don't ask her about the hair color. The only thing they ask her, how tall is the person? What age group does he look like? And she'll say he looks like he was in his 20s. He had kind of like a medium athletic type of build. And they're aware that Miss Baker is dating Chris Melton. They never show her a photo of Chris Melton. You will learn in this case that law enforcement ignored Miss Armstrong for 25 years. We had to reach out to Miss Armstrong. Once Mr. Faust was arrested, Miss Armstrong was no longer needed. Crime of opportunity. I told you that I would talk about how this crime is a crime of opportunity. During this trial, one of the most important facts that you all will learn is that Ms. Baker did indeed have two roommates. One of her roommates is Dr. Valerie Lowe. I believe you heard about her from the state. Then she went by Miss Valerie Lane. She was at school. And also Mrs. Ashley Peavy Hall. At the time of this case, in 2001, she went by Miss Hall. You will learn that each girl had a boyfriend, and we were counting Miss Baker and Mr. Melton. So at any given time, you will learn that you have 6 people in the house. And it was very rare, with your testimony, it was very rare that someone would be at the house alone. However, on January 18, 2001, being great roommates, Dr. Lowe tells Miss Baker, hey, I'm not going to be home. We can tell, I believe she was going home with her boyfriend, so she was going to be out of town. Miss Ashley Peavy Hall tells Miss Baker the exact same thing. And you will hear testimony about Miss Baker's response. But what you will know is that Miss Baker was home alone. What you will also hear is that Miss Baker and Chris Melton spoke the day before her death 5 times. There was a 22-minute call. There was a 5-minute call. There was a 19-minute call. And there was 2 other short calls the day before her death between Miss Baker and Chris Melton. And when law enforcement asked Chris Melton the day of the crime, or the day close to the crime, hey, did you know that Miss Baker was going to be by herself? He said, of course not. He said, of course not. I didn't know that. She wouldn't have told me anything like that. But I do remember me telling her that I wouldn't be able to come down to Athens and spend the night with her. A couple of years go by. And police do this as a part of their investigation tactics. Police ask him again, hey, do you remember if Miss Baker told you that she was going to be home alone by herself the day before she died? Chris Melton then tells law enforcement, I don't remember. So a question that you will have to ask, maybe a question that you will have, is if your future fiancée told you she was going to be by herself and died the next day, is that a fact that you will forget? You will also learn about the nature of their relationship. Dr. Lowe will tell you that Ms. Baker and Mr. Melton, first semester of law school, was like this. They're really tight, really close. Mr. Melton will probably testify that if they are 7 days in a week, 5 of those days, him and Ms. Baker would be together. And this is first semester. But you'll hear from Dr. Lowe that on New Year's Day of 2001, she came home, and to her surprise, Ms. Baker was home alone. And she talked to Ms. Baker about it, she asked her about it. Ms. Baker gave a response, no, it was bad. But Dr. Lowe will say there was a change in relationship from that day up until the time Tara had died. They were not spending as much time together as they used to. But you'll also hear from Ms. Baker's best friend. And I say best friend because Chris Melton stated, and that may be his testimony, that Mrs. Peavy Hall was Tara Baker's best friend. She described the relationship to law enforcement as it's pretty much like watching the normal ending of a relationship. But when law enforcement asked Mr. Melton about the relationship, Mr. Melton says, oh, everything was fine. She was my borderline fiance, we were about to get married. It wasn't until 5 months later, in June, when law enforcement approached Mr. Melton and said, Chris, we heard about a fight that you and Tara had the week before her death. Do you know about that? And for the very first time, he admits that there was trouble in paradise. He says, oh yeah, I know about that. It wasn't a big deal. It was something minor. Now, in the evidence that was provided to us, it wasn't provided to us. You'll learn that we don't have any information on what that fight was about except what Chris Melton said it was about. But it also matches up with Chris Melton's timeline. Chris Melton, when he interviewed with police in 2024, he told law enforcement that he had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. Okay? That is a very important number. He said that I had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. That 10 days lines up with their last fight. When Chris Melton said, 5 months later, I remember this fight. That is an important date to remember. Because in 2001, when Chris Melton was asked, or matter of fact, he wasn't asked, Chris Melton was told that there was DNA evidence in this case in 2001. When they told him it was DNA evidence, Chris Melton volunteered. I was just with her 6 days ago. She was at my parents' house, and we had sex 6 days ago. And then he asked, did y'all find semen or anything on her like that? But this is the issue. Law enforcement failed to follow up. They met with Chris Melton's parents, and you would think it's a significant piece of information that you saw a young lady that died at your home the week before she died. The parents never mentioned or confirmed seeing Tara Baker at their home the weekend before. What's verified based on Chris Melton's own words, twice, 2024 and 2001. He saw her 10 days before she died, and they had a fight the week before, which will line up with this. I promised you that I would talk to you about Chris and Tara's relationship. So this was a relationship where these individuals met at Georgia Military College. Chris was in school as a pre-med major. So pre-med is pretty much when individuals are going to school to become doctors. Tara was Miss Baker was in school to become a lawyer. So these individuals were equally yoked when they met. Miss Baker graduated school, and of course, as you know, she entered law school. Mr. Melton dropped out of school. And what happened when Mr. Melton dropped out of school, Miss Baker, she moved to Athens to attend law school. And I'm sure Chris Melton knew he had an amazing woman. He followed. And he didn't follow and move in with Miss Baker. What he did, he followed and moved into a room with someone else that Miss Baker introduced him to. And you will learn that Mr. Melton, to stay close to Tara, was traveling back and forth every day for work from Athens to Covington, Loganville, Gwinnett County, Georgia, every single day while Miss Baker was attending law school. You will hear that towards the end of 2000, as I mentioned, that Miss Baker was distancing herself from Mr. Melton, and she was developing a friendship with another individual, an individual that was in her profession. Her roommates will also tell you that the relationship with Mr. Melton was coming to an end. Now, this is the biggest thing I want you to focus on during the closing. During the evidence. Is Chris Melton's behavior after Miss Baker died. This is going to be extremely telling evidence. Miss Baker dies on January 19th. On January 25th, Mr. Melton goes to Miss P.D. Hall's home to spend the weekend with her and her boyfriend, the family. On the 25th, he calls a girl by the name of Lisa Tucker and invites her on a lunch. Goes on a lunch with her. I'll say that he goes on a lunch. I don't want him to say anything. We're talking within a week of his borderline fiance dying. Then on this next day, after he set up a lunch with Miss Lisa Tucker, he then calls a woman by the name of Holly Hufford and sets up a lunch with her as well. And Miss P.D. Hall went to this lunch with Chris and Miss Holly Hufford, and she took her boyfriend at the time, Chris Hall. And what she'll tell you, or what the evidence will show, is that during that lunch, Miss P.D. Hall witnessed Mr. Melton flirting with Holly Hufford and even rubbing Miss Holly Hufford's back a week after his girlfriend's just died. And when Miss Ashley P.D. Hall says, all right, me and Chris are leaving, Chris Hall, her boyfriend was Chris Hall, me and Chris are leaving, Mr. Melton explained to them that he was going to stay and hang out with Ms. Hubbard. And this, again, is within a week of his borderline fiance being brutally murdered. You'll learn on January 27th, after hanging out with Ms. Hufford, he called her around 10 o'clock that night and told her if she was out on the town to give him a call. Again, this is a week after his girlfriend has just been brutally murdered. Ms. Hufford did not give Mr. Melton a call back. You will also learn that there was a candlelight visual where the woman that Mr. Melton claimed that he loved, and if you experienced death, you know, death is like this, hallucinating instance. There was a candlelight visual held for Ms. Baker. And instead of going to that candlelight visual for Ms. Baker, for his girlfriend, Mr. Melton told law enforcement, because they had to confront him with this information. This is nothing that he told law enforcement. They confronted him with this information. Mr. Melton told law enforcement that, yeah, I knew about the candlelight visual. I knew about it for about 4 days. But, you know, Lauren, she already had these tickets to this country concert at Turner Field. And, you know, she told me that she talked me out of going. She said that, you know, Chris, that isn't somewhere you need to be. So instead of going to his girlfriend's, if they were still together, his girlfriend's candlelight visual, he went to a country concert at Turner Field with 2 other couples. It was him and Laura Sherling. It was Laura Sherling's mom and dad. And it was also another guy and gal couple. You, the jurors, will have to decide if Chris Melton's actions after Ms. Baker's death were consistent with someone who had suddenly lost their future wife. Next, I'd like to talk to you about law enforcement's failures. And there was a lot of failures in this case. During the trial, you will learn this case is not simply about my client, Mr. Faust. This case is not simply about Mr. Melton, nor is this case simply about Tara Baker. You will learn that this is a case of law enforcement neglect and failure. The evidence will show while this entire community was in dread and fear, law enforcement had enough evidence supporting that the person that killed Ms. Baker was right in front of them. But because of the cameras, because of the media attention, and because of the sensationalism, they had Mr. Faust sitting in that chair. The evidence will show that law enforcement knew, this is information they are aware of, law enforcement knew and ignored, as I mentioned, that all the human hair found on her body that did not belong to Ms. Baker was of Caucasian origin. You will not hear a shred of evidence that there's an African-American man's hair on Ms. African-American's hair on Ms. Baker's body. And the reason we showed you the photo of Mr. Faust with the afro is because he had a lot of hair. The evidence will show that law enforcement conducted a DNA test. A DNA test was done. This isn't the first DNA test. A DNA test was conducted on a pubic hair found on Ms. Baker's butt. Now, in this case, and the state has already told you this, so I'll follow up with it. In this case, it is undisputed that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. A piece of evidence that law enforcement had was a pubic hair was found on her buttocks. They conducted a mitochondrial DNA test on this hair. And the results of the test was that Mr. Melton could not be excluded as the contributor of the hair. This is information law enforcement had. Law enforcement knew, and this science is now not good science. I do want to be very clear with you. So we're not talking about it because of its scientific purposes. We're talking to you about it because they knew this information and ignored it. There was a hair found on the murder weapon, Ms. Baker's murder weapon. So on the cord that was used to strangle her, the cord block was next to Ms. Baker's head. I'm sure you'll see photographs of how Ms. Baker was found. On this block, they found hairs, human hairs. And one of the hairs, they did a test. It's not good science anymore. I want to make that clear. But at the time in 2001, law enforcement knew that that the scientists had determined that this hair was similar to Chris Melton's hair. Law enforcement ignored it. Law enforcement knew and ignored, and the state has already told you this, there was no evidence of forced entry in Ms. Baker's home. They talked about a window. This is what you will see in the evidence. Can we? This is the window that the state talked to you about. It's not the best picture, but what you'll see is there's a screen in this window. Because they could not figure out how the person got into the home, they started going around the house and they saw a bent screen. You'll hear they saw a bent screen. And because the screen is bent and in the window, they assumed, hey, maybe this person broke in the house by taking the screen down, lifting up the window, lifting up the blinds, climbing into the window, committing this crime. Then, because the doors are locked, they climbed back out the window, let the blinds down, closed the window, then put the screen back in place. And I'll show you a closer picture of what you'll receive in evidence of that screen. That's a closer image of it. And this is one more image of that screen as well. And it's just showing the shape it was in when law enforcement saw this screen window. That's the outside. Now we're going to show you the inside, and this is what you'll see in evidence as well. This is the inside of that window. Chair in front of the window, blinds down, unruffled, but this is how they're alleging Mr. Faust entered into Ms. Baker's home and exited Ms. Baker's home to commit this crime. The law enforcement ignored that there was no signs of forced entry into her home. They ignored that both the front doors were deadbolt locked and the back doors were deadbolt locked. Law enforcement knew and ignored, and this is very important too, because Mr. Faust is charged with a burglary. Dr. Lowe will tell you that in her room, I think she had a change jar with money, she had jewelry in her room, she had electronics in her room, and nothing was touched. Nobody had even rambled in her room. You would also hear from Miss Ashley P.P. Hall, who will tell you, maybe you see images, but you will learn that she had jewelry in her room and she had electronics in her room, and nothing was touched or taken. Nothing was rambled through. Then you will hear about Miss Baker's room. Miss Baker had heirloom jewelry in her room. Heirloom jewelry. She had diamond earrings in her ears. And the only thing that was taken is a personal item, which was her laptop. Police ignored that fact. Law enforcement also ignored, and well, let me say this. So we don't have to prove anything, right? We don't have to present any evidence. The state has to answer the questions when it comes to this case. There are no questions that we have to answer. But something that law enforcement knew and ignored was after Ms. Baker's death, a young lady volunteered. She called in to law enforcement and said, hey, I believe Ms. Baker was out at a Mexican restaurant with me the night before her death. This young lady's name is Jessica Gann. And we're either get it through Ms. Gann or we're get it through the law enforcement officer she told it to. But she said, hey, Ms. Baker was out with me the night before she died. She said, we're at a Mexican grill, and, I don't know if it's her, but I believe it was her. One girl, she was talking about law school. I think I heard her. Law enforcement never followed up on this information. Law enforcement never showed Ms. Gann any type of photo of Ms. Baker. Law enforcement never followed up on her to figure out, okay, what more information do you have? They never even confirmed whether or not it was Ms. Baker she saw. They just ignored it. So the state cannot present evidence to you supporting that Ms. Baker, after she left the law library the night before she died, that she did not go out. They don't know. They don't know if Ms. Baker went out. They don't know if Ms. Baker went home. They just don't know. And they don't have any evidence to show one way or the other. Now, they mentioned Chris Melton's alibi. On January 21st, Chris Melton's parents told him, law enforcement, they are after you. They are coming for you, Chris. That is a quote from Mr. Melton. That his parents told him, Chris, they are coming for you. This was January 19th to 21st, but it was in January 2001. Police wait 4 months to go speak to Mr. Melton's parents, after they've already told him 4 months prior that they're coming for you. And mind you, Mr. Melton is staying with his parents now, so he's in the house every single day. They asked the parents, hey, can you tell us what your son was doing 4 months ago on January 19th, 2001 at 7 o'clock in the morning? Can you give me a rundown? Surprisingly, Chris Melton, you'll learn, is their only son, unless they've had children since then, but he was their only son at the time. They say, oh, he was at home. He was here. I remember seeing him. He was walking around. We were mulling around that morning. And then he left our house, and we know exactly where he went. How would they know that information? How would they know where Mr. Melton was going 4 months prior? But this is law enforcement confirming Mr. Melton's alibi, speaking to his parents. 4 months. 4 months after Ms. Baker's death. Law enforcement failed to verify Chris Melton's alibi thoroughly. They just started taking words for it. He was here? Okay, perfect. He was with you? Okay, perfect. And this is the important thing in this case. The most important time in this case is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Whatever happens after 9 a.m., it doesn't matter because the murder has taken place. So 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Remember, Ms. Kashana Armstrong at 7:45 said she saw this guy running. 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. is the most important window in this case. Law enforcement also waited 4 months to try and get Mr. Melton's phone records. They waited 4 months after Ms. Baker's death to try to get the phone records for his apartment phone, and that may or may not be important to you all, but to get the records for his apartment phone and his parents' phone call records, resulting in those records being lost forever. So what the state will not be able to present to you in defense of Mr. Melton is that, hey, we have these phone records showing where he was. Those records were lost because law enforcement did not act to get those records. This is the most important thing. So they showed you all a map of Ms. Baker's home at Cooper Road, and they showed you where Mr. Faust's home is located. You all remember that, seeing the box? Okay. This is what law enforcement do. This is what you won't hear. They did a neighborhood canvas. They had roadblock, all this great stuff. Things you won't hear. One, they did not talk to the residents on the other side of your apartment. They could have simply went to 350 Cooper Road and knocked on the door. And they would have had all the information they needed about Mr. Faust because, as they mentioned, 350 Cooper Road was his stepmother's home. So she could have gave them all the information they needed. Two, law enforcement was aware, because you would hear Ms. Bingham say that, hey, I've looked at every document in this case. They were aware that Mr. Faust or his grandmother, if they notated, now I don't know how good their notes were, but those were not two individuals that were notated as individuals that they spoke to around the time of Ms. Baker's death. But this is a failure of theirs, because they're saying that Mr. Faust stayed a block away. They're basing that on him saying, hey, I stayed at this address for a year. But again, they didn't go and interview those folks. They interviewed people in Deer Park, which was in the neighborhood that Ms. Baker stayed in. Chris Melton, another important fact. After Ms. Baker's death, Chris Melton comes to the police department with his hands covered in plumber's grease. You will hear from law enforcement that there was a shirt that Miss Ashley T.B. Hall, she's an amazing friend, she did everything she could to try to figure out what's going on with Miss Baker. When Chris Melton came to her house, there was a shirt that she washed, and it was a substance. She called police and said, hey, we believe there's an issue with the shirt. And what law enforcement determined was the substance on the shirt was the exact same substance Chris Melton showed up to the police department with his hands covered in the day of her death. Now, you may hear the audio is ringing. I'm going to try to play it for you all. But you may hear law enforcement. I'm going to play it. I've played it a couple times. But you will hear law enforcement ask him, and this is a quote, do you want to watch them things? And Chris Melton says, no, this is neat right here. They never searched Chris Melton's apartment. They never searched Chris Melton's car for blood. There's a gentleman you'll hear about by the name of Lindsay Baker. He begged. You'll hear he begged law enforcement, search his car. Did you search his car? Did you search his car? But what you will learn is, and the state already told you this, when Chris Melton came to Athens, he didn't bring his truck back. He rode in Josh's truck. And law enforcement never searched his car for blood. They didn't care. You won't hear evidence presented by the state that they searched Mr. Melton's car. You won't hear evidence by the state that they searched Mr. Melton's apartment. You won't hear evidence from the state that they searched Mr. Baker's parents' home. In regards to the claim that Mr. Melton made that he saw Ms. Baker 6 days before her death, law enforcement never attempted to confirm that. They just took his word for it. Parents didn't confirm it. No one confirmed it. They just simply, well, Chris said it, so it must mean it's true. Let's talk about the forensics. I've already talked to you about the hair. There's no, and I'm going to talk about this twice. When law enforcement met with, and the state told you this, when law enforcement met with Mr. Faust in the interview, what they told Mr. Faust was that your DNA was found in the house in Deer Park. You will hear no evidence that Mr. Faust's DNA was found in any place other than Ms. Baker's body. His DNA was not in the house unless you're saying in the house because it's in Ms. Baker's body. But there's no DNA of Mr. Faust ever being present in that house. And you will hear he is adamant. I have never been to, I don't know anybody over there. He's going to say that. What law enforcement did not do, matter of fact, before I get into that, there are no handprints belonging to Mr. Faust. There are no fingerprints that the state will present to you belonging to Mr. Faust. There is nothing inside of the house that the state will be able to present to you to connect Mr. Faust with Miss Baker's house. The state wants you to believe that Mr. Faust is smart enough to enter Miss Baker's home, fight with Miss Baker, kill Miss Baker without leaving a trace of evidence behind, sexually assault her, right, because they're charging him with aggravated sodomy based on the allegation that he sexually assaulted Miss Baker anally, but sexually assaulted her without leaving any identifiable DNA behind, then escaped Deer Park just unseen. But he is dumb enough to leave his DNA in her body and commit the charged crimes at the busiest time of the morning. And I don't think the state ever told you what time they are alleging that Mr. Faust committed this crime. Their window is between 8 a.m. and probably around 8:45. And you don't leave your common sense at home. You know what's going on at 8 in the morning and 8:45 outside your neighborhoods. But you have to decide as the jurors, does that make sense? That's the question you have to answer. The DNA. I think this is the most important part of this case that I would like to talk about. We talked about the DNA test conducted on the pubic hair found on Ms. Baker's butt. But I would like to talk about the sexual assault kit that the state talked to you about. So the sexual assault kit, as the state explained to you, came back with multiple DNA profiles. Mr. Faust was one of the identifiable profiles. Mr. Melton was one of the identifiable profiles. Mr. Faust's DNA. If I understand the DNA correctly, and I may not, the testimony will be much clearer to me, was found in her vagina and her mouth. Chris Melton will tell you that Ms. Baker engaged in vaginal and oral sex. That's a very important fact in this case. However, as you know from the charges read in the indictment, Mr. Faust is charged with aggravated sodomy for anal sexual assault. Chris Melton told law enforcement when they asked him, do you all engage in anal sex? No, never. She doesn't do anything like that. You know, we just have normal sex. Well, lo and behold, when they get the DNA results back, the only identifiable profile in Ms. Baker's anus is Chris Melton's profile. Now, something the state mentioned, they told you in opening that gravity could make the DNA go into that area. Well, what the state says isn't evidence, but what Dr. Falzone says will be evidence. He is the medical examiner. He's the person that did the autopsy. And what he's going to tell you is that it is clear that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. Based on the injuries, well, let me use the right language. He's going to say it's consistent. That's the proper language. That her injuries to her anus are consistent with sexual assault anally. And the only identifiable DNA profile is Chris Melton. The state will not present any evidence to you supporting that Mr. Faust ever engaged in anal sex with Ms. Baker. It is important that you focus on the evidence that is presented. He is charged with aggravated sodomy, and his DNA is not even identified in her anus. There is no evidence supporting that Mr. Faust had anal sex with Ms. Baker anytime or anywhere. The state will not be able to present evidence supporting that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker engaged in that act. Now I would like to talk to you about what I call directing the investigation. You will learn that once law enforcement became aware of Mr. Melton's DNA in Ms. Baker's body, they learned that information that Chris Melton had previously told them was false. Right? You heard the state tell you that DNA typically in certain places only lasts about 5 days. I left out a place. Mr. Melton's DNA was also found in her vagina as well. So his DNA was found in her vagina, anus. Mr. Faust's DNA was found in vagina and mouth. Okay? But you will learn that this DNA, Chris Melton, as the state said, only lasts about 5 days. When law enforcement interviewed Chris Melton, they asked him when was the last time you saw her. He said 10 days, which I said was in line with their fight that he was approached about in June of 2001, the week before her death. Law enforcement says, well, look, and I want to make sure I say this correctly. Instead of interrogating Chris Melton and confronting him and saying, hey, you've been dishonest with us, something's not right here, we've seen the picture of your hands, what law enforcement tells Mr. Melton is they sit down and meet with him. And you're going to hear from the lead detective in this case, Elizabeth Bigham, that she asked Chris, and this is a quote, so was there ever a time in those 10 days, whatever leading up into her death, that y'all just had a quick booty call or met up real fast or anything like that? Chris Melton responded, no. She knew what the DNA evidence was telling her. Ms. Bigham then tells Chris, I need you to be 150% honest with me. And I know that what I'm about to ask you, and I emphasize this language, is not what has been said for 23 years. And that may hinder you from wanting to be honest with me. But you've got to be honest with me. She then tells Chris Melton, look, your DNA would only last in her body 2 to 3 days. And that she needs to, and you'll hear this, she needs to separate Chris Melton's DNA from bad guy's DNA. She says this. I need to be able to explain it. I need to be able to explain it. Jeremy Howell tells Chris Melton, you'll hear Jeremy Howell testify, that the timeline needs to be correct. Everything needs to make sense. And if we know that this window is here and you're over here, I can't explain this gap. You need to be here. But Chris Melton, and you have to decide if he sticks to the story because he knows he's lied before, continuously denies being with Miss Baker of her death. They asked Mr. Melton, well, were you with her the night before? You had a booty call with her at 12 o'clock? He says no. They said, well, how about 2 days before? No. Well, how about 3 days, Mr. Melton? Were you with her 3 days before? No. And eventually they get Mr. Melton for the first time to say in this interview, for 23 years, he changes his story to, you know what? Well, we maybe did it on Sunday. We might have did it on Sunday. And then Elizabeth Bigham tells Chris Melton in this interview, not an interrogation, in an interview, I think we just have to be able to explain it. I think we just have to be able to explain it. And that is our job, is to explain it. So we can then go after the one that we think did this. She laughs. I mean, and evidence will show Mr. Faust is the individual that she was referring to. My client. When Chris continues to refuse to put himself and Miss Baker together, Miss Bigham, she says, if you're like, you know what, I effing lied about it 23 years ago because I was a scared, terrified kid, and you're right. I had a booty call with her that night. I left at midnight, and I don't know what happened after that. It'll be, thank you, have a nice day. We'll let you know what happens. Like, that's it. We just want to be able to explain it and make it make sense so we can focus on this, So they can focus on this. You'll learn the lead investigator in this case, Elizabeth Bigham, told Chris Melton it was okay if he changed his story or changed his timeline of when he was with Miss Baker. And if he admitted to lying to police for 23 years so that she could explain away his DNA and put the focus on Mr. Faust and the responsibility for Miss Baker's murder on Mr. Faust, everything would be okay. She would explain it away. When Mr. Melton would not help Miss Bigham explain away his DNA, despite the 23 years of conflicting statements from Mr. Melton, and evidence, and you have to decide, but evidence pointing away from Mr. Faust's involvement in this case, the allure of being a hero, the allure of being on TV, being the officer to solve the 23-year-old Tara Baker case became too strong. And we ended up in the courtroom before 12 jurors to decide Mr. Faust's fate. The allure of being on TV became more powerful than following the evidence. And on May 9th, 2024, while Mr. Faust had just finished working, he's at Walmart buying a Simply Lemonade, police cars swoop in on him and put him in handcuffs and arrest him. Solely because, and this is very important, and follow the state's timeline, solely because his DNA was present in Miss Baker's body. At the time of Mr. Faust's arrest, which you will learn, it's not, and this is not a DNA case. We didn't come here to fight with DNA. You will learn Chris Melton's DNA is present, unidentified DNA is present, Mr. Faust's DNA is present, and based on his DNA being identified, he was arrested and charged with burglary, based on DNA alone. He was arrested and charged with aggravated sodomy in the anus, even though his DNA isn't present. He was charged with 4 counts of felony murder. He was charged with malice murder, and every other count in this indictment solely based on his DNA being present, along with Chris Melton's DNA. Let's discuss the state's evidence against Mr. Faust, and I thank you for your patience. Do you all need a break? Let's discuss the state's evidence against Mr. Faust. to meet its burden of proof to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust killed Ms. Baker, the state is going to rely on, they're going to present evidence of Mr. Faust's DNA being present. Okay? That isn't anything we're fighting with. As I told you, Mr. Faust's DNA profile was not the only DNA profile present, but these are the questions you have to answer, or the state has to answer. Mr. Faust's DNA profile being present does not tell you why this crime occurred or how this crime occurred. And you have to ask for that evidence. It does not tell you when the contact happened. And we don't know. It's been 24 years, 25 years. They've charged him with rape. They have to present the evidence that it was rape. The only thing that we could possibly say that you're here in the testimony in this case is that maybe when she was out in the Mexican restaurant, we don't know because they never followed up on it, they came into contact. We don't know. But that's a question the state has to answer. If you're saying it's rape, explain to us why his DNA is there. If you're saying it's rape, prove it. It does not tell us how the contact between Miss Baker and Mr. Faust took place.
I interject, if we can approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you go into the jury room for a few moments. Please don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly. Do you have a motion? Mr. Elementary.
Yes, Judge, because I think this relates to our ruling as to 412 evidence, which I just think Mr. Cruz violated in a manner that borders on placing him in contempt, quite frankly. Mr. Cruz just intimated about the possibility of prior consensual contact that resulted in Mr. Faust's DNA being present in Ms. Baker's body outside of the complained of contact, which would be previous sexual contact that requires 412 notice, Your Honor. So I think Mr. Cruz has quite intentionally actually violated the court's order, which the court has made clear to him after multiple hearings on the issue. And so I'd like the court to instruct Mr. Cruz that that's, again, I guess for the third time now, that that's a wholly inappropriate suggestion to raise in any manner before the jury without having given notice, which he has repeatedly failed to do during the deadline set by the court, or from the point at which the court reiterated the fact that he had failed to procedurally give notice prior to today's date, which would be, well late of the time period in which he would have to do it. It would be 10 days late if he gave it today, but he has not. I would say further to the court that Mr. Cruz has represented to the court that he has no evidence other than what's in the state's file. Now, I guess he's making reference to this random tip that was received that Ms. Baker may or may not have been in a Mexican restaurant, which again doesn't say anything about her alleged contact with Mr. Faust. So there is no evidence supporting this, which is a finding the court would have to make, even if Mr. Cruz had provided proper notice, which he has not done, and now in opening statements after a week of jury selections has intentionally violated the court's order. So I'm asking the court to instruct Mr. Cruz not to engage in any further statements regarding that type of allegation, as the court has already instructed him, and to refrain from engaging in any questioning after opening statements, as is prohibited by Rule 412. So that's the state's objection that Mr. Cruz has intentionally violated the rape shield law, and the instructions of the state is asking the court to give Mr. Cruz again for the third time.
In just a moment, sir. Yes, of course. Ms. Satterfield, are you able to read back the question prior to the objection? Are you able to do that? Would you mind reading that to the court? Thank you. Of course. Unable to find it? If you can't, that's fine. I'll go ahead and ask the state for something. I'll let Mr. Cruz respond. If you can't find it, that's fine. I am going to go back on the record when you're ready. You good? Thank you for trying. Okay, thank you. Mr. Yalmanchili, please tell the court exactly what you feel, the words that you feel Mr. Cruz deliberately said to violate the order that the court gave.
Yes, Your Honor. So Mr. Cruz initially said the state can't prove when it is that Mr. Faust's DNA entered Ms. Baker's body. Mr. Cruz then said the police didn't follow up on this tip about the Mexican restaurant. Mr. Cruz then said it's the state's burden to prove that, and then said something to the effect of it could have gotten there when they had contact at that Mexican restaurant the night before the incident, essentially. Now, that's paraphrasing, but Mr. Cruz stated that there was a separate time when Mr. Faust could have had contact with Ms. Baker in a manner in which DNA would have been found in her mouth and in her vagina that is a match to Mr. Faust, which they are not contesting, Your Honor. So I think that is pretty clearly a violation of 24-4-412 when no prior notice has been made and no showing of competent evidence showing that would pass 403 examination has been presented to the court as required by 412. So that's the actions that I think that Mr. Cruz has taken in order to intentionally violate the court's previous instructions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz.
So part of the state's case, Your Honor, is that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker doesn't know each other at all. I was telling them that the only time, they could have had contact with each other at this restaurant. The court explicitly told me, or explained to me, that I could not make an argument about consent. So I did not make an argument about consent, but a big part of their case is there's no way possible that he should even brand a teacher. I'm just addressing that fact. Nothing in regards to the honorable court's order regarding force will or in regards to argument of consent. Now, I am arguing, as the court has heard, that it's the state's burden to prove that a rape occurred. And that's as far as I understand that I can lawfully go, considering the honorable court's order to be not arguments.
Mr. Cruz, what would be the purpose of even mentioning the possibility of prior contact if it wasn't to violate the court's order?
Because the state's position is simply that these two would have never run into each other. We're disputing that.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
And, Your Honor, since it is my motion, that is a complete and total misrepresentation of what Mr. Cruz was talking about the DNA and the fact that the state's contention is that the DNA came into Ms. Baker's body when his client was raping, sodomizing, and then murdering Ms. Baker, and then said, alternatively, that could have happened if they had run into each other at this Mexican restaurant the night before in the context of where the DNA came from. So the idea that this is just an attack on the idea that Ms. Baker and Mr. Faust could have randomly run into each other in some other social setting and that it has nothing to do with intimating that there was some kind of prior consensual sexual contact, something that Mr. Cruz seems to want to create the impression of with, as he says it himself, no evidence existing to support, is a violation of 412. And I don't see how it could be possibly interpreted as anything other than an intentional act on Mr. Cruz's part after repeated instructions from the court that he hasn't followed the proper procedural rules in order to introduce such evidence, and his own statements that would support a finding by the court, even if he had given notice, that there isn't any evidence, much less sufficient evidence under 403, to allow that allegation into the trial of this case.
Thank you. Yes, sir? And Mr. Yelmichley does get the last word. It's his motion, but go ahead.
I think the prosecutor's taking my statement, deal and gaps, is breach. Your Honor, here's evidence in the case. If one of their positions is that, hey, these people never came into contact with each other, we're allowed to rebut that evidence by saying, hey, they never had contact with each other. I am not speaking of sexual contact. I am speaking of proximity. The state's position is just simply there's objective unlikely to consent. I put this forward. For the state to get up and say, hey, this attorney should be held in contempt because he made statements about the DNA and saying that, hey, they could have had contact with each other. And I didn't say they had sex at the Mexican restaurant. All thing I'm doing is saying, hey, there's a chance that these two were around each other. I understand the honorable court's rules, but to get up, object, and say, hey, this attorney should be held in contempt and it's intentionally violated the court's order, that is not this. I have not said one time in this open, consistent with the court's order, consistent with my understanding of 412, that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker have had sex. What I've said is the state may charge them with this offense, so they have to present evidence to support their allegations. And I've stated multiple different ways, but that is exactly what the position is now.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Your Honor, Mr. Cruz just said that it was about the DNA in his response. There is no other way to interpret DNA that is taken out of an oral sample and a vaginal sample that is male DNA other than claiming some sexual act. So I think not only is Mr. Cruz intentionally violating the court's previous orders, he's also being disingenuous in his representation of what just occurred in the courtroom, which the court saw for itself.
All right, thank you. That's all. All right, with regard to this particular moment, Mr. Cruz, we have had discussions about this issue. And I am finding that your comments were deliberate, that you are deliberately trying to circumvent 412. I'm not going to find you in contempt because this moment is very similar to an argument you made about the state's comments about a word that you did not agree was appropriate. Attorneys' comments, attorneys' arguments, openings and closings are not to be considered as evidence. But I am offering this to you, Mr. Cruz, as a warning that it is imperative that you follow the court's order. I've made several rulings with regard to this case. You are not allowed to talk about any issues of consent. You are not allowed to circumvent 412 without a proper motion. You have not filed a proper motion with regard to 412. If you do, the court will hear it. The state is correct. Even if we do hear a 412 motion, you have to have evidence supporting your motion. It can't just be something that you throw out there and assume that is something that could be properly admitted. But until a motion has been filed by the defense regarding 412, my order stands, and you are not allowed to go down that road. Am I clear about that, Mr. Cruz? All right, thank you. You may bring the jury back in. Thank you. All right, you all may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Cruz?
The state's evidence includes, we mentioned the DNA, but what they also intend to introduce, and this is the question you have to ask yourself with anything they introduce, how does this support that Mr. Faust is responsible for death, burglary, rape, and Ms. Baker? they intend to bring in a long-term girlfriend of Mr. Faust by the name of Miss Brenda Sweeney. Okay? Now, the thing is, Miss Sweeney and Mr. Faust were in a long-term relationship. They are not strangers. Okay? The state won't present any evidence of strangers coming in saying Mr. Faust broke in their house and did these terrible things to him. But what Miss Sweeney will testify to, you may get 3 different things, because I believe we've gotten 2. Okay? Police go to Miss Sweeney's house when Mr. Faust is first arrested. The news is broken. Right? She's getting phone calls. You'll see this. She's getting phone calls from people saying, hey, did you, I don't know what I'm assuming. Pretty much she ends up saying that, I just got a phone call that Edrick has been arrested. So what happens is law enforcement goes to her house, and the way they find her, based on what the officer says, is police reports. Mr. Faust and Miss Sweeney have a tumultuous relationship. They fought a lot. Okay? Their police report, Miss Sweeney calling the police on Mr. Faust and saying he beat her up, and she gets arrested because there's witnesses saying, no, it's the other way around. She was jumping on him. You're going to hear testimony from Miss Sweeney where she says, hey, Edrick hit me, and I beat him so bad I threw him into a DJ booth one time. Edrick took my car without permission. I went to his grandmother's house, and I beat him so bad he was trying to get me off of him, so he was scratching me, and other people had to come take me off of him. And she's going to give you multiple stories like that. But during this interview, it gets to a point where you'll see that this interview stops. And she says, hey, the worst thing I can say that Mr. Faust has done to me, he's hit me, and when the relationship is over and I'm with somebody else, he will stop me. He won't leave me alone. Police don't take that as true. When they didn't get this scandalous story from Ms. Sweeney about how terrible of a person Mr. Faust is, and it's terrible by which you're significant other, what they say is, a young lady has been killed. And we want to get justice for this young lady. And we know, he's a terrible guy, and he's done terrible things to you. And just like we want to get justice for this young lady, we also want to get justice for you too. And she says, wait guys, I don't know anything about a code case. I don't know anything about a girl dying. Are you saying Edrick did it? Yes, I believe he did it. And Brenda, you were involved. You were with him at the time. And you'll see her, she misinterprets it. She says, what? How am I involved? And he says, well, Brenda, you were with them, so forth and so on. We've seen police reports with you too. And then she pauses for a second, and she says, Edrick used to force himself on me. And the officer says, oh, tell me more about that. Tell me more about it. And he says, did he punch you? She says, yeah, he punched me. Was he violent? Yeah, he was violent. When he would do this to you, was it vaginally, orally, anally? She said, or you'll hear, she says, I don't know, for me, vaginally. Right? And they continue talking to Ms. Sweeney. And it gets to a point, and they may present it, they may not present it, but I want you to know this is evidence that may come in this case. It gets to a point that Ms. Sweeney is under so much pressure. And forgive me, I've forgotten this. Ms. Sweeney tells law enforcement that she's had multiple strokes, by the way. So she's physically suffering, and she also says it affects her memory. But it gets to a point where they get Ms. Sweeney so worked up, she says, y'all, God just gave me something. She said, I'm very biblical. She said, this one time, Edrick went to this house, and there was this girl, and I don't know what he did, but he set the house on fire. And they say, well, did he hurt the girl? She says, I don't know. Says, was anything taken? She says, yeah, he probably took a TV. He probably took it to his stepmother's house. Officer asks, well, how do you know this? Did he tell you? She says, he must have told me. I knew too much. And police at that moment, they don't take it like, oh my goodness, she may not be in the best space to talk. Right? They continue talking to her. She tells them all types of fantastical stories. But what ends up occurring is, once I found out about Ms. Sweeney's interview, and you'll hear this too, that's why I say it's 2 sides. I speak to Ms. Sweeney. She comes to the court in front of the investigators that interviewed her, in front of the prosecutors, in front of Mr. Faust, in front of myself. And she says, I felt like he led me into those answers. She says, the only thing that I can remember from my relationship with Mr. Faust is that there was one time that we had unconsensual sex, and it was not violent. The state will introduce Ms. Sweeney not as evidence supporting that Mr. Faust committed these crimes against Ms. Baker, but to get you emotionally riled up. And that's why we chose you as jurors, because we believe that you will focus on the evidence. They are also going to bring in an individual by the name of Mr. Edrick Faust. Mr. Jeffries is serving a 105-month federal sentence. You will learn throughout this case, multiple people, since 2001, I know at least one officer has testified that there's been people from prison called with tips, like, hey, I have this information, can I get a deal with you? Now, what you'll learn in this case, Mr. Jeffries is going to testify that I don't have a deal. I don't have a deal. But what he will have to admit is that after he testifies in this case, he doesn't have a deal now, because the be terrible for him to have a deal. Nevertheless, of course, we talk about his deal. What happens after this case, after he testifies and says Mr. Faust told him in 2003 that he committed this crime, I'm going to get into the details for you. Prosecutors, federal prosecutors are going to meet with him. They're going to review the transcript. And if they determine that Mr. Jeffries assisted the state in this case, he is going to receive a benefit. Okay? And you have to consider that information in determining his credibility. But this is what he says. He speaks with, he sees the news. The news breaks of Mr. Faust's arrest. He's in jail. He says this, so you'll hear this. Be a minute or we'll play a recording of it. He's sitting there watching the TV. He sees Mr. Faust get arrested. Okay? He doesn't call police. He doesn't say, hey, correctional officer, come here. I know something about a crime. He calls his lawyer. You'll hear that he reaches out to his lawyer. And, of course, we don't know what the conversation is with his lawyer, but he ends up meeting with the lead investigator in this case, Miss Elizabeth Bigham. When he meets with Miss Bigham, she says, hey, tell me what you know about this case. He says, well, when I was 14 years old, Mr. Faust came to my house, and he was saying, oh, my goodness, I'm about to get into it with police because they know that I killed this girl in your park. Okay? That's what he's going to testify to. So police ask him, why did you wait 20-something years to say that? And Mr. Jeffries says the most important thing, and the reason why he's testifying in his trial. Mr. Jeffries tells him, jail helps me remember things. But you will hear from Mr. Jeffries. That is the state's evidence. Not a single shred of evidence will place Mr. Faust in Miss Baker's home. And the state has told you themselves, they've admitted it. We don't know how he got into the house. The evidence will show that Chris Melton admitted that Miss Baker had a key to his house. You have to decide if it's reasonable that Miss Baker...
I would object to the argument of the nature of that statement.
I'm going to sustain that.
Yes, ma'am. But the state will rely on Cedric Jeffries, who, when he walks in this courtroom, he is serving a federal sentence right now, 104 months. And this isn't the first case Mr. Jeffries has testified on. Now, he may admit it, he may not admit it. But Mr. Jeffries, at this time, has testified on 2 other cases. He is a witness that gets in on cases and comes and testifies for the state. Something that's important, you're going to hear the interview of Mr. Jeffries, or he may admit it, so he may not get into the interview. But you're going to hear that Mr. Jeffries, one of the things he says is that I've never heard of this case before. Okay, and the state brought it to your attention that Mr. Faust stated that, in his interview, he made statements about Ms. Baker, and we're going to get into those statements. But before I get into those statements, I want to talk to you about sketches you'll see. The state is going to present sketches to you, okay? And what these sketches are of African-American men walking through Deer Park neighborhood, right? Police does a canvass after they found out about Ms. Baker's death. And during this canvass, they're talking to neighbors saying, hey, what did you see? The person that stays directly across the street, and Your Honor, may we switch back to the computer? As I mentioned, the blue target, and I think you all have to be there, but the house with the blue target is Tara Baker's house. The house across the street, I believe that is Mr. Matthew Owens, Mr. Jay Anderson. I may be mistaken, but I think Matthew Owens definitely says there, Mr. Jay Anderson, and another individual. And when police come and talk to them, what they're going to tell you is that we see a guy in a bright orange shirt. And as you know, in UGA country, you don't wear orange if you're trying to be hidden. But we see a guy in a bright orange shirt. He's either wearing khakis or jeans, and he was walking in front of, down the street, in front of Ms. Baker's house. And the officer asks, can you describe him? He says, yeah, he has like small afro hair, black male, orange shirt, jeans. They said, well, how's he walking? He says, he's just walking regularly, just walking. But he says, I leave to go away. I walk away from the window for a second. He says maybe 5 or 10 seconds he walks away from the window. And he says, when I come back, that person is gone. I don't see him anymore. He said, there's no way they could have made it to the end of the street because he said, I can see both sides of the street. He said the person had to cut through the houses. And then you'll hear from Miss Tiffany Riker. And that individual, I think, is Jay Anderson, but the evidence will show the proper name. He doesn't do a sketch, just to be clear. But you will hear from Miss Tiffany Riker, who who stays right here, this house here, she's going to say when she's coming out of her house to get in her car, she also sees a black guy, and she gives the same description. Wearing an orange shirt, blue jeans, khakis, he's walking down the street, and that's the gentleman I said, she backed up, she said, he stopped, I need to get out of my car. Now, what you'll learn in this case is on the other side of your park, there's another photo you'll see during this trial, there's a Walmart. There's the Walmart on Lexington Road. So people travel from this neighborhood up here, at the top, through your park, and around here, I think somewhere around here, you can cut through and go to the Walmart on Lexington Road. Okay? And Chris Melton will tell us that African-American foot traffic was coming. Tiffany Riker would tell us that she didn't think anything of it because African-American foot traffic is coming. She thought the guy was walking to Walmart. But when police get this information, despite Ms. Kashona Armstrong saying we saw a gentleman running through my backyard, police say, okay, let's do a sketch of this person. So you're going to see a sketch of a guy who may not even know his pictures involved in this case. But they're going to show those sketches. But they're also going to show a sketch from a young lady. She was the wife of a tow truck driver. Okay? And the state may, they may change it because I'm about to say it, but the state may try to make this one person. Okay? But it's two different people. She says, hey, I see a guy. I was out with my husband. We were picking up a car. I saw a guy walking down the street. She says this guy has a heavy, set face. He's kind of heavier looking. I can't really tell his body because of the jacket he has on. She says it's a bright jacket, but she says it's long sleeve, which is different from the individual that Ms. Riker and the individuals that stay across the street from Ms. Baker. Different from the individual they saw. They say, well, how was he acting? She says, well, he was just walking down the street. She said, I actually watched him in my mirror the entire time he walked, and he was just walking. So they say, well, did he have on a hat? No hat, no hood, just a jacket, just walking down the street. The state is going to present those pictures to you as Mr. Faust. They're going to say, hey, it's a black guy in the neighborhood. This is Mr. Faust. But again, the only evidence they can present to you is that this gentleman was just walking. One, heavier set in the face. Another, wearing a short sleeve orange shirt. One wearing an orange jacket. All right? But those are the sketches they are going to present to you. One of the sketches, and it's up to you to decide, does not fit the description given at all. And you will hear evidence, you will see those sketches, you will hear the information given by those witnesses about what the person looks like. But the photo that I showed you of Mr. Faust with the hair, they're going to say, hey, this is Mr. Faust with his hair, and these are the sketches. Ask questions about the sketches. Look at the sketches. Listen to the information that the state gives you about the sketches. And just make sure I'm clear, the person that was reported walking in front of Ms. Baker's house, our position would be this is the same person that Ms. Riker saw coming down this way, just for clarity. Lastly, you are going to hear Mr. Faust's interview. You're going to hear what Mr. Faust himself said about this case. You will learn, contrary to what the state has told you, that Mr. Faust was told when he was arrested, we're arresting you for murder and aggravated sodomy. They hadn't asked him anything. That's what you're here for. Murder and aggravated sodomy. Mr. Faust is confused. He talks to him. He chooses to talk to him the way this right because, of course, he's trying to figure out what the heck is going on. While they're talking to Mr. Faust, they didn't tell him whose murder. You will hear Elizabeth Bigham and Jeremy Howell ask Mr. Faust, did you hear about a cold case from 23 years ago? And that's how they asked him, did you hear about a cold case from 23 years ago? Mr. Faust tells him, I vaguely remember, and this is a paraphrase, not a quote, but I vaguely remember it. I think I saw something in the paper about it. You will learn. Jeremy Howell nor Elizabeth Bigham show Mr. Faust a photo of Ms. Baker. Jeremy Howell nor Elizabeth Bigham tell Mr. Faust Ms. Baker's name. They don't say, Tara Baker case. They just say, hey, you heard about the cold case from 23 years ago. They don't even give Mr. Faust the opportunity to explain the DNA because what they tell him, and this is very important stuff, they tell him, why is your DNA found in that house? Mr. Faust said, house? I've never been to a house in Deer Park. My DNA in the house? Your DNA is in the house. And just as much as I'm here to exonerate, I am here to hunt. But the truth is, as I've told you, the evidence will show there is not a shred of evidence putting Mr. Faust in the house. They didn't have that evidence. They misled Mr. Faust, and of course, hearing he's charged with murder and aggravated sodomy, he's probably freaking out, and he says, I don't know anything about the house. I don't know that woman. But again, they never gave him an opportunity to confirm who they were talking about. No name, no photo, just the cold case from 23 years ago in Deer Park, and your DNA was found in the house. What you're learning in this case, one person lied to police over and over and over and over and over.
I just noticed I wasn't on screen or anything. I was just talking to myself. Nice. Anyway, the jury on the way back in. Here you go, people. That gives you flavour of the openings anyway, so. Right, strap her in. Or if you are Bex, then strap her on. Let's
Hi,
get going.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being back on time. We are back on the record. State ready?
Let's be honest though, Judge, you're like 15 minutes late, you bitch.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
Christy Kane.
Could you get Christy? Did you say Kane?
Kane.
Christy Kane, please.
Christy Kane? That sounds really southern. Christy Kane? Kane? Christy Kane. She's from Alabama. Christy Kane. Let's go, everybody, everybody. Yeah. Rock your body. Yeah. Everybody. This judge is
If I could
correct.
get you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or
No,
affirm that your
I
testimony in the
won't.
matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat.
Happy days. Bex is strapped right up.
And ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to,
Okay.
I got
speak into
nice
that microphone
sugar tits.
so that everyone can hear you, okay? Could you please state your name and spell it for our court reporter?
It's Christy Kane, CHRISTIE, Kane, KANE.
Ms. Kane, I want to direct you back to 2001. Where were you working at the time?
At Wachovia Bank.
Okay. And was there a specific branch that you were working at?
I was at the Loganville branch.
Okay. How long had that Loganville branch been in existence in January of 2001?
Probably about three and a half years.
What was your job title?
I was the branch manager.
And what kinds of things did you do in your capacity as the branch manager?
Oversee the tellers, loans, banking for customers, new accounts, commercial loans, things like that.
Gotcha. Ma'am, do you remember sometime around May of 2001, do you recall being contacted by law enforcement officers regarding transactions that had been made or potentially had been made by a customer by the name of Chris Melton?
I do.
And specifically, were you asked to search for any records of withdrawals or deposits that Mr. Melton might have made on or about January 19th of 2001?
I was.
And are those records the type of thing that as branch manager you had access to?
We did.
Okay. And are records of customers' withdrawals or deposits, are those records made at or near the time that the transaction occurs?
So the branch is responsible for making a preliminary copy, the date of the transaction, and then we forward it to corporate and they make the backup copy.
You just answered my next question.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. That's all right. And so are the records of those deposits and withdrawals kept in the regular course of Wachovia's regularly conducted business activity?
Correct.
Okay. And was it the regular practice of Wachovia's business, to make and keep those records?
Yes.
And I guess I should clarify in case people don't know. Is it still called Wachovia? To your knowledge?
They were bought out by Wells Fargo.
And Ms. Kane, were you able to locate any records like the ones that you've just described relating to Mr. Melton's banking activity at the Loganville Wachovia branch on January 19th of 2001?
I was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Kane, I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 147. And actually, take a look at that.
Okay.
Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do.
And is that a Wachovia withdrawal slip by Mr. Melton on the morning of January the 19th of 2001?
Correct.
Was that record made and kept in the manner in which you've just described as far as all of those records?
Yes, it was.
And were you yourself able to pull that record from the main drive?
I was.
Did you provide it to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to tender States 147.
Any objection? No, ma'am. It is admitted.
And if I could publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. So, and I did confirm, Ms. Kane, that this is no longer Mr. Melton's accountant, so
Correct.
we're not putting up any bank account information. Let me zoom out a little bit. So I'm just going to I'm going to point out some different things on this withdrawal slip and ask you to describe what, if any, significance there is to that. Is that okay?
Right.
Can you see it on the screen up there? All right. So anything like this date here, the name, where the account number is written here, where my pen is pointing, the amount and signature, would that all have been filled out by the customer making the withdrawal request?
Correct.
Okay. And I think we talked a little bit about this T0004. What, if anything, does that tell you about this particular withdrawal slip?
It tells us that the withdrawal form was performed by the teller number 4, which is inside the branch.
And is there anything on this document that would indicate to you exactly when that withdrawal would have been made?
Yes, it's timestamped for 9/12.
And is that right here where my pen is?
Above the account number, correct.
Just above the account number?
And then where you see Chris Melton's signature, the numbers are kind of skewed, but that's our branch number in Loganville.
Zoom in. Talking about kind of behind the TON on
Correct.
the signature?
Correct. I think it's 89 something 19. That does signify the Loganville branch.
That's the one, again, just to be clear, that you were the
Correct.
branch manager of.
Correct.
Ms. Kane, around the same time that you were initially contacted by law enforcement, do you also remember being asked to pull any surveillance footage from the Loganville branch's cameras, especially as it might relate to the time surrounding 9/12 that morning?
I was.
Okay. And were you able to locate that video?
I did.
And kind of like before, would that video have been made and kept in the normal course of Wachovia's routine business practices?
I'm pretty sure that we kept videos for 90 days, and then they were furthered on to corporate.
Gotcha. And ma'am, were you able to locate that video?
I was.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to watch that video with law enforcement officials who were investigating the death of Tara Baker here in Athens, Georgia?
I did. They contacted me prior to coming into the branch to pull the tape, and they did come into the branch.
Okay. And I think you just answered this, but I just want to be clear. Did you yourself watch it with those law enforcement officers?
I did.
And what did you see when you watched that video?
We watched Chris entering the bank, coming in and filling out the withdrawal slip, and then going to the teller and getting the cash.
Okay. And you mentioned Chris. Was Mr. Melton a customer that was known to you in your capacity as the branch manager back in 2001?
He was. He was a regular.
Now, at the time that you watched that video with law enforcement, did you provide those officers with a copy of that video that you've just described?
We did not. I did not. We have policy that it has to come from, they have to request permission through corporate, and our corporate security gives them the final copy of the tape.
And to your knowledge, did anyone in law enforcement ever follow up to obtain a copy of that video?
I do not think so.
I didn't want to gloss over the actual video itself. Do you, if you remember, about how long was Mr. Melton in the branch at the time that he filled out this withdrawal slip?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Bear with me just a minute, ma'am. Just want to clarify one thing, Ms. Campbell.
Okay.
Just a couple more questions. Going back to this actual withdrawal slip, you mentioned the date as being January 19th of 2001. There is another date that appears up here up in the top right corner, May 2nd of 2001. What is the significance of that date?
It would have been when I pulled a copy and printed it.
And then this seems, just want to be clear, this date that we previously referenced, 9/12, would that have been 9:12 a.m.?
Correct.
The bank's not open at 9:12 p.m., is it?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. Defense counsel may have some questions for you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
I've known you for the last 6 months as Ms. Search. I know you mentioned your new last name. Can you tell me your new last name?
It's Kane, K-A-N-E.
Ms. Kane. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Faust. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. You were asked by the state if you remembered how long Mr. Melton was in the bank. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Okay, you said you did not remember.
I do not remember.
Can seeing a copy of your statement possibly refresh your recollection? Or a summary of your statement?
Summary of my statement, sure.
I can give you yeah, I think, yeah, just that page. That's fine.
Is it okay if I approach you? And after you've had an opportunity to look at that document and you've refreshed your recollection, just please look up.
Okay.
How is your memory refreshed?
Made by the paper, correct?
Sure. How long was Mr. Melton in the bank?
Looked like he was in the bank for 4 minutes by this, or less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Ms. Search, I have a, Ms. Kane, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I have a marker for you.
Okay.
We have a board here. I'm going to move it. I would like you to write that time. Is that okay?
Which time? When he entered or the withdrawal slip?
Just how long he was in the bank.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, what would you like for me to do?
I'll walk you through it. I apologize.
Okay, that's okay.
All right, the first thing I'd like you to do is write your name at the top, if that's okay. And next to it, you could put Wachovia, and there we go. Okay, and if you could place the time that Mr. Melton entered the bank under your name. Okay. And next to that, if you could put, I believe you said less than 10 minutes?
Less than 10.
Okay, if you could put in, put less than 10 minutes and just circle it.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. That may be all the questions I have for you. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
I'll take them. Thank you. Ms. Kane, do you recall Mr. Melton coming to the bank on Monday, January 22nd, 2001?
I do vaguely.
Okay. Do you recall how long he stayed in the bank on Monday?
I do remember with the police report that he was there for a good while.
Okay. Do you recall, is it fair to say when he came to the bank he did not make a transaction on that day?
I think per the report that I had given the detectives at the time that he had applied for a loan or was talking to me about a loan, a personal line of credit for his business.
Okay. And we agree that that was January 22nd, 2001. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you write that on the board for us, please? And next to 9/8, I believe that date is January 19th. If you could just put 1/19/01 next to 9/08.
Right.
In front of the.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. And for the 22nd. That is perfect for me. All right, if you could write how long he was in the bank on the 22nd.
I don't vaguely remember. I think the report said 30 minutes. Or...
I don't disagree with that if you're asking me.
Can I look at that?
Absolutely. It's in the document that you have there?
Correct.
Okay.
30 to 45 minutes.
And if you could circle 30 to 45 minutes for me. Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Kane, do you happen to remember off the top of your head the address of the branch that you were the manager of back in 2001?
I think it started with 43, but I do not remember.
And approximately, not necessarily by miles, but by drive time, how far away would that branch be from right here where we sit today?
Objection. Cause for speculation, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
If you know, ma'am, how far would that have been?
I really wouldn't know. 45 minutes if I had to guess.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
Yes.
Right, 45 minutes on that whiteboard for me.
Okay, but I'm guessing. I'm not very familiar with Athens.
45 minutes, yes. Thank you. No other questions for you.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
I would ask that she be excused.
Any objection by the defense? You are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Josh McCurdy.
Could you get Josh McCurdy, please? Thank you.
Sir, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. You can put your hand down, sir, and I'm just going to ask you to speak into that microphone loudly so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Sir, if you could please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Joshua McCurdy, Joshua McCurdy.
And, sir, I want to take you back in time to 2001. What were you doing for a living at that time, sir?
I was plumbing.
Okay. And did you know an individual by the name of Chris Melton?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Chris?
I worked with him.
Okay. How did you and Chris meet?
We met working at a company called McCart Plumbing in Loganville.
Okay. And, I mean, I guess other than just working together, how did you get to know Chris?
We pretty much just work friends.
Okay.
We didn't hang out outside of work or anything, but we were pretty good friends at work.
Were y'all on the same team at McCart?
Yeah.
Where did you go to high school, sir?
I went to Covenant Christian Academy.
Want to kind of specifically talk a little bit about January of 2001. At that time, do you recall yourself and Chris kind of branching off from McCart Plumbing?
Yeah.
Okay. Describe what that meant.
It's called subcontracting. Basically, we'd work for another company, and they would give us jobs to do and pay us more than what working for somebody would do.
Okay. And so, do you recall, again, approximately when that would have started?
I really don't remember that.
Well, when the two of you had started subcontracting, tell us a little bit about a typical day with you and Chris.
Okay.
How would it start?
Basically, he lived about 5 minutes from my house, so his parents lived there, and he lived in the basement, and I would drive to his house, and we'd leave my truck, and then we'd get in his work truck, and we would go to the job sites and stuff.
What time of day would y'all usually start?
Probably around 7 or 7:30 in the morning.
And is that the time that you would arrive at Chris's parents' house?
Yeah.
And then, in general terms, sir, could you just tell me what a typical day would look like?
Okay. We'd meet at his house, and then we would go to the shop, which would be in Loganville, and it was a company called Nash Plumbing, and we would go there, and they would give us where the job was and everything for that day, and the material to use for the job, and then we'd go do the job and go back home.
And so, what kind of geographic area might that entail? Where were y'all going on jobs?
Usually it was around like Loganville and Monroe, kind of Walton, Newton County.
Okay. But could it also extend beyond Walton?
Yeah. It just kind of depended on what the jobs were, but usually we worked around Walton and Newton County.
Were those long days, Mr. McCurdy?
Yeah. We usually would work between 8 to 12 hours a day.
Would that be Monday through Friday?
Yeah.
Would that include?
Sometimes Saturdays also.
Mr. McCurdy, I want to take you specifically to the day of January the 19th of 2001. Is there anything about that particular day that sticks out in your mind?
No.
Let me see if I can frame it this way. Do you remember a day when you drove Chris to Athens?
Yeah.
Do you recall that day starting similarly to the others that you've described?
Yeah, it was about the same as every other day. I met him at his house.
At the same time that you described
Yeah.
earlier?
Yeah, that was the normal time that we would meet.
Do you recall the specifics of where you might have gone that day? Your Honor, if I can respond,
You may respond.
it is a yes/no question, is not a leading question.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Mr. McCurdy, I'll ask the question again.
Okay.
Do you recall specifically the job sites that you would have gone to that day?
No.
Do you recall if it would have started with a trip to Nash Plumbing?
Yeah, it probably would have started there.
Do you recall anything that Chris was having done to his truck, sir?
I'm going to sustain that objection. You may rephrase if you want to.
Do you remember a trip to a place called Truck Customs?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going to Truck Customs?
I believe we were putting a ladder rack on the truck.
Do you remember how many times you went to Truck Customs that day?
Not specifically. I know we did go that day, but I'm not sure about how many times. I'd say once, maybe twice. Not sure.
Mr. McCurdy, do you recall speaking with law enforcement the following day on January the 20th of 2001?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in preparation for coming in and testifying today, did I actually send you copies of some of those police reports?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to look over those?
Yes, sir.
And did those help refresh your recollection as to the conversations that you had with law enforcement
Yeah.
in the aftermath of Ms. Baker's death?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not the first one to do it, but I need you to say yes or no. So that
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Yes,
all right.
yes,
That's
sir.
all right. Do you think it might help help you again if you were able to review it one more time?
Yeah.
At this point, I object. I don't think that he asked the question that was just a member at this point, so I object.
I'm going to sustain that objection. I think a question has to be asked in order for him not to recollect. I'm going to sustain your objection.
Well, I think the question, Mr. McCurdy, was do you remember how many times you went to Truck Customs that day?
No, sir.
Your Honor, he just said I didn't ask a question, then he said it was asked and answered.
I'm going to allow you to refresh his recollection if possible. Go ahead.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Smudged it a little bit, Mr. McCurdy, but this has been marked as State's Exhibit 148. I'm just going to ask you to kind of read that to yourself.
Okay.
When you're done, if you can just look up and let me know that you've had a chance to finish it, sir.
Okay.
Mr. McCurdy, having had a chance to review State's 148, does that help refresh your recollection as to kind of your exact whereabouts on Friday, January the 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, again, specifically as it relates to Truck Customs, do you remember how many times you and Chris may have gone there?
I believe it was 2 times.
As it relates to the second trip to Truck Customs, if you remember, what was the purpose of that trip, sir?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Maybe to check on the truck.
Had you and Chris been together at that point throughout the day?
Yeah, we've been together all day.
had was. Do you recall?
And yes or no questions are leading questions. They suggest the answer to the witness.
Okay, well, I'll have to hear the question first, and then I'll take up your objection.
Did you have lunch that day, sir?
I don't remember. I imagine we did, but I'm not real sure.
For the second time that you went to truck customs, if you remember, were you in whose vehicle were you in?
We were in my truck.
And why had you taken your truck to truck customs?
Because his truck was already there, getting worked on.
Do you recall at that second trip, Chris receiving a phone call or a page or something?
Yeah, I believe we received a phone call.
Describe what you observed when Chris got that phone call.
I just remember him getting real quiet, and I don't remember asking him what was wrong, but I know he got real quiet, like didn't seem like himself anymore. Because he was usually really happy and kind of chipper, energetic, and he just got really quiet when the phone call.
Did you drive Chris to Athens?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whose vehicle you drove?
It was my truck.
Can you describe what, if anything, you recall about driving Chris to Athens?
I just remember him being real quiet the whole ride. I didn't really ask him what was wrong. Yeah, I just remember him being real quiet.
Mr. McCurdy, as it relates to the exact, stops that you and Chris made on January the 19th of 2001 from 7:15, 7:30 on, do you have a good recollection as to when and where those stops were?
I really don't remember the stops that we made.
Do you feel as if here today your memory is insufficient to allow you to testify fully and accurately about everything you did on January the 19th of 2001?
I mean, as far as accurately remembering it, I would...
my question was fully and accurately remember it. Is that...
Yeah, that was a long time ago. I mean...
On the day after, on January the 20th of 2001, when you spoke to the detective the day after Ms. Baker's death, would your statements have been more fresh in your memory at that time?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
And would the information that you provided to the detective on that day been correct to the best of your ability back then?
Yes, sir. 100%.
Bear with me just a second, sir.
Okay.
Mr. McCurdy, those are all the questions that I have for you, sir. Mr. Cruz may have some questions. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCordy.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. My name is Attorney Amai Cruz, and I have the honor and privilege of representing Mr. Faust. Under the authority of the Honorable Court, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, okay? I believe you've already discussed with the state that you spoke with law enforcement on January 20th, 2001. Is that correct? Okay, and on January 19th, 2001, you stated that you drove Chris to Athens.
Yes, sir.
All right, and were you aware that Chris, on the way to Athens, learned that his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend had been killed?
Not at the time, not until, I believe he told me on the way back
Okay.
that what had happened.
But in the vehicle, his actions were just, he was quiet.
He was quiet and he was upset, but I didn't ask him what was wrong or anything like that.
That's fair. You would agree that January 20th, and it's a given, I know you would, I just have to ask the question. You would agree that January 20th is one day after January 19th, 2001?
Yes, sir.
And law enforcement asked you about you and Chris's whereabouts on January 19th, 2001 when they spoke to you on January 20th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. McCurdy, on the 19th, I'd like to go back to the 19th, you took Chris to the police department. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or you were with him at the police department?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know police interviewed Chris, is that correct? And before police could interview you, you left the police department, is that correct?
I don't really remember that far back.
Yes, sir. So let me ask you this.
Okay.
When they talked to you on the 20th, do you recall telling law enforcement that you and Chris started the day at Nash Plumbing?
I remember telling that I met him at his house, but I don't remember exactly if I told him that we went to Nash Plumbing.
Would seeing a summary of your statement to law enforcement refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
All right, let the record go. Is it okay if I approach you, Mr. McCurdy?
Yes, sir.
You can hold it for us. Okay. Did that document refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Mr. McCordy, I have a black marker. We have a whiteboard, well, not a whiteboard, but sheets of paper over there. I would like you, before I ask my next question, can you write your name on the top of that document for me?
On top of that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I approach you again?
Yeah. Stand up.
Whole name is fine. Got something for you. I'm gonna let you keep that too. Okay. You're gonna need it.
Oh.
All right, so based on the document that you reviewed, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Based on the document you reviewed, you recall telling law enforcement that you and Chris started your day at Nash Plumbing.
Yes, sir.
So can you write Nash Plumbing at the under your name? Then after leaving Nash Plumbing, you explained to law enforcement that you and Chris stopped by Chick-fil-A. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Got breakfast.
Okay, can you write Chick-fil-A under your name? And then around 8 a.m., or you told law enforcement around 8 a.m., you and Chris went to a house in Grayson to check the lease. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you write 8 a.m. Grayson, GA? And then from Grayson, you told law enforcement that you went to Forsyth. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And you could write under Grayson, Forsyth.
Okay.
So is it fair to say that before 8 a.m. Nash Plumbing, Chick-fil-A, after 8 a.m., well, at 8 a.m. Grayson, and then after 8 a.m. Forsyth?
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, do you recall being interviewed a second time on May 3rd, 2001 by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you again about the whereabouts of Chris on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the May 3rd interview, you advised law enforcement that you went to truck customs around 3:30 p.m. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it was around, according to the paper, it was around 3:30 or 4.
Okay. Can you write that on the board? Truck customs 3:30 to 4. Now, do you recall law enforcement specifically asking you, do you recall going to the bank with Chris Melton? Would hearing an audio recording of your conversation with law enforcement refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I mean, that would refresh me, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask for the opportunity to refresh Mr. McCurdy's recollection outside the presence of the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step out into the jury room for a moment. Please don't discuss the case.
All right, Mr. McCurdy, I'm going to play about 54 seconds of this. It's going to be difficult to hear, okay? So I'm going to try to turn it up as loud as I can. There's no sound on mic.
Oh, just a second. Try again.
Where'd you go from there? Wheatfield? You said in your original statement you guys went to Chick-fil-A to breakfast. Did you do that? Do you remember the bank or anything? No.
A little bit.
Okay. Would you like me to play that one more time for you?
It sounds that I don't remember going to the bank.
All right. So is your recollection refresh in regards to the when they asked you the bank with me? Okay. Bring the jury back.
Right. Mr. Moment. Sorry. Two places at once. I'm not sure if you bring. Thank you. You may bring them in. You may be seated. Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. McCourty, we've agreed that law enforcement interviewed you in 2001, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in one of those interviews, they asked you if you remembered going to the bank with Mr. Melton. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your response was that you did not remember going to the bank with Mr. Melton. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I also want to, well, excuse me. Do you still have the marker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you write under anywhere on the sheet, just do not remember, so DNR, bank.
Okay.
And then put in 2001, back in 2001, please. Okay. Last question for you, well, last couple of questions for you. During direct examination, you stated that you recall going to truck customs 2 times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm assuming you don't remember the time of the first time. Is that fair?
Yeah, I don't remember. I would assume it'd be in the morning time, but I don't remember the time exactly.
Excellent. I just want to make sure we keep everything accurate, and I want to make sure I keep everything accurate for you. So can you put on there, I know we have truck custom at 3:30. Can you put on there truck custom morning if you don't remember the time?
Okay. Just underneath it?
Yes, sir. Okay. Mr. McCourty, those are all my questions for you. Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
1 or 2 questions. Mr. McCurdy, you were asked on cross-examination about this second time that you spoke with the police about your whereabouts on January 19th.
Yes, sir.
About how long after the first time you talked to him was that?
I believe it was about a month or 2, I believe, after that.
Was the second conversation?
Yeah.
That's all I had, sir. Thank
Okay.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
No other questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
I would ask that he be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
I believe he's on a subpoena for us, so I'll just ask that he abides by the subpoena with 48-hour notice.
All right, thank you. Mr. McCurdy, you're still under subpoena by the defense, but you are free to go for now. Thank you, sir. You may call your next witness.
Before we call the next witness, may I grab the items?
Yes. Mr. Bolden, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill Teeter?
Did you say Bill Teeter?
Teeter, yes.
Could you get Bill Teeter, please? Thank you. Sir, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat. Your Honor, just didn't want anything to play accidentally. So.
Okay.
Sir, if you could state and spell your name for our court reporter.
All right, William Teeter, T-E-E-T-E-R.
And Mr. Teeter, I want to direct your attention back to January of 2001. At that time, did you own a business called Truck Customs?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where was that business located?
Downtown Loganville.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about Truck Customs.
We customize pickup trucks, all kinds of stuff, hitches, ladder racks, lift kits, toolboxes, customized vehicles.
Gotcha. How long did you have that business, sir?
28 and a half years.
Specifically, Mr. Teeter, back in January of 2001, do you recall a customer by the name of Chris Melton?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall being asked questions by law enforcement about his visiting your business on January the 19th of 2001?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
And do you still have a pretty good memory of your interactions with Mr. Melton?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Best I can. It was quite a while ago.
Understood, sir. So on January the 19th, did Mr. Melton come by your business?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times?
Once in the morning, then back in the afternoon.
As far as the morning visit, do you remember approximately, if you can, what time that would have been, sir?
I would say mid-morning. I believe it was around 10 o'clock.
And again, if you remember, what was the purpose of that initial morning visit?
Go over exactly what we were going to do to his truck.
Do you remember what he was trying to get done to his truck?
We were working on his ladder rack to hold his pipes for his plumbing business.
And how did that first or that 10 o'clock meeting end? Was there a plan in place for him to return?
Yeah, he's going to bring it back later on.
That same day?
Mm-hmm.
And sir,
Say yes or no, please. If you could use your voice and say yes or no to that answer. Thank you very much.
so is he going to come back later in the day?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason why we do that, Mr. Teeter, is the lady in front of you is taking all of this down, and she likes yeses and nos and not uh-huhs
Okay.
and uh-uhs. You're certainly not the
Yes.
first. You're certainly not the first. And so, if you recall, sir, was there a second time that Mr. Melton showed up at Truck Customs that day?
Yes.
Approximately what time was that?
Mid-afternoon, around 4 o'clock, I would say.
And on each of these visits, do you recall anyone being with him that day?
He had an employee with him.
Would that be the first time, both times?
Both times.
Gotcha.
I believe it was both times. I think he had the kid with him.
So, Mr. Teeter, during that second visit, which I think you just testified was around 4 o'clock-ish.
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Melton receiving a page and then making a telephone call?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how he made the phone call?
I don't remember at the time. I think he used our phone, I believe.
Were you able to see and hear any part of Mr. Melton's?
No.
What he was saying on the conversation?
No.
Okay. Do you recall anything of significance happening either during or after Mr. Melton using your phone?
I want to say that he was real distraught. Something had happened, and I wasn't sure what it was.
Say he was distraught. Can you just go into a little bit more detail about what you mean?
Like he had received some kind of bad news on the phone.
And do you recall Mr. Melton and his employee leaving together from your business?
Yes.
How did they leave?
Being they were there to drop the truck off, I believe they left in the employee's vehicle.
And did you have any further contact that day with either Mr. Melton or his employee?
No.
please, sir. Defense counsel may have some questions. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Welcome to our Prime Line series, where elegance meets smart functionality. The shaker-style doors come in one of today's trendiest organic tones, a calm sage green crafted from solid wood with precision. The rubbed bronze handles contrast beautifully with the soft green. A smart corner sink maximizes space. The open wine rack and glass holder add charm. The backsplash and marble look quartz complete the look. Prime Line brings timeless design and everyday comfort together. Visit our showroom to see it in person today here at Trendy Cabinets.
A letter rack put on his truck?
Get it? Yes.
Okay, and I hope this doesn't sound like a not so great question, but I'm not familiar with it. When you're putting a letter rack on a truck, would he have been able to drive his truck if need be?
Well, not while we're in the middle of installing it, you couldn't.
Okay. At 4 o'clock when he made that call or received that call, were you all in the middle of installing the letter rack?
Yes.
Okay. When did Mr. Melton come pick up his truck?
I believe it was the next day. I believe it's when he come and picked it up.
Okay, so the very next day after leaving, he came back to pick up his work truck?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, I have a marker for you, okay? And I have a white sheet of paper next to you. The only thing I ask for you to do, Mr. Teeter, if you can, write your name at the top of that paper. Is that okay? May I approach you?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Law enforcement that Mr. Melton came at 10 a.m.
Now, write it or print it?
And one more thing for you. Can you write the time that Mr. Melton, can you write the time that Chris came to Truck Customs during the morning hours? All right, now, Mr. Teeter, you put 9 to 10 a.m. Do you recall speaking with law enforcement on January 20th, 2001? Okay. And do you recall telling law enforcement that Mr. Melton came at 10 a.m.? Okay. Can we, if it's accurate, can we erase the 9 and leave the 10 a.m.? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Teeter. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do have one more question. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Mr. Teeter, can you write picked up truck?
Everybody gone?
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Teeter. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do have one more question. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Mr. Teeter, can you write picked up truck next day? Thank you so much, Mr. Teeter. Those are all of my questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden? May this witness be excused? Any objection by the defense? No, ma'am. Sir, you are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Judge, can we approach?
Before, and a few extra day, and I'm going to release all of you. So I'm going to give you the same instructions that I have before, and a few extra instructions, actually. So first, I do want to tell you exactly what I've told you many times. Somebody's ready to go. I got that. Please don't, of course, discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't go to any of the places that you may have heard about. Don't talk to the case, of course, with anybody, particularly at home. I know you all have been abiding by all of that. We have talked a little bit about social media when you all first were impaneled as jurors, and I want to talk to you a little bit about it today. I'm going to ask that you refrain as much as possible from using social media of any kind. And the reason for that is this. There has been recordings on social media of certain times that this court has held some hearings outside of your presence. And we, of course, do that outside of your presence for many legal reasons. And many of those moments have been captured on social media. And it would be improper for all of you to view those moments, you know, where I'm sending you to the jury room for a reason, for legal reasons. And so out of an abundance of caution, because that seems to be happening, I would ask that you try to refrain from social media as much as possible. Now, I realize, of course, the Olympics are on, for example, and people are watching Instagram and things of that nature. And I certainly hope you all can enjoy those moments on social media like Instagram. But many social media sites could potentially share, inadvertently, share some scenes for you that are not meant for your viewing as jurors in this case. So I'd like for you all to be aware of that and try to stay off of social media sites for that reason. All right. Other than that, I'm going to tell you again how much I appreciate your patience. I'm going to release all of you. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in this courtroom. Thank you. I have a Rule 22 request I need to bring to your attention, but Mr. Bolden, Mr. Yelman-Chili, anything you want to discuss before tomorrow?
I guess if we could discuss this piece at the bench, it's related to something that we discussed this morning at the bench.
All right, very good.
Reference to
Anything we need to take up before coming back to court tomorrow?
No, Your Honor, I will be in a position. Mr. Cruz was inquiring from me if I'd had an opportunity to review Mr. Faust's statement to law enforcement. I have. I just need to, and I've identified when he makes reference to various convictions that he's had in the past and things like that during the interview. I just need to cross-reference those against the transcript that Mr. Cruz has provided. And so I would probably be in a position to do that before the jury comes in tomorrow if the court wants to address anything as far as possible disagreements we may have. Or we could do it at the end of court tomorrow. We don't anticipate playing his statement tomorrow.
Okay, so we can do it. I think maybe we should just reserve that until after we send the jury home tomorrow. That makes the most sense and best use of our time. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cruz, yes. Anything else we need to take up? Okay, so let me talk about a couple of things. First of all, we are going to need jury instructions, jury charges from both parties. You can get those to Ms. Ellis by email form as soon as possible. I can certainly file them in open court if you want to hand us a copy, but she works best certainly by email. If you can get those to her as soon as possible, that would be incredibly helpful for her. I have a Rule 22 I want to discuss with everyone, and it came in today, I think around the lunch hour. The Rule 22 request, well, let me just pass it to all of you for right now. You all can take a look. Let me make a copy of it.
See you later, Sarah P. KD, yes, Rule 22 is a media
I'll
request.
just give you
yes.
a copy, just make it easier to look at, and
So
give
it's
you
something.
my comments.
It's
after you've
something
had a
to do
chance
with
to look at it.
Shut the fuck up, Judge. I'm speaking. It's something to do with the media, whether it's media access, recording, or whatever it is. It could be electronic device in the courtroom. It could be the media itself. It could be a lot of stuff. Yeah, see you tomorrow, lazy Sarah P. I mean, lovely Sarah P. Right, I'm trying to set up the stream for tomorrow as well. We'll go live at 2:30 again, so we got a little bit of time. But it does sound like we're coming to near the end, because they're going through jury instructions now. What I do know is that obviously jail stitch will probably maybe be tomorrow. Going on to the next day or something. I don't know. There's a few more to come. So yeah. Damn, look how smart we are. Yes. Clip that and send it to the judge. How dare she speak while you... I know, fucking stupid cow. I'm just trying to fucking speak here. Oh. Alright, hang on. So I do wonder, there's something funny about the media. I don't think this court is used to media being present. So to her, these are all big deals, when in fact, none of it's a big deal. Just they're not used to having recordings in court. You know, it's just so stupid. But then again, the worst judge I've ever seen by a long shot is this judge. She's fucking crap shit.
All right, state care to be heard on this Rule 22 request.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm just trying to identify, what news organization, if any, this person might be a part of. I could have just a moment.
Sure.
Oh, so it's an individual recording. Must be that person. Like, everyone's allowed to fucking record it. Unless it's in court, obviously it's different. Do you know what I mean? If you're in court, you have got different rules to everything. So, it might be a media member has violated some rulings. I agree with you, lovely. It should always be transparent. I get some courts, depending on what it is. I think criminal trials should be. I don't necessarily think civil trials should be, to a certain extent. I think they should be optional, but I think that criminal trials should all be. I do understand the logistics issue as well. On some of them, where do you host them? Lots of websites aren't catered for them. And a lot of them would be on Zoom anyway. You can't get a camera pulled into every courtroom, so I get that. So you wouldn't get this kind of coverage, but you should be able to get like Zoom coverage.
Your Honor, to the extent that we're interpreting this request as a request to bring additional recording items into the courtroom, we would object to that. There seems to, in other proceedings, been some disruptions associated with this particular individual, if it is in fact the same individual, including allegations of giving jurors during a different trial that she was attending nicknames on her video blog and some other things like that. That causes us some concern. Obviously, we haven't fully fleshed that out. But certainly, I don't see any reason to introduce any additional video and audio recording devices into the courtroom. The court has already determined that all recordings of that nature should come out of the pooled camera coverage of the court proceedings. So that'd be our position.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, do you have a position?
Yes, ma'am. I would just go off the Honorable Court's prior ruling. As the Honorable Court is aware, I don't object to any media anymore. So I do want to be consistent across the board. I haven't looked them up. I do think if there are concerns that this individual has had prior disruptions in other proceedings, I do think it would be prudent to give him or her the opportunity to discuss whether or not that is him or her. But otherwise, if this trial is obviously very public, more public than I'm sure a lot of us would like, but if she would like to bring recorded materials, I have no issues up to the Honorable Court's discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. All right, so we are referring to Rule 22 requests that came in today, and the representing firm is called Infamous Sylvia Media Services, LLC. Is somebody here representing that? Would you care? Yes, good afternoon. Would you care to be heard? Yes. And could you tell us your name and spell it for the record, please? Yes, ma'am. Yes, that's a good idea. If you'll come on up to the podium, if you don't mind, that would be best for Ms. Satterfield. Thank you. All right, if you'll start over, thank you.
My name is Sylvia, Sylvia, Tumusimi, Tumusime.
Okay, thank you very much. And
never heard of it. Never heard about her or anything she's ever covered. Never heard of this woman before.
Ma'am, if you would like to be heard with regard to any of the comments the state or the defense made, you may be heard at this time.
Yes. As far as the nickname that was given during the YSL trial, the judge did give me some information on the proper way of doing things, and I end up staying even after the whole thing with the nicknames, which I corrected that. That has never been done. After that, I have done several other cases. I did the Diddy case in federal court. I've just completed another case with Brian Steele. So I am very, very much familiar. And also, I do work for other outlets. I'm independent, and sometimes I work for AJC. I may be able to, text them what's going on in the court. That's basically what I do.
All right, thank you very much.
And I'm not asking for, I want access to be able to get the feed as well. I'm not asking for me to be able to record myself. I'm just trying to get the feed to get approval for that, and also be able to text the reporters that are outside.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I appreciate that.
All right.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the state or any questions you'd like to ask?
No, Judge.
All right, Mr. Cruz, anything else? All right, thank you. All right. And tell me how to say your name again. I'm sorry. Tumusime. Thank you, Ms. Tumusime. So this is what I'm prepared to do with regard to your Rule 22 request. It is untimely with regard, just for the record, for tomorrow, but I'm going to allow it. Your request to be able to have pool access is granted. It would be, and I'll just make a finding with regard to Rule 22 D3, F2, and GI, D, E, F, and I, that having more cameras, more recording devices, and things of that nature in the courtroom would certainly be very disruptive, particularly in a courtroom of this size. It is our largest courtroom, but it is still not terribly big. And the one camera that is a pool for all of our media outlets seems to be the most appropriate source. So I will grant you access in that pool. And I have allowed all media to have their cell phones, not to take pictures, with the exception of the Red and Black and with the exception of the Athens Banner Herald, because they don't have any other sources. But for texting purposes to your media outlet, I certainly will give you that same access as other media outlets. I would ask that you make sure you familiarize yourself with the Rule 22 that's in place, of course, not to certainly identify any jurors, not to make sure that you don't inadvertently identify any of the jurors coming and going, and that you do not report on this defendant whether he is not at liberty. That is, the Rule 22 prevents all of that. and I appreciate your participation in all of that. I'll let you certainly contact the rest of the media outlets to determine how to access that pool, but I will grant you that request. All right. Thank you.
I'd like to add something to that. Autopsy photos of Ms. Baker.
I'm sorry? Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, Mr. Cruz. And of course, not broadcasting any photographs of the autopsy. Those photographs have already been tendered. We have gone through some of that, those witnesses, but certainly that is part of the Rule 22. I do want to say something, and thank you for.
She's not authorising anything that's not been authorised. Basically, she's just allowing her to text in court. That's all it is. She's tapping the feed. I mean, it's just stupid because we're tapping into the feed. The only difference is we're tapping into court TV, law and crime. She wants direct into the court because then she doesn't have to use the law and crime banner. Essentially, she doesn't want to use that. And she wants to put her own logos on. But like you can see, I cover the logo with my logo. So it's not exactly a big deal. And she's just now allowed to text. So it's literally nothing. So not a big deal whatsoever.
Reminding me, it is not acceptable for any party, whether it's media or persons, to actually participate in the live stream from the courtroom. It is not allowed for any media person to be commenting on live stream in the courtroom or for any other persons to do so. The reasons for that are many, but very particularly participating in live stream comments and blogs of that nature during the trial in the courtroom has not only an impact upon the integrity and dignity of the court, which is 22G1D. It has a significant impact on the administration of the court, which is 22G1E. And it is certainly participating in the live stream and comments of the live stream during court proceedings, according again to 22GIF, has an impact upon due process and the truth-finding function of this judicial proceeding. It has come to my attention that there is a significant impact from social media with regard to this trial, and it concerns the court.
Yeah, there is, because you fucking stupid bitch. It's you and the fucking state that there's a reason. If this was a standard trial, literally there'd be no interest in it. The only reason there's a huge interest in this trial is because of the corruption that we're facing, that we're looking at. Literally, this is this should never be a trial anyway, because he shouldn't be up here, but it's because of you and the state. That's why there's significant interest, because everyone thinks you're corrupt as fuck. So it's nothing to do with the defendant in the case, it's you and the state.
About the security of persons involved, the security of the court, the security of the jurors, and the integrity of the process. And so those are the reasons I'm making my order with regard to any comments about live streaming or doing live streaming during court other than the pool that has been allowed by the Rule 22. So I just kind of want to make that clear for everybody. And I thank you for your cooperation. All right. Is there anything else from the state we need to take up before we adjourn?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Cruz, anything before we adjourn today, sir? No, ma'am. All right. Court is adjourned. I'll see you all at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh, this bitch. Right. Show me a stupid cow when she's right there. The order she just gave that woman it is nothing burger. Basically, she should have put the order in ages ago to be in court. She was late, essentially. So what she requested was a nothing burger. It was just looking, can I be added to the list? And that's it. So if she said no, she would have been a stupid, but then I suppose she does say no to everything. So there's no additional cameras, no nothing. She wants to tap into the feed. I've done it myself. I've requested sometimes, can I just tap into the feed directly? It's better. because you don't have any logos and stuff on it. That's all it is. And then she can text in court, whatever. No big deal. This whole order about no commenting, it's like me being in court with you guys in chat, typing, the judge is a bitch. You can see it for yourself. It doesn't bring any, there's nothing wrong with it. I just think she's out of her depth, and she thinks she needs to be fully controllable of everybody. I don't know. I'm pissed off. I'm grumpy. Maybe that's why, because I'm grumpy. But anyway, I was saying before the judge rudely intercepted me to say that I don't think it's going to be too long. Don't think it's going to last. Fuck's sakes! I don't think this trial is going to last too much longer, purely because she's now asking for jury instructions, and we can see that the state are winding down with the what do you call it, the convict, and also the other experts. So yeah, I think we'll be. I don't know how much the defense have got. I don't think they'll have that much. I will be honest with you. If you think about this, take a step back. Take a step back on this trial, right? Who's on trial? If you think about it logically now, who's on trial? If you didn't know the name of this trial, you think that it was Chris on trial. 95% of the trial so far has been about Chris, and 5% has been about Edrick. I mean, what are we doing here? Okay. All the people are on the same wavelength, absolutely. Don't want to tap into anything. I know they see corrupt asses. They would get all my data from my phone and look at. So how it works is you are sent a pool feed, basically. There's an independent from the court that sends you a daily court feed that basically it's the same as law and crime. So you just open it. It just means there's no logos or anything on it. It comes into an email with a box ready. You just expand it, and it's good to go. I mean, it's actually quite. I like it because then it's a fresh screen. You don't have logos all over and stuff like that. So it's quite nice. I had it for the Banfield one, but I didn't stream it in the end. You need a big fat burger. I think I'm just tired. I'm not hungry. I'm just tired, I think, more than anything. Because I've been working this morning as well, as in doing other stuff. So, Bad Dad's had never passed this out. He's just laying on the couch thinking of England. I am kidding. Now he's mansplaining. What are you talking? I'm not right. Some people don't understand what I mean about getting a link for the. So I don't normally get links for stuff, but you can actually, for lots of trials, and it's not towards Lady Di, I'm just explaining to everyone else, that you can request to be a media person, which means that you get direct access tapped into the camera feed. It doesn't happen very often because there's rules. Some of them you have to literally go there and hand it in. So for this court, if you wanted media access, you have to literally be there and hand it in physically. There's no email, there's no nothing. You literally have to be there. That's why this woman had to do that. You had to hand it in person, which is, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that in this day and age? That you have to literally walk into the courthouse to give it to somebody. So I couldn't get access for this trial because of that, which is stupid. Just get an email address. We can actually request it via email, but no, not for this court apparently. So whatever. But yeah, I do sometimes. If I am able to, I always ask for it because it's better. I feel personally anyway, because you don't have any control over anything, but you just don't have the logos on it, which is a big help. The Lady Di the land been beefing all day. I mean, she's been a bitch to me today. I won't lie to you, Lady Di. Lady Di's been a right bitch to me today. So To be fair, him and I both get grouchy when we're tired. Yeah, well, you are grouchy as fuck today. Why did she wait so long to ask? So, a good question. The reason she waited so long to ask was she just said she was in Brian Steele, is it? Because I know that's been ongoing all week. So as I say, she couldn't ask until she was at court. So my presumption is that she was covering Brian Steele last week because that was on, and then today was her first day in court. So today was the first day she could actually hand it in. Is my guess on it, because I kid you not when I say you literally have to be in court for this woman. This judge is fucking possessed, because I did look into it and I did lots of research to see if I could get access, but there was nothing. You literally had to go in and do it yourself. I love you long time. Well, I feel sorry for Mr. Lady Di. That's all I'll say. You know, I'm team Mr. Lady Di. That's all I'll say. Can you give something to suck on when you're hungry? She did. What should go wrong with that? I don't actually know. I know Kat Williams was covering Brian Steele stuff, but I don't know. I personally wasn't, but I know she's been covering a lot of stuff. So I would suggest people go and watch Kat Williams for all those updates, because she's been doing it all. So Katie's gone. Lurk mode. Right, we are ending the stream now before I get into more trouble from the ladies in chat. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you all, and I love you all. That's not true. I shouldn't say I love you all, because I don't, but I love most of you. Anyway, have a great evening. Enjoy yourselves. We'll be back at 2:30 tomorrow, and I won't be able to sleep tonight, I bet. But look forward to it, and yeah, take care. Have a good time.